This girl has been reborn 100 times, and honestly, she's not thrilled about it. In her past 99 lives, she's either had to throw herself under the bus for her family or play the hero and save the world with her crazy magical skills. And every single one of those lives wrapped up before she hit 20. She's losing her mind over it. But what can she do? She's got to roll with what life throws at her. After mulling it over for a bit, she figured out that in this go-around, she's born into a fancy family, adored by her mom, and surrounded by maids who can't stop gushing over how cute she is. Sounds perfect, right? Until some rude dude barges into the lady's bedroom. "Master, you're here. It's a beautiful baby girl." The maids were buzzing, and the heroine squinted at the master. They were talking about her dad in this life. Following her gaze, she spotted a tall guy with a face as handsome as it was icy. The ancient soul that had lived through 99 lifetimes in this newborn body felt a shiver. The moment she laid eyes on the dude she'd call Dad in her 100th life, she got a gut feeling it was going to be a disaster. What would it be this time? Would she get ditched, mistreated, end up as a cursed kid, or maybe get choked out by her dad right after birth? As he reached out his hand, her heart raced with fear. Would she be stuck watching the world go down the drain again, powerless to stop it? Would her soul be bound again? Like dust, forced to witness every life crashing down, it felt like she was trapped in a never-ending nightmare. She couldn't help but wonder what sins she had committed to be doomed to watch the end of the world. But it turned out she was totally overreacting. The hand just reached out to gently stroke her cheek. Then she saw tears of joy shimmering on her young dad's face. "Thank you for being born safely, our little one." Still in shock, the young lady was placed gently on the bed. That's when she clearly saw her mom in this life. And yeah, she was crying, too. She's such an adorable little girl. She's totally confused about what's going on. This script feels all wrong. Why is everyone so happy? Is there a plot twist around the corner? But if there was, that would be awesome, because she would finally get a life that matters. At that moment, the main character genuinely wished her 100th life would be chill. The couple talked for ages before deciding to name her Anastasia. In this life, the female lead is named Anastasia, and she thinks it's a pretty name until her dad chimes in, "You saved this world." It's the name of a hero. That sounds epic, but it hits Anastasia like a brick wall. Seriously, another hero. Every time they bring up a hero, her life goes to hell. Just hearing this, Anastasia knows they'll treat her like a hero again, and she'll end up making another sacrifice. She felt dumb for hoping again. This life was bound to be worse than the last. But to her surprise, Anastasia spent her first month nestled in her parents' warmth. She prepared herself for the title of hero, but nothing crazy happened. Still, it was way too early for her to let her guard down, because just like in her past life, everyone called her a child blessed by God, destined for heroics, but eventually those who once showered her with affection ended up terrified of her power and abused her. This time, her folks named her after a hero, which only strengthened her belief that they were setting her up for another sacrifice. Anastasia let out an internal sigh, realizing she had to shield herself once again. It was the only way. As always, she kept her eyes peeled on her surroundings. The woman with jet black hair and bright red eyes. That's her mom in this life. Being in a newborn's body, she would always doze off when her mom sang her to sleep, even though she kept reminding herself to stay sharp to avoid being sacrificed in her sleep. Next up is her dad, a dude who looks like a wolf and is built like a tank with pink hair. He's known as the Duke. But contrary to how icy he looks, her father is like a softie, always cooing at her in a way that makes her feel like she needs therapy. Then there's the nanny, who's always by her side, even though she wears a gentle smile. Anastasia can't shake the feeling that she's been sent by her sneaky parents to keep an eye on her. Lost in thought, Anastasia suddenly hears a loud ruckus outside the door. Apparently her dad was chatting with a doctor and was losing it over her. "What's wrong with my baby? If she's not sick, why isn't she crying or laughing?" Anastasia thought something serious was happening, but no, he was just throwing a fit because she wouldn't cry. More crazy, her wild wolf of a dad was about to go off on the doctor for not figuring out why his kid wasn't crying. Anastasia was freaking out. She couldn't let someone get hurt because of her so soon after being born. In her past life, some folks didn't want to hear her cries, so Anastasia held back her tears, remembering how her parents almost took her life. But if her dad wants her to be a normal kid this time, then she ought to live like one. "Your Grace, I've done everything I can. My lady is perfectly healthy. Please trust me just this once." Outside the door, it seems like the doctor is crying harder than Anastasia, and his sobs just make her feel guiltier. Overwhelmed by guilt, Anastasia finally started crying from her cradle, a sound that brought her dad to a halt. A smile spread across his face as he dropped his sword to the floor. The young father rushed into the room, scooping up his daughter, saying, "My dear, you finally cried. What a strong and clear cry you have. Are you satisfied now, Your Majesty?" Anastasia thought to herself, uneasy, for misfortune always seemed to crash down whenever she cried. "So you finally let it all out. What a strong and clear cry you've got there, huh? Feeling good now, Your Highness," Anastasia thought to herself, a wave of unease washing over her because trouble always seemed to come right after her cries. But seeing her dad's happy vibe in this life, Anastasia seriously questioned if this whole existence was right for her. To keep things as childlike as possible, Anastasia just kept on crying. And just like that, she was swept up in her dad's arms. This chill moment got wrecked when the loud thumping of footsteps came from the hallway. Before long, a kid with hair just as pink as her dad's strolled into the room, looking totally unimpressed. "Dad, seriously, why are you all about Laura?" Anastasia could feel the envy in her eyes and instantly got the chills. "Oh no, is this my big sis in this life?" Seeing her little sister Anastasia felt like all the drama was about to come crashing down on her since her past sibling relationships were never great. Just having been reborn, Anastasia was aware of her older siblings, but her previous life's experiences made her more nervous than excited. Laurencia was super cute, with her fluffy pink hair, bright eyes, and chubby cheeks. But still, she was enough to freak Anastasia out. Just when she thought Laurencia might start crying, or even scratch her out of jealousy, the little girl shouted, "Is this really my little sister? How is she so adorable?" If Anastasia could talk, she would have gasped loudly. Laurencia's reaction was totally different from her siblings in her past lives. As the young duke knelt down, cradling Anastasia, Laurencia rushed over with excitement. "Wow, Lara has the cutest little sister!" She was so hyped that she even gave her sis the nickname, Shasha, just like her own nickname Lara. Unable to speak, Anastasia could only kick and flail her arms to show how much she hated that name. But little did she know, her dad thought she loved it too. So Anastasia was stuck with a name she couldn't stand. "Dad, let's give Zoxa some pudding," Laurencia suggested, buzzing with excitement. "Your dad gets it, Laurencia, but Anastasia is way too young for pudding, so you should eat it for her," the young duke reassured his eldest daughter while ruffling her hair. "But Sasha would be sad if Lara eats alone," Laurencia pouted back, saying, "I used to be sick and could only eat porridge. It made me sad I couldn't have anything cold. If Sasha can't have pudding now, she'll be as bummed as I was back then." Laurencia's sincere words made Anastasia's heart flutter. Is she worried I'll feel sad? What's this warm feeling of family? Naturally, no matter how much Laurencia begged, the Duke wouldn't let Anastasia have the pudding. In the end, her big sister enjoyed the treat. But feeling guilty towards her sis, Laurencia decided to make it up by giving her stuffed deer. "Laurencia, are you sure you can't sleep without it?" Their dad looked surprised since Laurencia was still just a kid, and he didn't expect her to show such kindness to her sister. "Yes, Sasa is my little sister, and as the older sis, I'll let her borrow it," Laurencia said sweetly. Her innocent face nearly caught Anastasia off guard, but the struggles of her past reminded her not to trust these folks. Just like her parents and sister, they were all putting on an act of kindness. To express her dissatisfaction, Anastasia started crying. But innocent Laurencia thought her sister didn't like her deer, so she switched tactics. "Do you hate deer, Anastasia? How about rabbits or a box? I'll give you anything. Just please don't cry." Laurencia was way more generous than Anastasia expected. After that, to cheer up her little sister, Laurencia even played peekaboo, and finally Anastasia's walls started to crumble before that cutie patootie face. She couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time Anastasia had smiled since she was born, so it's no wonder the young duke and his eldest daughter were so over the moon, since word about Anastasia's laughter during peekaboo quickly spread all over the castle. And soon, all the maids lined up to join in on the peekaboo fun. Even her personal physician got in on it. Of course, Anastasia's dad was right there too, and she finally found some peace when her mom kicked everyone out, leaving Anastasia feeling overwhelmed in her mom's arms. This was all a new experience for her, and she had no idea how to react. She thought that if she didn't respond, they'd get bored and give up. But her dad, the doctor, and even the maids didn't seem discouraged, instead pushing each other to try even harder next time to make Anastasia smile. She couldn't wrap her head around this family or this life at all. If they were just pretending to be nice, they were going way overboard. Could it be that in this life, I've actually been reborn into a loving family? Later that afternoon, after waking up, Anastasia noticed a small figure at the head of her bed. A little boy with pink hair looking exactly like the young Duke. Anastasia instantly recognized him as Damien, her brother, who was 5 years older. Even though he was still a kid, the maid said Damien already carried himself like the Duke's heir, always taught to be kind and stay busy. Yet today, here he was. Anastasia, of course, added him to her list of people to keep an eye on. "Anastasia, what are you thinking about?" Damien asked cheerfully, leaning over her crib with a puppy-like grin. If she could talk, she'd probably say she was thinking about how to survive. Seeing her serious little face, Damien couldn't help but poke her cheek gently. Then he suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, I brought you a gift. I wonder if you'll dig it." But even hearing about a gift, Anastasia didn't seem thrilled at all. Honestly, she thought it was kind of odd how everyone in the castle was so keen on doing things for her. The gift, Damien brought a plush tiger. Laurencia said Anastasia's smile is the cutest, so he's giving her his tiger stuffed animal. They've been tight since they were kids, and being apart is gonna be tough. But he's totally cool with giving it to her. Anastasia couldn't resist reaching out with her chubby hand to feel the tiger. First, her sister offered up her beloved deer, and now her brother is handing over his tiger, a buddy for 5 years. To these kids, these are priceless gifts, and still they give it to her without thinking twice. "So Anastasia, how about you flash me a smile?" Damon messed up his sister's hair with his tiny hand, then showed an eager expression. She found it even more puzzling. Her 5-year-old bro was gifting her something so dear just to see her grin. What's up with this fam? Is my smile really that important? Anastasia was confused, but to keep her brother's innocence intact, she forced a smile, making Damon stare at her blankly for a moment before bursting with joy. Whoa, she's smiling! Everyone, including Anastasia's oldest brother, the young Duke, his wife, and Laurencia, who were sneaking a peek outside, rushed in, thrilled to see their little sis smiling. For Anastasia, though, her feelings were a mix, having learned from many lives to be cautious about everything, especially during tough times. So since her reincarnation, Anastasia had always kept her guard up around her family. But right then, she genuinely hoped her 100th life would be a miracle. Despite past letdowns, Anastasia wished these folks wouldn't ditch her and that she could finally enjoy a happy life. This chill existence carried on for several months. Every day, Anastasia was wrapped in love with her parents' siblings and servants, constantly gushing over her cuteness. Her mom even quadrupled the pay of everyone who sewed Anastasia's outfits, just because she looked so adorable in them. Anastasia still couldn't wrap her head around this vibe. The castle was buzzing more than usual today, all because she just turned 5 months old a few days back, and now she finally had a spacious spot to play in, instead of just her crib. Anastasia started to crawl, and while she was still babbling, her pronunciation was getting way better. Her doting dad hung around, hoping to be the first to catch her saying, "I love you, Daddy." After being in this body for 5 months, Anastasia accepted she was just a regular kid, a far cry from her past life of always being chased. But in this life, all she had to do was grow up healthy like any normal kid. That thought made Anastasia super happy. And in a moment of pure excitement, she did her first roll. To Anastasia, it was just a simple move, but to the 4 pairs of eyes glued to her, it was a milestone. Her little brother Damien thought she rolled over way earlier than most babies, and her mom was totally on board. To celebrate, they threw a big ceremony where they sat Anastasia in a chair at the head of the table. At first, Anastasia thought it was just a family shindig, but it was way fancier than she imagined. Her parents and siblings all had gifts for her. The doctor and maids were no exceptions, and they all seemed so excited to see their young mistress growing up healthy, even more than other kids. The maids felt honored to serve her. Anastasia's parents treated the servants generously that day, and she found it all confusing for just rolling over. Are they making a big deal out of this? Everyone here is so sentimental. It's weird to her even after 5 months. After the fireworks party, her parents took Anastasia to the balcony to witness the dazzling light show celebrating her first roll. Her mom, beaming with happiness, said, "Anastasia, please keep living healthily and growing like this from now on." How strange. They don't care if she's well-behaved or successful, just healthy and growing. Such a simple wish feels out of place for a ducal family. The day after the party, the castle went quiet again as the servants' end-of-year holiday started. Everyone was bummed to see her go, except for one young maid filling in for the holidays who was dozing off by the door. Anastasia figured the girl was just stepping into her teenage years. After all, a kid needs solid sleep to grow up healthy. Maybe everyone was super busy because the year's ending. Her parents had left the mansion early that morning. Her brother was in an important class, and her sister was crashed out with a cold. No one was paying attention to Anastasia, but she saw it as a golden chance, deciding today she'd learn to stand. Her main goal was to climb onto the sofa in the room. With that thought, she went for it. Anastasia crawled towards the sofa. She told herself not to rush growing up, but she just wanted to go right now. Unfortunately, before Anastasia could reach the sofa, someone scooped her up. "Are you having fun, miss?" The one holding her was an older woman dressed like a maid. "Is that all you know?" she replied, but she couldn't remember ever seeing that face. The maid said the lady of the house sent her to fetch Anastasia, but her parents had clearly left early, and this maid didn't even wake the young maid snoozing at the door. A wave of fear hit Anastasia. She recalled having similar experiences once or twice before. Even if she's just a maid, she felt that was super suspicious. Instinctively, Anastasia began to scream, unfortunately confirming her worst fears as a drugged handkerchief was then brought down with a voice saying, "I will take good care of you, my lady. Please get some sleep." Those were the last words Anastasia heard before she blacked out. The chill vibes she'd had at the castle for the past few months had made her a bit too relaxed, and now she was in deep trouble. Anastasia slowly came to as she felt herself being jostled around and saw a total stranger's face. He was hustling with her at lightning speed, the Duke's castle already a distant memory. Anastasia realized she'd walked straight into a trap and could only blame herself in silence. Living in a love bubble for the last 5 months made her a bit lazy. She tried to keep her cool, wishing this was just a run-of-the-mill kidnapping. But what if these dudes wanted her dead? Would she be stuck wandering around in spirit form, watching everything go down until the end of time, having just come back to life for less than 6 months? Anastasia definitely didn't want that nightmare to play out. She'd rather grow up and be a sacrifice than kick the bucket as a 5-month-old baby. But what could she do now? That was the million-dollar question racing through Anastasia's head. Should she go along with the kidnappers and find out who's pulling the strings, or use her powers to zap to safety? Was this just an easy ransom gig? Or had someone uncovered her hidden identity and powers? Whatever the deal was, it deserved a closer look. So Anastasia decided to let the kidnappers take her instead of using her powers. But the thought of her parents and siblings back home, heartbroken over her abduction, really tugged at her heart. She had actually grown close to this family, and she didn't want to freak them out. But her plan to sneak into the kidnapper's lair went off the rails when an arrow suddenly zipped from nowhere, hitting the kidnapper. The arrow plunged into his left thigh, sending him tumbling back, but he clutched onto Anastasia like his life depended on it. "What?" The kidnapper grunted through the pain, confused. Another sharp voice broke through, and Anastasia realized it was a kid's voice. Blinking in confusion, she opened her eyes to spot a young boy with golden hair, his gaze fierce and proud. Most importantly, even though he was just a kid, he bravely brandished a sword at the kidnapper. "What do you think you're doing?" the boy went on. "The young lady you're holding is now my fiancée, and you have the audacity to kidnap her." Both Anastasia and the kidnapper stared at the boy, dumbstruck. She was confused because she had no idea when she became his fiancée. The kidnapper was baffled that his attacker was just a kid. "Get out of my way," he bellowed, gritting his teeth as he yanked the arrow from his thigh. But the soldiers were closing in fast. The kidnapping plot was blown wide open, and the soldiers were on him quicker than he had expected. So, he made a snap decision to ditch the golden-haired kid and run for the hills. But the boy was determined to stick to him like glue. Surprisingly, even though he was just a child, he was keeping pace with the adult kidnapper. "If you don't want to lose anything else, hand the girl over to me." The threat coming from a kid no older than 5 or 6 packed a serious punch. "Stop chasing me. I was forced into this," the kidnapper bellowed, but the boy had zero intention of stopping. "Enough with the lame excuses. Let's wrap this up now." Anastasia was feeling a bit overwhelmed. This kid looked to be about her brother's age. But he spoke with a chilling sense of purpose. His sword skills were on point, and he had a surprisingly strong magical vibe. Who is this kid mastering both swordplay and magic? He was even timing his attacks perfectly. He got slammed down, and Anastasia turned pale with fear in his arms. She's going to fall. I have to use magic to keep her safe. But before she could act, she suddenly fell into a gentle embrace. With her eyes squeezed shut in fear, she dared to peek a moment later. The golden-haired boy was holding her tight, worry etched across his face. Hey, there, are you okay? That must have been a real shocker. Are you hurt anywhere? Why aren't you crying? Of course, Anastasia was fine. The whole situation was just too sudden, and the golden-haired boy seemed completely focused on her, totally oblivious to the fact that the kidnapper had gotten back up. But he's just a kid after all, even with mad skills. Lapses in awareness are bound to happen. Anastasia had no choice but to step in. Even in her child's body, her magic was still somewhat functional, so she took down the kidnapper before he could even touch the boy. Seeing this, he looked totally perplexed. What just happened? He went down before I could even do anything. I saved the boy, but Anastasia isn't looking so hot. After using magic, her lungs felt like they were about to burst. Just as she'd feared, she had to be careful with her powers in this tiny body. Noticing her face turning bright red, the boy went into a panic. Could she have caught a cold? He quickly removed his cloak, wrapped it around Anastasia, and tried to comfort her. It's okay. You'll warm up soon. Anastasia felt a rush of warmth, her eyelids feeling heavy, begging her to sleep. By now, soldiers and servants had shown up. The kidnapper was pinned down, and even Damien had made it. Seeing his sister's state, he couldn't hold back his trembling. Anastasia, wake up. Your brother is here. The kidnapper thrashed at the sight of the young duke. Please spare me. It's all just a misunderstanding. I can explain. Damien wore an expression Anastasia had never seen before. He commanded the servants to haul the kidnapper away, demanding a full interrogation until their dad returned. Before long, Anastasia finally came to her vision swimming as she spotted her parents' worried faces. When their daughter finally opened her eyes, they frantically called for a doctor to check on her. Oh dear, you must have been so scared. I wish I could have been there for you. But the emperor called for me because the young duke seemed super sorry about what happened. Of course, Anastasia didn't hold it against him. I mean, he was a duke, right? He couldn't just ignore the emperor's call. Besides, she was fine. She just fainted from using too much energy. But her parents had no clue about that, and they kept apologizing to her like crazy. To cheer her up, Anastasia stretched out her tiny hands, trying to grab his finger. It was in that moment she wished more than ever to grow up quickly. The next day, Anastasia's chosen squad of knights showed up to see her. Their fierce looks freaked her out a bit. Turns out the duke, scared of another kidnapping, pulled together an escort of knights to keep his youngest daughter safe. Apparently, the masterminds behind the kidnap attempt were just some workers at the estate. Their kid was deep in debt, and they saw the duke and duchess throwing money at Anastasia. So they came up with a wicked scheme. They tried to snatch her during the holiday season, hoping to squeeze cash from the couple. Luckily, Damon's buddy found her and shut that plan down before it was too late. The two workers were said to be taken away, not exactly in top shape. Her parents claimed they handled it as gently as they could. Plus, having extra guards was also good for Damien and Laurencia. But 20 knights just for one little girl, that was way over the top. Anastasia was genuinely overwhelmed by it all. Clueless about his daughter's inner turmoil, the young duke eagerly introduced Anastasia. These are all the knights who've pledged their loyalty to you, so please say something to encourage them. Anastasia was at a loss for words. What exactly did her dad expect from a baby less than 6 months old? They weren't going to feel any excitement from a baby's encouragement, but really that was just how she saw it, because the knights looked like they were waiting for something cool to happen. Anastasia couldn't help but go along with her dad, so she half-heartedly babbled a few words. Yeah, oi means yes. Please take care of me. Even though it was just baby talk, the knights felt like they were pumped with a ton of energy. They all shouted together, "We'll give it our all, Lady Anastasia. We can't wait to work with you." A month had passed since the night squad was formed, and the number of people working in Anastasia's room had jumped up a lot, with 2 guards always stationed outside her door. As she grew and her powers got stronger, Anastasia found it easier to read their actions. But even at just 7 months old, figuring things out would really only start to get easy after she hit her first birthday. Anastasia still thought about the kidnapping from time to time. On that day, her parents left pretty early, looking more anxious than usual, which was something they hardly ever did together. Sure, the kidnapping was all about cash, but Anastasia couldn't shake the feeling that her family had enemies. I mean, there had to be a reason for all this extra security for just a kid living in a mansion. Out of curiosity, Anastasia even thought about using some of her powers to dig around. But then she remembered how that would make her sick again, and her parents would be all teary-eyed. So she decided against it. But this calm life was really stifling for her. After all, she was born to save the world from doom. In every lifetime, how could she just sit back and do nothing? As Anastasia tried to pull herself up by holding onto a chair, she heard a familiar voice. Turning around, she saw Damien was back from school. She immediately switched gears, crawling as fast as possible before launching herself into his arms, which made Damien super happy. Wow, how do you crawl so fast? My Anastasia is growing up way too fast. After 7 months in this little body, Anastasia started to love her family, especially her brother. But today, she noticed a hint of awkwardness on Damien's face, which was usually so gentle with her. Anastasia, you know my buddy really wants to meet you. He met you before. Remember my brother's friend. In Anastasia's mind, a fresh-faced, golden-haired boy began to take shape. Oh, if it was him, she definitely wanted to see him again. So Anastasia started nodding like crazy. Damien wasn't sure if he got his sister, so he gently asked again. So, Anastasia, you'll meet my friend again. Yeah, Anastasia answered seriously, already feeling a weird connection to the boy from their last meeting. His magical powers were impressive, but the odd thing was, even though they had just met, it felt like she had known him forever. After living so many lives, Anastasia sometimes ran into familiar faces from her past selves. Every soul had its own unique vibe. Occasionally she passed by someone like that, simply thinking she recognized them from a past life. But this blonde duke was different. He wasn't just familiar. He stirred up something strange in Anastasia, making her want to meet him again and dig deeper. Lord Mail will be here soon, the servant told Damien. The blonde boy's carriage had arrived at the mansion. We're here, young duke. The boy cautiously stepped out of the carriage, but his eyes sparkled with excitement he couldn't hide. So this was it. So soon awesome. Now where could he find the little miss? Before letting Mikai into his sister's room, Damon sternly reminded him to be polite and gentle with her. As the door swung open, Duke Mail spotted her sitting like a mini queen on a chair, flanked by 2 maids. He rushed toward her with excitement. The adorable little baby looks absolutely amazing. Anastasia's eyes widened as she took in the boy. She thought that seeing him again might jog her memory. But now, she was feeling kind of unsure. She'd only really known a handful of people over the last 2,000 years. Seeing Mikai grinning like a Cheshire cat, Damon teased him, "What's up, Mikai? You haven't even introduced yourself yet." My Anastasia is a total gem, a little cutie. My beloved Anastasia comes from a noble fam. Damon was flaunting his sister like a peacock showing off its feathers. That's just how obsessed he is with Anastasia. Dion usually comes off as all chill and calm, but around Anastasia, he sees her as just this little kid. And then there's Mikai trying to act all grown up, suddenly taking Anastasia's hand and introducing himself. This isn't our first time meeting, but it's a pleasure, little lady. I'm Mikai, the young duke from Leventus Arducci. With that, Mikai bent down and kissed Anastasia's tiny hand. She was totally taken aback by this boy's gentlemanly vibe, while the duke was left speechless. He immediately chimed in, "Hey, Mikai, I haven't even had the chance to kiss her hand yet." After that, Mikai Leventus became a regular at the castle, being the one and only heir of the Grand Duke of Leventus. Ever since their second hangout, he'd been chilling at the estate for over half a month. The Leventus Viscount was tied up with political stuff, but he decided to catch up with his childhood friend Damien. As a result, the gossiping maids wouldn't stop chatting about Mikai, meaning Anastasia knew more about him than her own fam. At first, she thought Mikai was just tight with her brother, but for the last 2 weeks, he'd popped by almost every day after his lessons, just like today. As Mikai rushed in, a few icy drops splashed on her. Rubbing her eyes, she mumbled, "Oh, did I get you wet? Sorry I took a bath before coming over." "Miss, my Anastasia thought he's so thoughtful." Mikai hardly seemed like he was just 6 years old. Today, just like before, he came with a present, an enormous high-quality ruby. I can't pinpoint when Mikai's gift spree started. Anastasia just knew it kicked off when she overheard a maid saying, "Not everyone deserved to see the young lady's smile." After that, he began bringing her anything he thought was cool, from teddy bears to jewelry and precious stones, but nothing worked. No chance. Anastasia only smiles for her brother. "Same here." Damon smirked. "I've made her laugh plenty of times." Laurentia chimed in. Fueled by Anastasia's challenge, Mikai turned up the heat, showering the little lady with even more extravagant gifts. All Anastasia could do was sigh. What was he thinking, bringing this for a baby? Are you sighing? Mikai asked, surprised. Anastasia ignored him, concentrating solely on improving her skills and her baby talk. This was the 100th time she had slipped back, but this time her progress seemed slower, holding back Anastasia's magic and making her impatient. As Anastasia reached for a chair to stand up, Mikai suddenly dropped the ruby into her hood. The weight of it made her tumble backward, causing the maids and Mikai to panic as she landed hard on her behind. The ruby rolled out of her hood, and at this rate she was about to hit her head on the floor. Luckily, the young duke was quick on his feet and caught her. Mikai looked flustered. "I'm so sorry, little lady. I just wanted to give it to you, but I never thought it'd make you slip." Oh, it was then that Anastasia noticed the ruby rolling on the floor. She thought she was too weak to stand, but it was all because of this kid. Blushing with fury, Anastasia clenched her fists, pointed at Mikai, and stammered, "Hi means I don't like you." The maids were confused, but Mikai paused for a sec. "Did you just say you don't like me, hurry and leave?" Okay, I messed up. I thought you'd look adorable holding that giant ruby." "Please don't say you don't like me." Their playful banter surprised the servants, who couldn't figure out how Duke Mikai understood the seemingly meaningless words of their little lady. And this only annoyed Anastasia more. How could this guy understand her baby talk when her own family couldn't? Seeing Anastasia quiet, Mikai switched tactics to coax her. "Baby, want to practice walking? Let me help you." He tried to get a response, but she said she didn't wanna. "But baby, you talk really well. How can you speak so clearly at only 7 months old?" "But I can really help you walk. I was on my feet by the time I was 6 months old." Mikai emphasized 6 months, and it sparked an urge in Anastasia to rise to the challenge. While she couldn't even stand at 7 months, Mikai, who was walking by 6 months, bragged about how great he was at it. Eventually, Anastasia gave in. She took Mikai's hand, convincing herself it was just to help her develop faster. And just like that, the maids stood in awe, marveling at the sight of the young lady standing on her own feet. Sure, it was with Mikai's help, but the fact was, she was standing. Even Anastasia was amazed at how steady she felt. "Told you I knew I could help you stand." Mikai was thrilled, saying that since she could stand, she could probably walk too. He stepped back a little and gently tugged on Anastasia's hand. Anastasia never thought she'd actually walk, but her feet moved and she took her first steps, cheered on by Mikai and the maids, who were beyond excited. Anastasia didn't think much of it until she heard a thud from the doorway, turning to see Damien there with his eyes wide, having dropped his book. His voice shaky as he called out for his sister, and she vaguely realized something was off. "Oh no, why's Big Brother home early today, Meek Kyochi?" He dropped his book, and his voice wobbled as he shouted out for his sister, and she kind of figured something was off. "Oh no, why is Big Brother home early today, Meek Kyochi?" Totally clueless, she keeps bragging. "Check it out, the little lady is holding my hand and walking like a champ." Anastasia wanted to stop, but it looked like she just picked up her pace. Mikai was all worried, saying, "No, little one, you're gonna wipe out again like last time." Hearing this, Damon bolted over, scooped Anastasia up, and gave her a snug hug. "You're already looking a bit rough." Anastasia asked, "Did you fall?" The maids, not wanting to lie, said the little lady's tumble wasn't a big deal. She didn't cry, and everything was cool. But why'd she fall? Mikai's vibe got a lot more serious, worrying about the maids. Mikai took the blame. Damon had zero patience to listen, his rage fueled by the fact Mikai had caused his sister to fall. That was all that mattered. Mikai tried to explain that Anastasia's spill wasn't too bad, and that he had caught her before her head hit, but Damon's anger just flared up more. She almost banged her head. Anastasia tugged at her brother's sleeve, but couldn't calm his rage. So, at just 6 years old, Damon declared Mikai Leventus from now on, "Don't come to see Anastasia again." Anastasia felt a bit panicked. How did things spiral so fast? Mai seemed to catch the same vibe, wanting to explain, but Damon fired back, "Enough. Just get out of here." It was the first time Anastasia had ever seen her brother act so ruthless. Things escalated into a bigger argument than she ever imagined, and it was obvious Mikai was pretty hurt by her brother's words. "Good thing he's got a sister," he muttered. Damon looked flustered hearing that. "This isn't good. Both kids are hurt, and honestly, they're not acting like kids at all. They're way more special than other kids their age." even wiser than adults who haven't fully grown up. So in this scenario, they don't know how to hash things out like kids typically would. If this keeps going, the gap is going to get wider. Anastasia didn't want her brother to lose a good friend over something so trivial, so she decided to do something she really didn't want to do to fix it. From Damon's point of view, he loved reading with his siblings after school and dozing off with them while stories were being read instead of lullabies, sharing snacks when Laurencia's tummy growled. It might seem ordinary, but this was Damon's favorite time of day. But after Mai rescued his little sister from being kidnapped, Damon willingly gave up his routine, sharing his time with Anastasia for his friend, while Mikai's only family was his grandfather, who was always caught up in political stuff. Mikai thinks babies are cute, but has no clue how to deal with them. He's just a 6-year-old who's great with swords, and his jokes are never mean-spirited. From Anastasia's view, she could only think it was all her fault. After all, her Bible, which was only understood by Mikai, had caused the issue. The truth is, she called Mai's name, even before she knew her parents' names, Laurencia or Damon, and they got so upset they kept calling her name all day long. And now Anastasia's first steps were taken in the arms of Mai, a stranger, rather than her own family. So Damon's reaction, filled with frustration, is totally understandable. Cornered, Anastasia felt mostly at fault, and as tensions flared, she began to cry. Anastasia rarely cried or laughed, so when she wailed like that, everything else faded away. She sobbed and babbled, but her words didn't make sense. In a panic, she turned to Mikai, who somehow got what the baby was saying. She was scared and didn't like it. Mikai flustered, and both 6-year-olds quickly apologized to Anastasia. But that's not what she wanted. She wanted them to make up. Anastasia grabbed her brother's shirt, then pointed at Mai. The two kids stood there in awkward silence. Finally, Mikai broke the ice first. "I'm sorry your precious sister got in danger. Since Mikai spoke first, it was easier for Damon to open up. I'm sorry for telling you not to come here. I acted out of jealousy because you got close to my own sister Damon." Mikai scratched his head sheepishly, adding, "I don't really know much about dealing with babies, since I've got no siblings. So, can you teach me more? I'll do whatever you say, since you seem better with the little lady. And if you say I can't touch her without permission, I'll respect that." Mai was totally sincere. After all, he was just a kid and never thought his prank would be so risky. As for Damon being the good guy he is, he couldn't stay mad at his best bud for long. "All right, since you asked so nicely." And so the two boys patched things up thanks to Anastasia's weariness, leaving both of them breathing easier. She was happy that her brother and his best friend were such awesome kids. But she cried so much that her eyelids started to droop. Sleep came fast, and she only remembered Damon and Mikai saying goodnight before she zonked out. But even though she fell asleep in her brother's arms, she suddenly woke up in a bizarre place. It was pitch dark with only the sound of dripping water. Anastasia figured she was dreaming, but didn't know how to wake up. Then she heard a cry for help and turned to see a cocoon wrapped in cloth and tied up with chains. A desperate shout for help echoed from the strange object, her mind hazy as her body moved toward it on its own. As Anastasia stood in front of it, she shook with fear. "I am your only understanding." The voice from within the cocoon spoke again, and Anastasia's hand, now acting on its own, reached out. How could this thing say it understood her? Had it also lived through countless lives or something? Anastasia's small hand touched the cocoon, causing it to break apart instantly, and a blinding light took away her vision. As she finally recognized what was in front of her, an intense, unsettling panic washed over her because it was a baby that looked just like her. Anastasia realized that this baby was the source of the voice she had been hearing. It continued, "Don't ever forget I am the only one." Anastasia stared in shocked disbelief as the creature that mirrored her floated closer, reaching out a tiny hand. But just as it was about to touch her, she got distracted by someone calling her name. That familiar voice yanked her back to reality. It was Mikai who woke her up, holding a magic orb, with Damien and Laurencia right by his side. They all wore the same expression of panic and concern, and Anastasia felt confused. Hadn't she just taken a snooze and had a nightmare? Did I really make everyone worry this much? But when the Duchess started crying and went to the cradle, Anastasia understood she had been out cold for a week with a high fever. The whole family was freaking out, especially Laurencia and Damon, whose eyes were red and puffy from crying so much. From a distance, Laurencia wailed, "Let me take your pain away so you won't be sick anymore." Damon added, "Leah, if you're going to get sick for her, then I'll get sick for you." Damien immediately jumped in. All right, if you two want to be healthy, then I guess I'll just have to be the one who's sick. And with that, the Duke hugged his two youngest kids, watching their family warmth. Mackay couldn't help but feel a pang of loneliness. But as he soaked in his sadness, a warm towel was placed on his head. Then Anastasia's dad wrapped him in a hug and dried his hair gently, thanking him for his help. It was nothing, just something I could do. No need to be so formal. While Anastasia was sick, you went out of your way to bring the high priest back here, which is why you were soaked to the bone. Apparently, Anastasia had been hit by a curse from some mysterious force. Everyone was stunned by the high priest's diagnosis, but thanks to Mai bringing medicine, she was able to wake up safely. So the whole Grand Duke's family was super grateful to that kid, and as Anastasia listened to them, she started to see Mai in a whole new light. The high priest's place is pretty far from the mansion, and it's not really normal for a 6-year-old to venture there alone. Either way, Anastasia owes Mai another life debt. But one other thing was heavy on her mind. The curse her parents mentioned. Having lived 100 lives, she thought she was immune to such dirt, but she got dragged into a nightmare and had her powers snatched away. Even in her 100th life, there was no peace. The cozy warmth of the estate almost made her forget her harsh fate, a relentless rule in Anastasia's life. She had to get stronger and fast so she could handle her powers right. With that in mind, Anastasia clenched her fist. Just then, the Duchess looked down at her with tears in her eyes, saying, "My little girl, please grow up strong and healthy." With that, she hugged Anastasia, seemingly crying again, melting Anastasia's heart. Forgetting any big ambitions for power, she first needed to soothe her family. About a month after the nightmare, Anastasia started sleeping peacefully. This was the first time in 1,000 years she'd felt this way. Her body grew like any other kid's, but even a little magic use gave her a fever. Thankfully, Anastasia no longer had nightmares or unwanted visitors. Time flew by, and now it was 9 months since she was born. At this point, Anastasia could walk on her own, taking careful steps with her dad always there to catch her when she tripped. Her managing 3 steps at once made him happier than conquering vast lands. Anastasia, still a bit cautious, gradually started to enjoy her life. Although 3 steps were her biggest accomplishment, her family celebrated it like a major milestone. Anastasia was also pumped that as she grew, using her magical powers became easier. This would help her gather intel, and she found out about a festival happening in April and a visit from young Mika. Anastasia even listened in on her brother Damien's lessons, picking up on titles and family history, finally realizing 9 months after her birth that her last name was Anderbang. Anastasia had been freaking out about not growing up fast enough, but now that she was gathering more intel, she felt a wave of relief. Archduke Enderplank suddenly got serious. "Our little one can walk now. Are you all training hard enough?" He spoke this to the knights, but Anastasia couldn't see how her walking related to their training. Still, they seemed super tense. "Even though we can't hold a candle to the young lady, we're giving it our all. We'll work even harder to keep up with the young lady." I was speechless again. Why would they use a kid like Anastasia as their measuring stick? I heard someone got left behind during the last promotion from Viscount to Grand Duke. Duke Enderplant's voice still sounded serious. Now that it's spring, he must be checking on the knight's skills after a long time. Without hesitation, Anastasia's dad declared that a martial arts tournament would be held during the April festival, ordering the castle knights to get ready. But most importantly, Anastasia is the star of this April festival. In a gentle and warm atmosphere, Theta's soft voice floated through. "Since our little one's hair is still too thin, should she wear a newborn hat, or would a ribbon matching her dress be cuter?" With the festival and martial arts tournament just around the corner in April, Thela is really struggling to pick out an outfit for her little girl. She's sitting there really feeling the fabric, wondering if yellow would be the way to go for spring. The maid tilted her head, quietly asking, "What did you wear when you were a kid?" Thet paused, her eyes glinting with a memory. "Me. My first dress, I think it was white with gold trim." Hearing that, the maid pointed at the white and gold fabric decorated with beautiful flowers, claiming that a gold dress would definitely look great on her. Theta slumped into a chair with 2 maids behind her, whispering sweetly about how this young lady looked so much like her mom, but with an even cuter face. A vision of Theta poised and stunning filled their minds. One maid softly said that even her ruby-red eyes and dark hair were just like Anastasia. Tyla beamed shyly, her eyes sparkling. Anastasia would totally love to hear that she looks like her. My lady once said she'd like another kid just like me." In the cozy light of the plush room, Thet caressed the beautifully embroidered fabric, her eyes warm with nostalgia. "All right." Her voice was magical but firm. "Let's go with a yellow dress for the martial arts tournament. Bright yellow looks so adorable on girls her age." As soon as the mistress made up her mind, the maids rushed to shower her with compliments, saying she was classy and cute as a button. Oh man. I thought it would remind me of the Flower Spirit Q Company. The seamstress, who had been eardropping, suddenly chimed in cheerfully. "No worries, madam. I'll whip up a dress that's as pretty as a flower and as cute as can be." She looked over at the seamstress. "Can you really do that? Then give it your all." She smiled widely, pointing at the bright floral fabrics elegantly laid out on the chair, her voice steely with resolve. "My youngest doesn't have enough dresses, so we should definitely make a few extra while we're at it." "Right." The sudden pile of work had the seamstress feeling both thrilled and slightly panicked as she stuttered, "Excuse me." She stood there amidst the dazzling fabrics and exquisite dresses, a bright smile spreading on her face, her eyes twinkling with hope. She quietly asked, "You can really pull it off, right?" As word about the martial arts tournament spread, a celebratory vibe took over the manor. The prep for the festival became even more buzzing with excitement after the unexpected announcement of the competition. At the training grounds, 2 knights, fired up with passion, raised their hands high with determination, shouting, "I'm definitely gonna win." Gon was just as pumped. "I've swung my sword thousands of times every day to gear up for this tournament." The young lady, witnessing the knights training tirelessly, had caught a cold and was acting a little odd. Anastasia felt helpless against their fervor, while the maids gathered in the sunlit room, their cheeks flushed with secret giggles. One of them paused, asking, "What should I embroider now?" The girl next to her laughed softly, replying, "I'm gonna stitch flowers with the name of the knight who told me he liked me." A sugary vibe filled the air as each girl started confessing their first crushes. Their cheeks went red as they revealed their feelings. Love must be super beautiful, bringing happiness and laughter to everyone, brightening the whole house with joy. Maybe it's just the springtime, a lucky day that has everyone looking so blissful. Time flew, and it was mid-April. People gathered at the Duke's estate for the festival. Today wasn't just about the spring festival, but also the martial arts tournament day. Inside the mansion, everything felt totally different. A maid gently fed Anastasia bite after bite. Suddenly, a few drops of food spilled, almost messing up Lady Anastasia's yellow dress, making her jump, but before it hit another maid swiftly caught it, leaving everyone holding their breath. The air in the dining hall was tense as the head servant scolded, "This is a big day." "And I told you to be careful." The young maid stuttered, bowing her head. "I'm so sorry. So very sorry. What if you'd stained the dress? Then what?" He snapped. "This dress was specially made by the madam for today, so get it together." Anastasia's yellow dress received compliments from both the madam and the maids alike. She looked adorable. "She's definitely our little treasure." From the moment I laid eyes on her, I couldn't help but be amazed by her cuteness. The yellow just highlights her charm. The lady of the house herself designed it. Anastasia's mother was beyond thrilled with the dress. "All right, I'll pay you double." The seamstress was moved to tears, clasping her hands and crying out her gratitude to the lady, while the 2 maids kept bickering. "If you stain the young lady's clothes, we might get kicked out today." Anastasia quietly watched their panicked, frantic actions, thinking, "Well, that can't happen." The maid sobbed, continuously apologizing as Anastasia looked on, confused. "Why is everybody acting so weird today? I don't want to see them fight anymore." She waved her hand. The young maid was stunned. "Are you comforting me?" Miss, seeing Anastasia's wave, the maid was brought to tears, her eyes shining. "For sure, our young lady is so sweet. I wonder who her partner will be today. I'm so jealous. Who could it be?" The old head butler interjected, "He'll be here soon. Now go tidy up." Anastasia froze. So my betrothed is the reason for all this chaos. All eyes turned toward the slightly open door. A maid's voice rang out from the hallway, filled with anticipation. "Looks like the young lady's partner has shown up." "Yes, come on in." Young Master Mai, with his golden hair, entered the room. A maid's voice rang out from the hallway, full of excitement. "Looks like the young lady's guest has arrived." "Yeah, please come in." In walked young Master Mai with his shiny golden hair. Anastasia watched the door swing open, let out a sigh, and thought about her ever-present bad luck. Her expression was calm, but showed signs of weariness. In moments like these, she usually either played it cool or ended up winning. Just then, Mikai came in all grins and dressed to impress. "Hey there, little miss." Anastasia glanced his way. "I heard he was at the Grand Duke's place. It feels like forever since I last saw him." Mikai grinned even wider, adding, "Lucky me, I'm the young lady's escort today." Anastasia rolled her eyes, disdain clear on her face. Mikai clenched his fist, a shadow passing over his eyes. "Last time, that little one seemed squirmy when I had her right. I've been practicing diligently at the Grand Duke's place." His tone was soft, but carried a hint of concern. The memory of their previous meeting still hung in the air, but he refused to back down. So he dropped to one knee, extending his hand toward Anastasia. "Can I be your knight, little miss?" Anastasia was taken aback, her blonde hair and amethyst eyes locking onto his serious expression. Standing tall on the steps in the bright sunlight, her dark green dress beautifully highlighted her noble figure, her lips moving slightly as her authoritative voice echoed throughout the square. All the competitors hung on her words. Her face was frosty, her ruby eyes sparkling fiercely. No one dared to underestimate her statements. The martial arts champion not only would snag a prize, but also a prestigious opportunity. Excitement buzzed in the air for the martial arts tournament and the acclaim that awaited. Tha's voice resonated through the hall as the knight kept a watchful eye. A fanfare of trumpets along with a cascade of confetti kicked off the grand event. On the elevated platform, a noblewoman in a rich blue gown stood proudly, surveying all the contestants beneath her, while knights lined up sharply in blue uniforms, ready to announce the opening flags of the kingdom in hand. The mood was serious, with everyone's gaze fixed on the platform where glory and honor would be determined. Just then, Laurencia arrived with a bright smile. The little girl gently tugged on the sleeve of the pink-haired boy next to her, who radiated maturity and kindness, holding a bouquet of white tulips, a pure gift from Laurencia Anderbang. Tha's voice rang out as the proud footsteps of the victor grew closer, ready to retrieve a commemorative bouquet from Anastasia Anderblang. Following Thetlaw's sign, all eyes shifted to the platform as Mikai stepped up holding Little Miss. Though Anastasia looked less than pleased, she grumbled quietly that despite all their practice, his baby-holding skills still needed work, making her feel uneasy. The knights below were thrilled by the sight of the young lady. Genève excitedly remarked, "Little miss, we're definitely getting your flower." A third one clenched their fist. "Victory's in the bag." Lady Lara Lenslot seemed helpless. Don't sweat it. We'll get you those flowers." Meanwhile, the young master of Tiella approached the four children, gently ruffling Laurencia's hair and asking, "Want to say a few words to cheer on the knights?" Laurencia, dressed in her adorable pink outfit, smiled and waved. "Lara wishes you all the best." Damon smiled too. "I believe in that victory promise. Don't let me down." He then turned to Anastasia, his tone gentle, causing Anastasia to flinch. "Me too." A heavy sigh resonated in her thoughts. What can a baby who's just 10 months old even do? I'm barely able to babble. Mikai, still holding her, seemed to catch her unspoken worries and chuckled. "No worries, little miss. I'll translate for you." Feeling helpless, Anastasia knew that wasn't the main issue, but witnessing the bright, hopeful faces of the crowd, her fragile defenses started to crumple. Resistance felt pointless. There was no backing down now. Anastasia waved at the stands and whispered a few words. Mikai translated. "Did everyone catch that? The young lady wants all of you to win." A collective cheer erupted. "Absolutely, we'll give it our all." Amidst the cheers, Anastasia sighed, entirely drained. Before she could find a moment to relax, Mikai leaned down and said softly, "Little miss." He hugged her tight and asked, "Is there anything you want to tell me?" Anastasia was startled. Mikai smiled, explaining, "Because I'm in this, too." Anastasia was shocked. Him! Visions of Mikai among towering knights danced in her mind. He was planning to dive into the fray alongside those hefty knights. Remembering the kidnapping, she had to acknowledge his skills were superior to many of the knights present, but the difference in size and strength was undeniable. What if he gets hurt? He's only 6 years old. As Anastasia fretted, Mai piped up saying that if she cheered for him, he would surely win. Anastasia sighed, her small hands tugging at Mikai's, her eyes wide as she babbled, "You have no clue how fast they are." "Don't stress," Mai laughed, automatically interpreting. "Just don't get hurt. Were we not just talking about winning?" Anastasia glared at him, which made Mikai burst into laughter. He set Anastasia down, patted his chest, and confidently boasted, "I'll work hard to impress you," his golden hair shimmering as Mikai smiled, speaking with determination. "It's almost time. I have to bounce, but I'll be back. If I win Little Miss, I'll be cool, right?" Anastasia stared at his grin, her mind blank. She didn't reply, turning her head away as if she hadn't heard. Mikai chuckled. "The young lady's playing deaf again." Anastasia thought to herself how unexpected it was that he recalled her saying that the word cool was only meant for her brother. "No way, you're seriously awesome." Mai points to herself. Nope." Anastasia shakes her head. Kids can be so competitive. The loudspeaker suddenly breaks into her thoughts. The tournament's about to kick off." Following the host's voice, Anastasia quickly glances at the stage. It looks like it's ready to start. Where's her dad? The host is MIA when a voice suddenly calls out, "Laurencia, Anastasia." Anastasia is taken aback. Why is that coming from the arena floor? At the same time, Rogato waves shining like a star. Decked out in his nighttime gear with a wooden sword at his side, he waves to his two daughters, promising to snag them the flower. Anastasia can't believe what she's witnessing. It's like a bunch of oversized kids fighting. Rogato's on the field waving like he's got the best news ever. "My darlings, are you watching?" The audience is even rolling their eyes, thinking, "Dude, this is way too risky for you." Anastasia, nestled in Damien's embrace, frowns a bit, thinking, "Dad, you don't look cool at all in front of this family. You just look like a total hick." Shortly after, some servants set up shaded seats for the Rogato family, and Laurencia takes her spot, waving her hands and cheering. "You're the best daddy. Laura's here to root for you." Rogato is even more pumped, blowing kisses to the kids. "That's my girl, just wait and see." Anastasia feels cozy in her brother Damien's arms. Her dad stepping into this whole thing is a bit strange, but she's curious about how the match will play out. Given the knights' reactions and how her dad interacts with them, he must have some serious skills, but it's hard to wrap her head around. Below the stage, Rogato has both hands up, grinning. My youngest kid with flags waving in the breeze and the referee's signal. The match is on. Everyone's eyes are glued to the arena as Rogato and Ken prepare for their first match. They stand facing off, both wielding identical wooden swords. Rogato turns his wrist, swings his sword toward his opponent, and says in a low, confident tone, "All right then, good luck." Ken nods, replying seriously, "Yep." Rogato's sword is raised, his eyes icy, his demeanor completely transformed, and Anastasia feels a chill. Her eyes widen as she watches her dad from a distance, thinking, "He's a completely different person. Even from here, I feel the chill." Just as Anastasia imagined, Ken is in deep trouble, his panic clear as he meets Rogato's icy stare and frightening presence. In a flash, Rogato unleashes a barrage of powerful, precise strikes. His speed, strength, and defense are on another level. Rogato attacks while casually advising Ken as if they're just training instead of actually competing. Ken, drenched in sweat, keeps responding with a constant, "Yes, sir. Yes, sir." The skill gap is monumental. Rogato even has time to tell Ken to focus on his lower body and keep his balance. Anastasia lowers her gaze, questioning if this is a competition or a training session. The skill disparity must be massive. They aren't even treating this like a contest. She secretly hopes it ends quickly. And sure enough, less than a minute later, Ken's wooden sword goes flying, and the entire stadium holds its breath as it hits the ground far away. Ken is shocked, then takes a deep breath. "I lost." Ken concedes as Rogato, pride beaming, throws his hands up in victory. "Isn't my treasure the coolest?" Anastasia stares at him, her head starting to hurt again. "I might have thought about it if you hadn't mentioned it, Dad." The loudspeaker blares with an announcement. Next up, Mikai is going against a knight 10 years older. Realizing the size difference, Mikai charges as soon as the flag waves, landing a solid hit and capitalizing on the chaos. He deflects his opponent's sword and takes the first round, earning Anastasia's admiration. If this drags on longer, it's going to be bad news for Mikai. He really has insane fighting skills. But then she frowned slightly. Was this all luck or bad luck? Rogato beams at Mikai, excitedly lifting his sword a little, as he says, "Show me what you've got, little knight." Anastasia's heart sinks as she realizes her next opponent is her own father. Facing off against the towering Rogato, Mikai feels the weight of the world on his shoulders. His eyes narrow, laser-focused. Without hesitation, Mikai decides to strike first. He charges in like a flash of stunning purple lightning. Anastasia watches breathless, her gaze locked on her dad. Rigato's face stays calm, betraying no stress. Their father is definitely unfazed. Nearby, Damien can't help but grin with pride. Our dad is truly incredible, right? Anastasia nods along while Laurencia cheers enthusiastically from the sidelines. Keep it up, focus. Watching from the sidelines, Anastasia realizes Mikai knows he's up against a wall with their father. Still, he's pouring everything he has into trying to keep up. Even though he's dead tired, Mikai keeps striking with pinpoint precision. His hands are strong, his eyes unwavering. Anastasia feels a surge of inspiration. That's the raw talent of a swordsman at just 6 years old. He's so determined to win. Maybe in 10 years, he'll be as skilled as his dad is now. And in 20 years, he could be the greatest knight on the continent. Anastasia's eyelids feel heavy. I probably won't be around to see it anyway. I'm not likely to live past 20. What a bummer. That's why I stopped training disciples. Anastasia thinks back to when others sought strength from their past lives. I taught those who were eager to learn, no matter their age or status, but I never got to see them grow as I had hoped. She closes her eyes and sighs. Maybe they betrayed her, a group who couldn't appreciate the kindness of others. Anastasia sighed, saying that 7 out of 10 kids would totally stab her in the back. One kicked the bucket early, and the last one went under the knife for a long time. She couldn't help but chuckle to herself, thinking her life had been pretty wild. Habits can be super scary after all. In the ring, Mai keeps fighting with fierce determination. Anastasia watched closely, analyzing every hit. A bit of power gathered on her left shoulder. Solid foundation, but with occasional wasted effort. Great control, especially given how sharp that blade is. Looks like he's got experience against others. He's got natural talent, but the real move is to unlock his magic and blend it with his sword skills. She tightened her small fist, maybe still longing to leave a mark somewhere. I can see my sister silently watching closely, while Damon blinks before playing with his rice. So Anastasia really has a crush on Mikai, huh? Guess I gotta step in and show her what I'm made of. Anastasia freaks out. No way, that's not it. What do you mean I like that kid? I need to grow up like fast. She rambled, flustered and all confused. No. It's way cooler than that. You just don't get it, do you? Are you saying I'm cooler than M. Kai? Even Anastasia tilted her head at her brother. Why ask what's obvious? Damon beamed cheerfully. Thank goodness, I wonder if Mikai will be bummed to hear that. Anastasia was stunned watching her brother's bright smile. Her heart skipped a beat. That same familiar feeling hit her again. Flashing images of Laurencia and Tha swirled in her mind. In this life, I want to be with my fam. I thought motivation alone would cut it. She remembered a mysterious figure in a white robe who popped up in her dream. Ever since she met that quirky kid, that feeling tightened like a coil, driving her with greed, wanting to hang out with her loved ones for longer. To do that, she first has to check out that suspicious kid. The sound of wooden swords clashing echoed as Mikai's sword dropped, and a small but firm voice rang out from the center of the arena. I give up. Anastasia stared in shock as Mai Leventus landed 2 hits on her dad, only to get knocked out in the second round. Rigato patted Mikai's head, praising, Man, you've come a long way. Mikai quietly thanked him as the final results were announced amidst loud applause and awe-filled eyes. Just as everyone figured, the martial arts tournament's champ was their dad. Anastasia thought to herself, squeezing her sister Laurencia's hand. The 3 siblings, hand in hand, clutching bouquets of flowers, approached the stage where the champ awaited, softly cheering. Dad! His face lit up at the sight of his precious kids. His voice dripped with love. My children. Laurencia bolted into her dad's arms, hugging him tight. You were so awesome, Dad. Lara's dad is the best. Rigato smiled with pure joy. Oh, my daughter. That's right. Oh, Anastasia also offered a bouquet. A sweet little sound rang out like a bell. Ah. Rigato paused, then leaned down gently to accept the bouquet from his youngest daughter, his face glowing with emotion. Rigato pulled his 3 kids into a hug, his voice full of happiness. This year, I'm truly happy. My kids are adorable. I've been able to show you all my best side. Here, Anastasia retorted with a frown. I'm not a kid anymore. Laurencia giggled in her dad's arms. Oh yes, you're the best dad. Mikai, noticing Anastasia's awkward look, chuckled, wondering how long she would pretend not to hear. Rigato was still buzzing with excitement, while Carlin remained as chill as ever. The martial arts competition has seen tons of changes, and more congrats will come your way later. Watching the commotion from a distance, Chella couldn't help but stroll over and smack her husband a few times. "Save some face, will ya?" That moment ended when Mom slapped Dad 3 times. But as laughter filled the air, the scene around Anastasia started to fade. A strange voice echoed faintly, like a whisper from deep in her memories. "Master, I miss you so." At the tavern table, amidst the rising smoke of grilled meats and the cool scent of beer, the vibe was lively as the Duke treated his people to a free feast. The Duke is the best blessing everyone with free meat and drinks. They also chatted about Anastasia, the youngest daughter of Duke Regato. Could it be because the Duke's youngest daughter is at the festival this year? How intriguing. As everyone feasted, a warm voice chimed in, both reminding and encouraging them. The busiest season for farmers hits right after the April festival. This holiday will be over soon. Eat up so you've got the energy to work. While they munched and chit-chatted, a question popped up. Who does the Duke and Duchess's youngest daughter look like more? This seemingly innocent question totally grabbed everyone's focus. The two kept chatting. One dude wondered if he ever thought about anything other than food. "I don't know. Bet she's more like the Duchess than those older kids," one chimed in, sparking a debate. He could never be sure this time would be any different. Just then, the tavern door burst open, and a guy rushed in yelling, "The Duke's parade is here. Anyone who wants to see it, hustle outside." The folks who were just chatting exchanged stunned glances as all the tavern patrons rushed outside to witness the Duke's parade, and more importantly, to catch a glimpse of Anastasia's beauty. "Let's go check it out," causing the restaurant owner to exclaim helplessly, "Where are you all going? What about the customers?" Outside, the crowd jostled for the best view. And then someone yells, "Hey, wait up, check it out!" A determined voice chimes in, "I told you this time would be different." And just like that, their wish was granted. They laid eyes on Rogato's youngest daughter, a tiny girl with jet black hair and striking red eyes, an exact replica of Lady Chila. Anastasia excitedly shared that after the parade, her dad, in a great mood, treated the townsfolk to loads of meat and wine. Even riding in an open carriage, Rogato and his daughter Laurencia were both super hyped as he shouted, "I wouldn't miss this festival for anything thanks to my daughter." Meanwhile, both Damon and Anastasia felt a bit embarrassed. Anastasia sighed, "Well, it's a decent excuse as long as Dad's happy." Lara looked just like a princess, which made them both feel a bit considerately awkward. The crowd grew more excited. "Let's give it our all this year," they whispered. "Only he really looks out for us year after year. With such a kind Duke, that young lady is bound to be a real gem when she grows up." Anastasia glanced at Regato, who was happily accepting flowers from a citizen, and she thought how she'd never seen a Duke so chill with the common people. Grins spread across everyone's faces. Thanks to the festival, the Duke had eased the people's burdens, and the aroma of grilled meat and tasty treats wafted across the banquet table. Anastasia mused, and for a bunch of reasons, their bellies were full. That's why everyone was feeling so joyful. "It's been ages since I've seen a leader like this." She closed her eyes, getting lost in thought. "If I were in charge, they probably wouldn't catch a glimpse of me unless I was out on my own." Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly handed a bouquet of white and yellow flowers. Anastasia jumped in surprise. Lenslot appeared with a kind smile, presenting the flowers to her. This kid wanted to give some flowers to the lady. Anastasia thought to herself, "Shouldn't the knight in the tournament be resting? What's he doing here?" Sheila smiled as she accepted the bouquet, exclaiming about how beautiful the flowers were. "Thanks, I really appreciate it." Anastasia stuttered beside her. "Thanks," Lenslot replied softly. "It's the least I could do." Thorilla added, "You should really take a break." At that, Lenslot rubbed his head, feeling shy. "Nah, my lady. If I rest too much, I'll just feel anxious. In my past life as a knight, I was never like this." She snuggled into his arms quietly, thinking all she had to do was stick by him and protect her master well. And then fragments of memories began to wash over her. If I show my skills, be it to nobles or even the king, even if they trembled in fear, they would still keep me close. Anastasia closed her eyes, recalling a certain someone who always watched her and begged her not to die even from selfish reasons. Bits of memories floated in Anastasia's mind. She remembered a girl who once said to her, "If I die, who will protect me?" Anastasia replied, "If I don't die, you will." "Is that really okay?" the princess was stammering, "But I'm so scared." Anastasia smiled to reassure her. Sighs, "You'll be fine without me." She remembered the moody, complaining princess who was just 10 years old. Honestly, I've grown quite fond of her. She wondered if the princess would stay safe even with all the protective spells the men had cast before her exit. Anastasia clutched the unusual bouquet. Until now, she'd never thought about such a moment. She whispered softly, her voice shaking amid her swirling thoughts. Why, in that moment of almost dying, did the faces of those I cared about come rushing back? Anastasia stared off into space, realizing it was just a memory, and she couldn't let it mess with her future. She seriously considered that she might need to use her powers sooner than she thought. So she figured she needed to call her assistant. Just as she was weighing her future, a familiar voice broke in. "What's with the serious face, girl? I won the first round. Don't you think I'm cool?" Anastasia frowned internally. Mikai's surprise entrance startled her, causing her to drop the milk bottle. As she muttered, "When did he show up?" Mikai tilted his head, curiously looking at Anastasia. "What do I gotta do for you to think I'm as cool as your brother? I actually had to practice holding a baby." Anastasia sighed helplessly. "You really practiced that." Mikai quickly snatched the bottle and handed it back to her. He grinned gently and said, "A baby is still a baby. Hold tight or it'll drop." Mikai beamed, coaxing, "And I want to hear you say I'm cool. If I beat the Duke, will you cheer for me?" Faced with his persuading, Anastasia turned her head, thinking, "If you hadn't said that, I might have complimented you. You're so slick." Time zoomed by. The post-festival feast went off without a hitch, and before I knew it, May was almost done. In the study, the butler gently said, "Madam, it's past midnight. You should get some sleep." The lady, still focused on her writing, replied, "You can head off. I'll hit the hay once I finish my diary." As she wrote, she murmured to the butler, "You know how swamped I am this month. The kids grow up so fast. I'd kick myself for not writing it down." The butler smiled knowingly. "Then I'll brew some chrysanthemum tea for you." The lady quietly said, "Thanks." And so the mother's diary continued, every line dripping with love. Tender words filled the page. May 5th, Laurencia's birthday. She was over the moon to get a pink cake that matched her hair. How adorable she is. May 14th, Anastasia's baby teeth have popped up. They're so tiny. The servants brought over some toys, eagerly waiting for their little darling. Should I say the little one is quite bewildered. And today, May 31st, Anastasia finally managed to climb onto the sofa. It's a bummer I couldn't catch it myself. To celebrate, we threw a little bash in the evening. She took a sip of her chamomile tea, letting out a soft sigh. Anastasia was almost 11 months old now. Man, she's grown up fast. She sighed with a hint of longing, wishing her daughter would take it easy on the growing thing. In the cozy room, little Anastasia was knocked out, but then out of nowhere her eyes popped open, staring at the ceiling. She quietly sat up and glanced at the maid, who was still snoozing in her chair. Perfect. Just as I thought, she's out cold. Anastasia smiled, thinking, just like when I learned to crawl. But I didn't think they'd throw a party for climbing on the sofa, celebrating the littlest one's sofa-scaling skills. My family is so new at this. She looked at the maid and smiled softly, feeling a wave of relief. That makes me think things might go smoother than planned. The maid was dozing off in her chair, totally worn out from getting ready for the party in the dimly lit room. A blue light flared around the tiny figure, her red eyes shining bright black hair swaying in a wild whirlwind. Anastasia lifted her hand, her voice ringing clear, but full of power. "Now I'll let your summoning happen." Light burst from her little hand, ripping through space as a blue glow materialized. A brilliant blue beam lit up the night, slicing through the tall windows of the secluded room. From that glow, a pair of huge golden feathered wings slowly unfurled, each feather floating down like it fell from the sky. In that golden light, a small figure zipped out, long tail swinging claws fluttering in the air. A choked voice echoed from the light, filled with joy and emotion. The demon Choco jumped into Anastasia's arms. "I missed you so much." Anastasia's voice bounced back. "Long time no see, my info gatherer." Choco, bursting with enthusiasm, cried out to Anastasia, "I've waited 20 years for you to summon me." "My queen, don't you want to see Choco?" "I've missed you so much." "Demon Lord, I always think of you when I look at the sky." "Do you know how lonely Choco has been?" Anastasia quickly covered her ears, thinking if I say I don't want to see him because he talks too much, he'll throw a tantrum. She sighed, realizing she had another cool ability. She could summon anything she'd used in a past life. And Choco's face flashed in her memory. "I met him in my 13th life when I was a demon king." Anastasia recalled the past in the darkness of the great hall where dim light from magic lamps fell on cold walls. She sat there quietly remembering him as her info buddy, her partner throughout that life. Choco wondered, "Demon King, why do you call me Choco?" Anastasia's voice echoed in the silence. "Because you look like my favorite chocolate, and I'd love to devour it. You'd be in big trouble if you tried that. And in my 39th life, everything is just so annoying. I've done nothing for 20 years, not even gathered info." Choco jumped onto Anastasia's head, whimpering, "My queen, why won't you pet Choco? Choco is super cute." Anastasia replied helplessly, "I can't pet you if you're sitting on my head." Anastasia looked at Choco, thinking that even though she had her own issues, her chatterbox of a dog must be feeling lonely. Anastasia whispered, "Choco." Choco replied, "Yes, my queen." Anastasia whispered that someone had entered her dreams. Hearing this, he shot up and roared. The Demon King's dream dagger Choco muttered, her voice quivering in the dark. "Is this a nightmare or hell?" he asked cautiously, peeking around while Anastasia watched helplessly. "No, it's just a normal place. He looks like a three-headed pup." Clutching her chest, Choco mumbled, "Who dares to invade the Demon King's dreams?" Choco couldn't keep it together. "So all I need to do is find that shameless jerk." "Right," Anastasia instructed. "Exactly. I also want you to dig up some info about this world for me." Choco suddenly was curious why. Under the silent twilight, Choco trembled as she landed on the cold ground, her tearful eyes glued to the once unstoppable figure lying still. "Demon King, you said you wouldn't have a tough life anymore. Didn't you promise Choco you'd live comfortably? You promised me 100 years ago you'd never suffer again." In a pitch-black room, heavy curtains blocked out the light, and a child cried out in fear. Two frantic women chased after her, the air thick with the dread of impending disaster. Choco sat alone in the darkness that offered only belief for the past 20 years. "Even if I can't see him, you know, but I don't care." The image of a little girl clutching her head flashed in her memory. Choco isn't fond of this. Every time the Demon King suffers and people are saved, Choco hates it. Anastasia looked at her softly, feeling pained for her, but she truly didn't mind at all. "I faced so much betrayal in my past lives, so many hardships just to get by." She thought of the Rogato family again, a family that showed her love without expecting anything back. "Is this my prize for the last 11 months? I want to protect them until my very last breath." Anastasia gently embraced Choco, saying she does it because it's what she needs to do at this moment. Choco sniffled. "You always say that." Anastasia continued, "You can sit and chill later, but this time I need you." Choco's eyes grew wide. "Really?" Anastasia answered. "Yes, that's exactly what I want to do, so I need you to handle these things for me." Choco flapped her wings. "I understand. Choco is the Demon King's best assistant, so Choco will follow. Choco will follow you." Under the faint moonlight, Choco dashed across the night sky, kicking off her mission. Later, Choco returned with a map. She's figured out that this world has got an empire and 2 kingdoms. It's all about the Holy Land, divine powers, empires, magic, and kingdoms that stay neutral. Anastasia thinks to herself, her voice bouncing off the walls, infused with magic, as she shares an old-school truth. The empire is holding it down with its mix of big and small nations, including the Holy Land where the Pope runs the show. A classic world shaped by those with divine powers and magic. As twilight settles in, 2 silhouettes are seen back to back. A priest is praying in the light while a mage is lifting a magic orb. They're total opposites, but still connected like light and shadow, where inner strength is totally absent. In a realm where magic and divine power hardly mix without a fuss, there's a unique kingdom that flips the script. Slow voice echoes through the flames that flicker around. They say the Pan Kingdom is part of her family. The Duchy of Enderbang gets down with both magic and divine power. Maybe that's why they've got a magic tower hanging out near their turf. A magic tower popping up in a place not known for its magic is definitely something to investigate, as the Empire aims to take control over the continent. That tower showing up is a big deal. Maybe there are still secrets hiding out there, Anastasia thought as she was being fed by her servant, feeling a little uneasy. Meanwhile, Choco was sitting on the bed, looking pretty down. "Sorry, Demon King. I couldn't dig up anything else. Aside from what I could do, I tried tracking down the intruder, but I came up empty." Anastasia let out a sigh, wishing she could explore the Empire, but her lack of power meant she was stuck investigating her kingdom. The servants kept feeding her spoonful after spoonful. "Come on, lady." Anastasia took each bite, her mind racing. "You're worrying too much," her mom always said. Anastasia mused. "Lately, my mom's been pushing for me to grow up fast. Walking, climbing on the couch, practicing how to talk and whatnot. Unlike most parents who are all about hard-working kids, my mom Tesla seems stressed about my hustle. Why does my little girl keep trying so hard?" She thought this while watching Anastasia lost in her books, letting out a sigh, then gently poking Anastasia's nose with a soft smile. "All your mom wants is for you to be healthy and happy. I just wish you could stay my baby for a long time." Those words lightened Anastasia's heart, thankful her mom eased her worries. She thought her mom could sense her feelings. Things had definitely improved over the past couple of months, and she felt hopeful about the future. Observing how relaxed Anastasia was, Choco felt a secret joy realizing it was the first time he'd seen the Demon King so chill. For sure, the Demon Queen is the best, and Choco meant the world to her. No sooner said than done. Choco cutely jumped onto the maid's head, making Anastasia crack up, and that just made the maid all the more happy. "Wow, Lady Anastasia is smiling thanks to my baby feeding skills." Watching the maid beam, Anastasia figured her smile was all about how adorable Choco was. "What should I do? I practiced this back at the festival. I wonder what Choco thinks about the maid." Anastasia whispered to herself, "Just let it be. Even if it's a misunderstanding, there's no need to clear it up." Light trickled in through the dome, shining down on Anastasia's gold-embroidered robe. In the quiet, a little puppy with wings zipped through the air as if it were never there. Anastasia's voice echoed in her head. "Choco, in his puppy form, is something only I can see. I told him to be careful, but even the witches can't spot him." Anastasia closed her eyes, thankful that Choco could hang out with her safely. The downside is, I'm the only one who hears all this commotion. But she's so odd, Anastasia thought. Everything was supposed to go down like this. Just then, Male crouched down and asked the little one, "When did you get a puppy?" Anastasia's eyes went wide. No way. How could he see it? In a panic, she turned him into a teddy bear, confused. If even the witch couldn't see her, how could he? She turned away, trying to act clueless. When Mai caught on to Anastasia's silence, he turned his focus to Choco, asking if that was a teddy bear. As Mai's hand reached for Choco, Anastasia freaked out and yelled to grab his attention. Even though she didn't understand how he could see it, she couldn't let him touch it. Mikai turned to Anastasia. "It's a teddy bear." With no choice left, she nodded. He pressed her, asking, "You like these teddy bears? Do you dig the ones Damien gave you? I used to give you tons of stuff like this, but you never seemed to care." Faced with Mihi's endless questions, Anastasia just mumbled her way through. Mihi spoke without missing a beat, his voice light but sharp. "So, it's not your vibe, huh?" Choco was taken aback, ears drooping, eyes blinking rapidly like he just got splashed with cold water. "The Demon King." Mai then unexpectedly throws a question about a red dress at Anastasia, leaving her bewildered. Why the sudden dress talk? Mai smiled, gazing gently at her. "Don't you like rubies?" He thinks it fits her eyes. The comment left Anastasia speechless. She turned away, guessing that if she answered, he'd just start pestering her again. Her instincts told her that. Watching Anastasia turn away with the yellow ball, Male quietly followed, sticking close by, chattering away like a radio. "I thought you'd like it. How about a yellow stuffed chick?" The girls said they were into yellow. Anastasia was losing it. I wasn't even interested, but he just kept rambling on like some non-stop radio. She glanced over at Choco, who was lying still on the floor, unable to believe the news Choco had brought. That was info from a talk mixed with Mihi's icy vibe. "I'm not interested." Choco picked up this chat and passed it to Anastasia. But in it, Mihi is just frigid. His eyes were as dull as wood. But now Mai was smiling, raising a finger, asking, "What do you think about getting your own piece of jewelry?" Watching him chat endlessly. She couldn't believe this was the famously stoic Duke Mihi Leventus, a kid stuck in his own bubble, never saying a word. Mikai Leventus, who they said could walk at 6 months, but couldn't say a single word. Even at 1 year old, the Duke and Duchess were super worried, silently trailing a young doctor with a medical bag, a pale priest, an old man with a cane, and a nun with a lantern. Anastasia quietly said, "I heard they called in a famous priest and a doc to check things out, but I figured my family wasn't the only one dealing with this." Little Mikai was totally absorbed in his book, causing his mom to sigh, but luckily he finally spoke his first words soon after. Mihi yelled, "Mother, father," and that was it. Rumors about Mihi's family started swirling, including one that the Grand Duke's family flipped out over this sudden event. Mai stayed in his own world, known for only talking when it was absolutely necessary, until something happened 2 years ago when Mihi cried out in despair, "Mother, father." I heard after his parents passed away, he became maybe Duke Leventus sent Mihi to our place, and Rogato messed with his hair all under the guise of schooling an heir. The scene of the two kids smiling happily comes to mind, surrounded by friendly adults and buddies. This will give him a chance to live like regular kids. Mikai could actually live like a boy his age, should free from all that emotional baggage. Mikai and Anastasia's sister have something going on, but it's weird how he acts around her. Laurencia with her pink hair and cute face is super social, so I thought he'd easily vibe with her. Mikai once told Anastasia that he doesn't chat much when he comes here. Maybe he's just shy. Choco's eyes showed worry, adding that he didn't know the details. You say there's not enough info. Anastasia hugged the ball thinking, anyway, I heard he doesn't talk much. She felt powerless against the guy who wouldn't stop chatting. But seriously, why is he here filling me in on all this? Suddenly, Mikai called out, "Hey, kid, crouch down. I really want to hear you say I'm cool and see you smile. Can you help a dude out?" Seeing his sweet vibe, Anastasia got suspicious. If you're giving me another gift for that reason, I'm not taking it. What do you want me to help you with? Mikai tilted his head, his voice chill, but his eyes showed a bit of concern. Your birthday is coming up, and I was thinking about what to get you. What do you think? This question caught Anastasia totally off guard as memories of her Rogato family flooded back. Oh snap. I was born as the youngest in this crew? It's been almost a year. Just 1 year. Feels like I'm wasting time. Anastasia's birthday reminder put a worried look on her face. Cursed to never see 20. She felt each year slipping away. Just then, a servant popped in calling, "Young lady, young duke, it's time for refreshments. Please come inside." Anastasia walked up to the servant, with Mikai following behind with his golden ball. The maid asked, "Wasn't Lady Laurencia with you?" Mikai looked confused. "She didn't come here." The maid was puzzled. "That's weird. I told Lady Laurencia to bring them in early." Meanwhile, Laurencia stood silently behind a tree. Flashback 2, when the maid asked Laurencia to fetch Anastasia from the garden. Miss Lara and the young miss are playing in the garden. Could you ask her to join us for tea? Laurencia was happy to do it. "Yeah, I can do that." The little girl skipped along, humming about Sasa and Lara's snack time. But as she reached the last steps leading into the garden, she suddenly froze, unable to move ahead. Laurencia's eyes widened slightly at the sight before her, Mai gently coaxing Anastasia. Mikai's cheerful grin facing Anastasia was a complete turnaround from his usual cold chill. When Laurencia first met Mai, she waved happily. "Wanna play with me?" "I'm Lara. It's Lara." But Mikai only answered in a cold, emotionless tone. Mikai, the Leventus heir, replied coldly, walking away and leaving her hanging. "No, I don't wanna. I have class." "Damien, there you are." Laurencia was taken aback. Many times young Laurencia tried to introduce herself to Mikai, saying, I'm Lara. Call me Lara." But Mikai ignored her, addressing her distantly as Lady Laurencia. Before Laurencia could react, Mikai coldly walked away, leaving Anastasia to quietly narrate. Days passed, emotions and worries piled up, referring to her distantly as Lady Laurencia. Before Laurencia could respond, Mikai walked away coldly, leaving Anastasia to share her quiet thoughts. Time passed, and emotions and worries kept piling up. Time zipped by, and before Anastasia knew it, July had rolled around, marking her first birthday. She opened her eyes to a fresh day welcomed by the sweet chirping of birds and the vibrant trees outside her window. Anastasia, a young girl with eyes filled with disappointment. "A year ago, I kicked off my 100th life in total despair. What am I even supposed to say now?" Even as the maids dressed her up and did her makeup, she couldn't shake off her thoughts. "I'm feeling kinda excited. Is it even okay to feel like this?" Anastasia pondered. "Today's my birthday," she whispered, staring at herself in the mirror. "It's wild to think about how much time has passed since I've seen this. With nobody looking out for me and no plans to care for myself." She remembered how every single birthday felt like a ticking clock amplified by her tough life. Anastasia, dressed in pink, glanced around, but now things were a bit different, even catching her off guard. She mused to herself. Instead of feeling down and heavy, she actually felt kinda happy, like old emotions were coming back. Maybe just hearing a birthday wish from her family would fill her heart to the brim. Anastasia was lost in thought when she thought she heard Thalah's voice. "Come on, Anastasia, which dress does our star want to wear today?" Anastasia was taken aback by the stunning and gorgeous dresses, asking, "What are these for?" Shill gently explained that this was a super important party, which Anastasia understood, like holding a piece in her previous life. She remembered a ritual from her first life. She grabbed a thread, but passed away before turning 20. But she wasn't sure if her memory was on point, especially since she'd lived nearly 5,000 years. Was that correct? "Oh well, I wasn't fond of it anyway." Tetla continued, sharing that the dress selected for her first birthday would determine her future partner. She looked down at Anastasia, her voice sweet. "This partner could be your husband, a work buddy, or maybe even a friend. So when I was young, my mom picked a pink dress with an emerald hairpiece. A pink dress in emeralds. Seriously." Anastasia gasped, "Dad!" And Tetla felt all warm and fuzzy inside at her response. She covered her mouth with both hands, saying, "Just like I suspected. My daughter is so sharp. And then your dad became my partner." She gently patted Anastasia's head, saying, "He's someone I can trust and love more than anything in the world. Plus, I was blessed with this beautiful youngest daughter." So, Anastasia, the first dress you pick will definitely bring you a partner you can trust for your whole life. Back in another life, if someone else had told me this, I wouldn't have bought it. I wouldn't have been so lucky. But when my mom said that, I somehow felt like I could see this happening, and I reached out and picked a dress even if it was just for a quick moment. Though I knew pretty well that these feelings weren't scary, or at least I thought so. Seeing Anastasia's choice, Tesla gasped, "Oh my gosh!" Anastasia focused intently on the dress she had miraculously chosen. "What I thought it was white." The dress sparkled with tons of colors, just like light dancing on fabric. Gorgeous shades of emerald amber, ruby amethyst garnet, and diamond. Different gems decorated even the belt, changing an ordinary dress into a dazzling masterpiece. Anastasia hugged the dress softly, pondering, feeling like she could peek into her mother's thoughts about her. Sheila stood there looking graceful in a pale pinkish-purple dress. Anastasia whispered that maybe her mom wants her to have a reliable partner. She buried her face in the dress, taking a deep breath, recognizing a familiar scent. Her voice echoed as if spanning across 100 lifetimes. Maybe she had despaired being someone who had lived 100 lives, but a hope I never dared to wish for. Anastasia held on to the dress her mother had brought blessings to her. Now, Anastasia wore a pristine white dress sparkled with jewels, the one she'd picked 12 months after arriving at the estate. Anastasia scanned the lively party scene, no longer shocked by such fancy events since her first babble. How overwhelming, she thought. Prepping herself, her gaze sweeping across the shimmering chandeliers and bright ribbons before resting on a massive crystal statue with an emerald. Anastasia gasped, "Is that supposed to be me?" She craned her neck to take in the giant statue. "This family is beyond my wildest dreams. Seriously, where did all this come from?" McCoy's cheerful greeting rang out. "Hello, miss." Anastasia sighed. "It's a familiar Ruby. It's him." Thinking this, she turned away. "I gotta get out of here." McKay asked anxiously, "You don't like it?" Anastasia gazed up at the towering 5-tiered cake. A truly magnificent creation. 5 whole tiers. What's that on top? With the red eyes, it's me. And the shimmering decorations made Anastasia feel like she was caught up in a dream. My birthday is filled with all these beautiful things. It feels surreal. Ritado's warm voice resonated as the entire family waited ahead. "Anastasia, come here." In her fairy tale dress, Anastasia dashed toward her family. Rogato held his little girl close and whispered, "I truly wish you the happiest birthday, Anastasia." Around them, maids, knights, and doctors were all deeply moved. "Please take good care of her. Happy first birthday, my lady. Time flies. I don't even know how to show my gratitude for being able to share the past year by your side." A maid approached, asking kindly, "This is the dress you personally picked for today, my lady." She spoke from the bottom of her heart, wishing, like the dress, good fortune would come to her. Anastasia stared blankly at everyone just like before, her small hand suddenly clenching. "Father must be rewarding me right." In the busy atmosphere, Anastasia's voice brimmed with wonder and emotion. "But what's the occasion?" "It's because everyone feels genuine love for the Duke. Now's the moment to share heartfelt wishes," she whispered, realizing she was now part of this sincere vibe. Was I unaware of that? She looked up and smiled brightly. Bio said, "Thank you, everyone." Every wish, every gaze, every gift, it all stirred up a magical, indescribable feeling. This first birthday bash in this life is packed with amazing stuff. I've got a bunch of fruits ready for me to try. The fancy royal band plays sweet tunes while a ton of unknown nobles bow awkwardly in front of her, offering gifts from the baron to celebrate her birthday. This one's from the viscount, and that one's from the countess. Anastasia thought she was used to all kinds of parties, but this one where she's the star was totally different. Even though she was home, she felt kind of lost. Regato, sensing her off vibe, came over and calmly said, "My little one, Anastasia." He reached out his hand and asked, "Can I have this first dance?" Anastasia was shocked. Dancing with a 1-year-old was pretty weird, but she nodded. Father and daughter walked together in the hall, and the musician switched to a soft, heartfelt song when Regato suddenly knelt before Anastasia, now at eye level with his daughter. Regato gently took her tiny hand, leaving Anastasia momentarily speechless. "I see it now." Dad lowered his gaze to meet mine. A sweet melody fills the air as Anastasia's beautiful dress sways in the breeze. Her dress flowed as her dad lifted her high into the air, and Regato beamed. "My little one is a great dancer. Anastasia is so light. Really, all I did was hold my dad's hand, right?" Regato chuckled. "Because you're my daughter, of course you dance beautifully." She thought to herself that as long as her dad was happy, that was all that really mattered. Laurencia raised her hand, shouting, "I want to dance too." Laura also wanted a turn with her sister. Damon clenched his fist and said, "Seriously, Dad, I want to dance with my little sis too, so don't hog her." Mikhail stood next to him, sighing with his eyes half shut. "I want to dance with the young lady too." Regato thought to himself that he really wanted to hold on to his little girl's hand. He called out to the man in front of him, "Since my husband doesn't want to hold my hand today, I guess I'll have to dance with someone else." Regato panicked. "No, my lady must take my hand." Laurencia cheered with excitement. "Awesome, Mom!" Regato let go of Anastasia's hand, and both Damien and Laurencia rushed to grab it. "Leah, dance with your sister," Damien reminded her with a grin. "Leah, chill a bit. Anastasia is still a baby. Since Laura is the older sister, she can take it a little slower." Meanwhile, the talented musicians changed the tune, and everyone danced until Laurencia froze, recognizing the familiar melody she had sung last year. "Hold up, Laurencia." Anastasia marveled at her sister's insane energy. Anastasia sighed, deciding it was time for a break. Mikhail's familiar voice echoed, "My lady, shall we dance?" Anastasia frowned. "Right those eyes, too." The partygoers began clinking glasses and dancing together. Anastasia, with her black hair and fiery red eyes in a shimmering dress. Facing her was Mihi, with his golden hair and eyes shining with a violet glow, while Regato and Thala blended smoothly into the music. Meanwhile, Damien reluctantly danced with his sister, Laurencia, grooving to those childhood beats. "Is this what I used to dance to as a kid?" Suddenly, Anastasia smiled, and Mihi spotted it. "Are you smiling now, little one?" Anastasia denied it. "No, not at all." Mihi looked at her. "I think I saw you smile." She shook her head, her voice tiny. "It's not." As they danced, Mihi murmured, "Then I'll practice more in the future, so I can dance well enough to make my little lady smile." Anastasia glanced at him, thinking, "He really doesn't know when to quit, does he?" She smiled. But even if his persistence was a little annoying, I didn't mind it. Mihi took Anastasia's hand like family, and they danced together as her family surrounded them. Even though the party ended in the afternoon, my parents let the servants party until late in the evening, and Laurencia squealed with joy. "Igaka, she was just running around." Regato's voice shook a bit. "Really? Dad didn't see that." For that reason, our family spent the evening together like a cozy gathering. Laurencia held Anastasia close. "Laura is your sister, so she'll take care of you. But wouldn't it be better to hold hands with your older siblings from a distance while walking?" Anastasia nodded. "I like it." Every moment flew by in an instant, leaving behind a treasure trove of warm and loving memories. Looking back, a year had zipped by so fast. She quietly turned her eyes, gently resting on Damien. "And is that true?" Damon murmured softly, his eyes shut. "Mommy, I'm sleepy," Anastasia whispered. Though fears lingered, she quickly grew used to this warmth. "Let's go to sleep," she murmured to herself, promising to cherish and enjoy every single day here, no matter what. Regato held Anastasia close, saying, "I'll tuck you in tonight." Anastasia felt the cozy warmth of the hug, each gentle pat lulling her eyes shut, and every time she let her guard down. She whispered that if she fell asleep like this, it somehow felt unsettling. Then out of nowhere, the mysterious kid in the white cloak shows up again. "Hello." Anastasia opened her eyes. He had resurfaced. That jerk! The echo of his words rang in her mind as he chuckled. Huh, a jerk isn't that a bit harsh? Light from the void cascaded down, parting the swirling darkness like a stage curtain. He spread his arms, his white cloak billowing, silver hair flowing from his hood, his voice soft as the breeze, yet tinged with a gentle obsession. Don't you remember me after all this time? This door finally opens. So I thought you were inviting me. Anastasia questioned. I never invited you. Then who exactly are you? He asked with a smile, his body giving off a soft glow. You forgot about me? That's kind of sad. His little feet touched the surface of the lake, morphing instantly into adult-sized ones. Then he laid his hand on his chest, asking, How about now? You definitely remember me, right? In a flash, he shifted into a tall young dude dressed in white, his white hair cascading down over a pair of sparkling eyes. Anastasia's eyes went wide, stunned that he could switch forms like that even without thinking. Just how powerful was he? I wonder who else he's got these tricks up his sleeve for. Noticing Anastasia's surprise, he kept going. Need a hint? Anastasia blinked frozen in place as she glanced at her hands, a soft purple light swirling around her like the embers of a memory flickering in the dimness. A girl with long hair in a light blue hoodie and a pleated skirt stared back at her wide-eyed, her reflection both familiar and strange. Anastasia reached out, whispering to herself that this was her look from her first life. Caught off guard, she asked, You recognize this version of me? With a smug grin, he replied, I can easily recreate at least one of your past selves because I'm the only one who truly gets you. Suddenly, he turned his back on Anastasia, strolling away across the lake's surface. It's almost showtime. Sorry for how I acted last time. The day you come to see me, he said with a satisfied smile. I'll be waiting. Anastasia, in her first life's appearance, softly murmured, What did you say? But he didn't respond, snapping his fingers and sending bubbles rippling through the air. In a flash, Anastasia jolted back to awareness, clutching her head with a groan. Ugh! Wiping sweat from her forehead, her head throbbed. That dream was seriously messed up. She glanced at her maid, letting out another sigh. But it looked like this time it was just a brief dream that wrapped up during the night. The maid was still sound asleep. She strained to remember every little thing, brow nodded. That guy did call out her name, didn't he? Her hair fluttered in the breeze, creating an echoing scene from a long-forgotten memory. Just as she was about to wake up, although his voice was soft, there was a moment of tense silence, and she whispered that it definitely was her name from her first life. Anastasia wearily shut her eyes, resolving not to forget this. But she was slowly slipping into unconsciousness due to the fever. Barely able to speak, she called out, and with a flash of green light, Chaco appeared, saying, Yes, my demon lord. Anastasia closed her eyes again and commanded, Go find the one who invaded my dream. Choco bowed, responding, Leave it to me. Chaco would track him down soon, so she could rest. Anastasia clutched her blanket, her thoughts swirling. I can't take this anymore. Right, I'll just faint. So hurry and come see me again. This time, I'll really leave the door open for you. I've got so many questions to ask. And time is slipping away. 2 weeks later, Anastasia sat on a round, pale pink rug with fancy patterns, her voice rising in frustration. That ungrateful jerk totally has no sense of order, Anastasia muttered, regretting that she'd let her guard down, yet he still didn't show up. Remembering a small figure in a pure white cloak, grinning playfully, their tasseled hair hiding their eyes, she spoke reproachfully. Thanks to someone, I've got a nasty fever, and now the whole mansion's chaotic. Do you have any idea how tough it is to calm my whiny sister? Anastasia's voice was soft, steady, as she reminded herself. No, I need to handle everything calmly. First off, he's a reincarnator just like me. She continued, her voice eerily calm. What's more, he might be a regressor who's lived more years than I have. If I gather more power, it'll be easier to find him and relive my first life. Anastasia clenched her fist not from fear, but from a newly found determination. That also explained why he understood her so completely. If I met another transmigrator, I'd want to connect with them. But if he's not one, she whispered, placing her hand on the doll in front of her. From the void, a sacred light streamed down, surrounding the figure in white robes, an awe-inspiring yet unsettling halo blazing behind him. In his hand, a doll lay still, eyes shut, as if resting peacefully in a dream with no escape. Anastasia concluded that secondly, he was the one who brought her back to life, her voice hardening like that of an all-powerful deity. Anastasia's blood-red eyes remained fixed as she spoke with rage. Then he shouldn't pretend to understand her. He's just an enemy to me. She sat quietly, her gaze fixed on the two dolls, lost in thought. Yet I can't be too sure. If it's the second scenario, why would he approach me now? Choco dashed in, fur ruffled, speaking clearly. Demon Lord. Anastasia quickly pressed. Choco, did you track him down? But instead of the answer she craved, Choco looked downcast. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I couldn't discover who he is. Anastasia didn't scold her, instead gently petting her head. What about anything else? Did you find his whereabouts? Choco eagerly responded, Of course, if I couldn't track him down with the clues you gave me, I'd be too embarrassed to return. At the base of the long mountain range, Choco spread its brown wings wide, the wind ruffling its feathers, but its eyes shone with unwavering loyalty and determination. It boasted that the scent was somewhat faint, but Choco had worked so hard he even crossed a whole mountain range. Anastasia frowned slightly. Across the mountains. You mean the Eon Empire, Choco confirmed. Yeah, that's right. But Choco doesn't like it there because it's super weird. It looked up, its eyes bright, but its voice dropped as if recalling memories. It was completely different from the demon. The king's magical power is pure and beautiful. Out of nowhere, a dark gate opens up with a spooky purple glow, and a black crown hovers above, looking majestic and totally chilling at the same time. Choco's info on the Asen Empire raises a lot of eyebrows. There's some weird magical force driving this battle for power across the continent, mixed with whispers about magical weapons and that jinxed name. Anastasia gently pets her head, staring blankly at the lifeless doll in front of her. It's been a year since her fate slipped through her fingers, but she still remembers it all too well. The world I grew up in is nearing its end. She tightened her fist, her voice shaky but determined. I can't shake the feeling that the A's empire is behind this oncoming doom. Our kingdom is in their sights, which means I need to gear up. Anastasia stood tall, voice steady and strong. It was about more than just stopping destruction. She had to protect her family's normal life till the very last moment. The only way to repay this debt was by fighting. Suddenly the door swings open and Laurencia rushes in her face, ghostly white with fear. She yells, Gee, Big Bro is in trouble. We need to get ready, like right now. Laurencia exclaimed, and Anastasia's expression turned serious. Is this maybe a sign that the end is near? She hesitated for a split second, but quickly pulled herself together. I'm still not ready. I gotta run after them and figure out what's going on. Anastasia dashed after her sister, her face a mask of worry, but moments later she looked utterly lost. Right before Anastasia's eyes, Laurencia was fumbling to get into the carriage, while Damon looked on anxiously. Laurencia let out a squeal of joy, all excited for a family trip that had everyone smiling, except for Anastasia, who could only watch. Regato chuckled, saying, The master picked a spot they haven't been to in 2 years. Damien, you remember it right? Damien nodded. Yeah, I do. Laurencia beamed, but Lara had no clue what they were talking about. Anastasia sighed, watching her family chit-chat, happily realizing her own tension had been building up. Then she blinked, her ruby eyes lighting up with curiosity. After all, a family summer vacation was something I'd only heard my friends talk about back in my first life. Just then, Regato peered out of the carriage window and announced, Hey kids, we're almost there. Templa gently asked the little girl in her arms, who had been quiet, Anastasia, want to see the view? Excitedly, she nodded. Seeing this, she lifted Anastasia up to the window so she could peek outside. Just don't fall. Outside, the sky was a brilliant blue with sunlight breaking through the leaves. While the breeze made the leaves dance, the scent of grass and trees filled Anastasia with an unexpected calm. She took a deep breath, murmuring softly, surprise and joy coloring her voice. I'm so pumped, which isn't usually me. The world's still here, so I can totally enjoy this for a bit. The carriage slowly rolled toward the village of Yinbin, where a charming scenery unfolded, a sight anyone would fall in love with. Little did she know some crazy experiences were waiting for her this summer. They arrived at the Duke's only estate, where a warm welcome was prepared for them. Welcome, Duke and Duchess. The 3 village representatives greeted them formally. The young master and young ladies are also here, Regato added with politeness. It's boiling hot out. Why'd you all hang around outside? The oldest-looking guy chuckled and replied kindly, No worries, we've just been enjoying the shade while waiting for you all. He was super composed, staying polite the whole time. Oh, really? That's a relief. I brought some ice for everyone. Please help yourselves. The village elder looked incredibly grateful. Because of this, nobody's passed out from heat stroke even in this blazing weather. Anastasia let out a soft sigh. He's really a thoughtful Duke. She didn't have the patience to stick around for this chat. She thought, shifting away, this convo could drag on forever. With her little chick-like body, she scurried off. I gotta get used to walking on uneven ground. The mansion is too neat for me to practice there. Anastasia felt a tingling sensation pausing, but subtly acknowledging the 6 pairs of eyes watching her from behind. Why do I feel like someone's eyeballing me? The 3 middle-aged women behind her couldn't take their eyes off Anastasia, showering her with compliments. Wow, the youngest miss was just born last year, and now she's already walking. Those tiny steps are so cute. How does she manage to waddle around so well? One of them waved her over. Hey, little lady, come here. We got some yummy treats for you. She looked up, recalling Lady Thetis' words. Don't talk to strangers. Anastasia hesitated, knowing her parents were close by, and it was safe. But she turned away, remembering her mom's warning about strangers, and said in her innocent little voice, no thank you. The women were brushed off, but instead of sulking, they fawned over how much she mirrored her mom when she pouted. Not backing down, they took turns showering Anastasia with sweet talk. We've got all kinds of fruits and sweets that kids adore. Just look at those adorable chubby cheeks, my lady. Mind if I touch them just once? You won't lose that cuteness, right? Exhausted by the sugary persuasion, she thought in despair. I just wanted to go for a walk. Why are you all so interested in me? Before she could escape, a hand grabbed Anastasia, turning her around and pulling her toward the overly eager faces, calling out to her, Hey there, little lady, grab some fruit over here. Her heart raced, feeling like she was about to be gobbled up whole. Out of nowhere, Lady Theta knelt beside Anastasia and whispered, Anastasia, it's cool. You're good to go. She glanced at the woman in front of her, and a light bulb went off in her head. Anastasia's mom was eyeing the crowd, but she still looked worried. She reassured herself that it was kinda scary, but her mom said everything would be fine. Anastasia tensed her tiny body, reaching out like she was ready to join in their fun, and everyone watching couldn't help but swoon at her adorable charm, itching to scoop her up. After a moment of sweetness, they burst out, taking turns, saying, What just happened? That kid is special. It's wild how young she is, yet she already knows how to work her magic. Anastasia was confused, instinctively pulling her hands back, wondering why they were making such a big deal. After calling her over, one of them handed her a juicy red slice of watermelon with a word of caution. Hold it tight and take small bites so you won't choke. Anastasia stared at the watermelon in her hand, still a bit unsure. Surely it would be cool to eat. After a moment's hesitation, she finally decided to roll with it. As the little piece of melon melted in her mouth, Is it just me, or has all this walking worn her out? This is sweeter, cooler, and way more delicious than me, huh? The woman's heart soared with joy at the sight. She exclaimed happily, Oh man, thank goodness you like it. The Duke must be feeling full just watching you. Anastasia blinked at their happy faces, baffled by why they were so thrilled. On the outside, Anastasia was still just a little kid babbling a few words while being spoiled by everyone. Want to eat some more? But deep down, she still felt like a thinker. Man, I really am living a weird life. If out of 100 lifetimes, 99 were before me and 1 is left, then this last one is pretty strange. Anastasia finally started to relax a bit. She took her time enjoying the melon, her brain slowly getting used to everything. More than anything, she wanted to believe that this last life would be normal. The bright melon slices glowing in the summer sun seemed to clear her mind a bit, although the weight of those warm, bright feelings still lingered. As the midday sun shone down, the family gathered in front of a simple... Roto's 3 kids were really taken by the view. Laurencia and Damien were pumped, shouting, Come on, let's go play in the water. Even their mom, Leela, couldn't hide her excitement. All right, I brought your stuff, so go change. Mom had it all ready, Laurencia cheered from inside the room. Mom! The little girl beamed, showing off the bunny ears on her head. Lara is a bunny. Damon came out wearing antlers, shyly complaining. His mom really went all out, especially with Anastasia's tiger ears that clashed with her vibe. She looked up at the ears on her head, a bit confused. Shouldn't it normally be a dog or a cat? Why was she a tiger? But surprisingly, Anastasia's siblings absolutely adored her look, showering her with compliments. So cute! From far away, they said, Look at our little tiger. That's right, Anastasia. If you let out a roar, your brother will catch you. Seeing this, Anastasia felt a wave of relief, thinking, I think it's going to be okay since my sis and bro seem to love it. Just then, Rogato's voice rang out, Hey kids, let's go boating. She couldn't believe her ears and turned around stunned by the words, boat ride. When they arrived, she realized this was no ordinary boat. Animals were engraved on its surface, representing each of their personalities, leaving Anastasia speechless, thinking, what a crazy waste of money. Damien was in shock, mumbling, It's so huge, right? Incredible. Anastasia felt like they were overdoing it. Hearing this, she couldn't help but nod in agreement, and just her one little word of approval made Roboto jump for joy. Watching his excitement, she finally got it. I heard Dad loves surprises, and he's stoked about our reactions. Unlike their amazement, Laurencia was pumped and cheered when she spotted the rustic yet fancy boat. You're the best. You're so awesome. Lara loves you. All the kids' reactions made Regato happier than ever. Overjoyed, he spun Laurencia around on her bike, showering her with love. Daddy loves Laurencia very much too. And, of course, I love Damien. Damon, feeling overwhelmed by all the affection, tried to protest. Dad, can I just play in the water myself instead of going on the boat? Regato gently set Laurentia down and replied softly, I'm sure you can manage on your own, he said kindly, neither refusing nor agreeing. But wouldn't Damien want to hang out with his siblings? Feeling touched by as time wore on, the kids' excitement stayed sky high with hands reaching up in cheers. It was Laurencia, of course, sitting on the cute little boat, feeling even more pumped. Lara wants to be in front. Dad, push faster, faster. Roedo just smiled back. Sweetheart, don't be too impatient now. Laurencia pouted and turned away. Daddy Lara wants to water ski. Water ski. He indulged every whim. We'll hit the water slide later. My daughter is as strong as Anastasia now. Hearing that, she stopped complaining and clenched her fists with fierce determination, showering her with compliments. So adorable. In the distance, Zasa Zaha looked like a baby tiger. That's right, Anastasia. If you roar, your brother will come to get you. Seeing this made Anastasia breathe a sigh of relief as she thought, I think I'll be fine since my sister and brother seem to dig it. Just then, Rogato's voice broke through the excitement. All right, kids, time to go boating. She couldn't believe her ears and spun around, shocked by the words, boat ride. When she got there, she realized this was no ordinary boat. It had animals carved all over it, representing their journeys, leaving Anastasia speechless, thinking, what a crazy waste of money. Damien was blown away, mumbling, It's gigantic, isn't it? Way cool. Anastasia was feeling the hype. Hearing him, she couldn't help but nod along, and her little approval made Roboto jump for joy. Watching his excitement, she finally got it. I heard Dad loves surprises, and he's really feeling our reactions. Unlike their confusion, Laurencia was instantly stoked and cheered when she spotted the fancy yet cozy yacht. You're the best, so cool, Lara loves you. All the kids' reactions made Regato happier than ever. Over the moon, he spun Laurencia around on her bike, showering her with hugs. Daddy loves Laurencia a whole lot too. Of course, I love Damien and Anastasia just as much. Damon, overwhelmed by the affection, tried to decline. Dad, can I just chill by the water instead of hitting the boat? Regato gently set Laurencia down and replied softly, I'm sure you can manage on your own, neither refusing nor agreeing. But wouldn't Damien want to hang out with his siblings? Damien, touched by the thought, had to nod in agreement. Time flew by, but the kids' excitement stayed through the roof, cheering and jumping. Of course, it was Laurencia sitting on the adorable little boat, her mood just bouncing higher. Lara wants to sit in front. Dad, go faster, please. Roedo just smiled back. Sweetie, don't be too hasty. Laurencia pouted and turned her face away. Daddy Lara wants to go water skiing. Water skiing. He indulged her every desire. We'll hit the water slide later. My daughter's now as strong as Anastasia. Hearing that, she stopped complaining and clenched her fists in determination. Seriously, then wait for Lara, Rogato thought with approval, sighs and gasps. For real, though, our Lara is such an awesome big sis, right? He carefully set the boat in the water and said, hang tight for a sec. Laurencia nodded obediently. Yeah, just come back quick, Dad. A leaf fell from above, landing on the water as Regato meticulously placed each kid into the little boat. He turned to Anastasia and softly asked, have you been waiting for a while? Out of nowhere, in the serene nature around them, a fierce wave suddenly surged up from the water, splashing both of them. Anastasia quickly covered her face. Her eyes squinted in discomfort as she thought, what's with this weird gust of wind? This feels off. Before the water could calm down, Damon Laurencia's scream pierced the air as the little boat floated away at an insane speed. In her mind, Anastasia called out for her dad, while Damon panicked and wailed. "No!" Laurencia cried. "Dad, hurry!" In the chaos, Lot steadied himself nervously, saying, "Hold on tight to me, little lady." Meanwhile, Anastasia struggled to keep it together with her small frame. She sensed something was off. The wind was too strong, and the little boat kept drifting amidst the rough waves. Anastasia shivered as she spotted the dangers lurking behind Laurencia. So many rocks. If necessary, she'd use magic no matter what. Her sister was in danger, but as soon as she tried to cast the spell, the energy in Anastasia's hand suddenly vanished. To her disbelief, every spell she attempted was interrupted mid-cast. Damn it. Why wasn't her magic working right? Anastasia felt helpless, but she clenched her teeth and brainstormed another plan. "I need to keep my cool and cast a protective spell on her first." Laurencia trembled in fear as a magical barrier surrounded her. If she couldn't stop the boat, at least she could reach the T. Then the already wild winds kicked up even more. Lancelot shouted a warning as the wind swirled unexpectedly, and Regato fought against the current, ignoring his worried crew, who yelled, "Oh, wait, Duke, it's too risky." He risked it all to reach her, yelling, "Laurencia!" Despite Laurencia's panic, Regato stretched out as far as he could and managed to grab hold of the boat for a brief moment. In an instant, Laurencia was pulled into Regato's strong arms, and she started crying, desperately explaining herself. "Dad!" The boat moved on its own. "I didn't do anything wrong." He held Laurencia tight, gently soothing her. "It's okay. Everything's fine now." "Laurencia, you haven't done anything wrong. My good girl stayed still, just as I asked." Everyone let out a huge sigh of relief, and Anastasia finally took a breath. She sighed in relief, thinking, "Thank goodness." Anastasia glanced at the responses of those around her, feeling reassured. "Look at them. I probably didn't get caught using magic. I know who's behind this." She felt drained from using her magic, but still tried to process everything. "The moment my sister fell, I sensed a surge of magic. Whenever I use magic, something ugly tries to overpower me. That odd magic must be from the creep who invaded my dreams. That jerk." Trembling, she gripped the edge of the boat, seeking something stable as her mind raced. He truly meant to hurt her sister, and whatever his aim was, she could never forgive him. Never. The moment Kong made his resolve, Anastasia lost consciousness and went down. After who knows how long, she finally came to. And as soon as she woke up, her first instinct was to think, "For 100 lifetimes, I've always had incredible magical power. I never thought it would hurt me in this life. How many times have I passed out? Maybe I overdid it trying to control my magic." The moment Tesla felt Anastasia stir, she shot up elated. "Anastasia, you're awake." The fragile girl nestled in her arms, softly called out, and a moved Tesla gently stroked her head. "Thank goodness, my precious little Anastasia." Holding Anastasia close, she blamed herself, saying, "My darling, I'm here. You must be in so much pain, huh? I shouldn't have let you stay out for so long." "You're still so young." Nestled in her embrace, Anastasia's heart sank. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Why does Mom blame herself for that bastard's actions? Anastasia thought darkly. "I'm going to capture you, you son of a... How dare you ruin our precious family trip?" An invisible aura of malice began to creep around, even scaring the knights. And suddenly, she sensed something was off. Time went on, and finally the trip came to an end. But disaster hit in another form as Theta approached with a smile, gently saying, "It's chow time." Anastasia obediently opened her mouth, but out of nowhere a strange energy appeared and knocked the porridge off the table, shocking both of them. She tilted her head, not suspecting anything, and asked, "Baby doesn't like baby food." She was left speechless at the outright accusation, but since she still hadn't figured out how to talk, she had no choice but to swallow her frustration. No, that's not it. He activated his wind magic himself. Anastasia recalled her past lives of struggle, wondering why she would ever turn down food. That jerk is ruining everything she's worked for. Now she nervously looked down, thinking that even her sweet mom would be mad this time. Anastasia grew more anxious under her mother's gaze, her mind racing with thoughts of her recent illness. So she must think I'm a hassle. As Regato approached, Tetla turned around and reminded him, "Our youngest is already 13 months old, so she's getting tired of this food." She was in total shock, her eyes going wide as they kept talking about her. That's gotta be it. She's usually super sweet. I thought this phase would just breeze by. Instead of getting mad, she asked softly, "Hey kiddo, what's bothering you? Are you sad 'cause you can't talk?" That Laffy chuckled, remembering how Diane would get grumpy during this stage. "Why does our youngest look just like Damien?" Hearing this, Damien got flustered and shot back, but she noticed how cute he looked, embarrassed, and comforted him. "It's all good. Damien was pretty adorable back in the day. A kid who never whined." Damon shyly looked down. "I don't think that's true." But Laurencia got even more curious and asked, "And what about Lara? Is she the same?" Roedo chuckled at that. "Our Lauria eats everything and has an amazing appetite." Tetla casually replied, "She eats like a champ, but she cries a lot when she can't see mom and dad." She asked, curious, "Lara was like that when she was little." She gently explains, "Babies just want to be with their parents." Laurencia squeezed Damon in a hug and joyfully said, "Right, Lara loves hanging with her mom, dad, brother, and snake." Rado turned and gently asked, "Does our youngest still need to eat? Is baby food cool?" Noticing her worries, he quietly reassured her, "Our little one is just fine." Dad isn't angry. Anastasia wanted something to munch on, but she couldn't find the words. She was taken aback by how everyone was always so understanding and chill about everything. "Even though I didn't mean to, I probably deserve to get yelled at for that." She wants to give her family the best. But sometimes things just go sideways, like spilling some water, acting like a kid who can't control herself, refusing to take a bath, and even hurting her dad when she really didn't want to. Then Anastasia realized the jerk's game. He wanted to push her away. If Anastasia gets hated and ditched by her family, she'd be all alone again. Lost in thought, she realized that if she were her old self, she'd already be plotting her next move. But suddenly, a hand gently rested on her head, making her jump. Roedo smiled and asked, "I should be more careful. Did I freak you out?" Seeing him laugh it off even after taking the fall, she felt even more certain. For the umpteenth time, Anastasia felt warmth spread through her. Every life she's lived was filled with tough breaks. But this family is so cozy, something Anastasia had never felt before. Wrapped in that warmth, she wondered if this is what a normal family felt like. Anastasia wrote on the paper, secretly wishing she could protect this ordinary life. Damien and Laurencia watched from behind, curious, as Anastasia swore she'd do anything to flip her fate. 99 and 1, the answer is clear. Delivered in numbers. Yet she hoped to change that common rule, and a friendly note slowly appeared on the paper. Anastasia dozed off in Tha's arms, but something woke her up. Her eyes drawn to the window. The rows of pristine white classical houses shining in the evening light let Anastasia recognize her home instantly, looking around. Damien and Laurencia had already conked out. This trip was a roller coaster, but fun, and thankfully she managed to keep that jerk away from her family in the end. Even when he tried to isolate Anastasia, he had to back off when he saw her family. Looking at the warmth in front of her, she had to admit her family was amazing. Instead of pushing her out, they wrapped her in, and Anastasia sighed in relief. "If it weren't for this family, I would have been all alone forever, just like that jerk wanted." Thinking this, she finally smiled happily after the chaos of the past few days. This victory wasn't just mine, it was a win for the whole family. And for the first time in 100 lifetimes, Anastasia's heart started turning toward home. If you asked the second kid in the Laurencia Anderblank family who she loved most in the world, she'd immediately shout, "Theta!" The little girl dashed over to hug her tightly, revealing her secret. "Mommy Lara loves you more than anyone else." Rogado's heart sank when he heard that. Dad came second while Damon could only offer a shy smile for comfort. Damien was third, but in a year, the rankings would flip. The youngest definitely looked just like their beloved mom. Back to the moment Laurencia burst through the door, shouting, "Gra!" But the room was empty, leaving her puzzled about where she went. Laurencia's eyes darted around, searching everywhere, and sure enough, in another corner, Anastasia was pouting as usual. No surprise, Mikai was next to her blabbing on. Lara squinted, thinking, "I knew it was him, but Anastasia is my little sis." She frowned, getting more annoyed with the feeling that Sir Mikai was trying to pull her youngest away. Meanwhile, the two inside were totally oblivious, continuing their chat. "Don't you like the gift I got you?" Mai asked, to which Anastasia instantly shot back without hesitation. "Get lost. Not one to give up." He smiled and calmly replied, "Why are you telling me to go? It's been a minute." "Aren't you being a bit icy? I even brought you a present." The little girl tried to shoo him away. "No need." Mai carried on like he didn't hear a thing. "I just wanted to see you, so I rushed over here." Laurencia, watching this unfold, was fuming with anger. That awful Mikai. I told him I didn't want him around. Remembering his usual vibe, she suddenly felt hesitant thinking about scolding him. But Mikai is super intimidating. Laurenti peered inside, feeling frustration bubble up inside her. Lara had tried to befriend him, but then a thought hit her like a bolt of lightning, sending chills down her spine. Hold up! With her wild imagination, Laurentia whipped up a conspiracy theory in no time. Was Sir Mail bullying Zaka when she wasn't around? She scrambled to find a reason to make sense of everything. Was that why he was so rough with her, to push her away from him? Suddenly a scene played out in her head. The wicked M was keeping Anastasia at bay. Stay away from Ursa. Anastasia's struggle only fired Laurentia up more to save her. There's no way such a sweet and lovely girl like Sasa could hate him that much. Just thinking about it left Laurentia sweating buckets. She secretly vowed to rescue her, and Laurentia started plotting to flip the script, saving our beloved, adorable Princess Anastasia from the scary Demon King Mail. The fear melted away, replaced with a deep determination. After all, she was Sasa's sister. A few days later, back at the Enderbang estate, Laurentia hurried to Anastasia's door and called out to her. The little girl was wandering around inside and turned her head the moment she heard the call. Laurentia stealthily carried a heavy basket behind her and cleverly said, "Gaga, do you miss me?" Once she got the answer she wanted, she rushed forward to hug Anastasia, leaving the little girl puzzled about why she was here during nap time. She thought it through. Laurentia usually showed up before late afternoon or during dinner if Mikai was around. She was wrapped in a tight hug, but all she could do was sulk, wondering just how cold he was that her sister avoided him. He should appreciate that she and her brother took the time to play with her. Finally, Laurentia released Anastasia's hand. "Come on, come on." She gently placed 2 fingers in the little girl's palm. Watching Anastasia squeeze her hand, Laurentia beamed, reassuring her that even if she couldn't hold her hand tightly, she wouldn't let go. The little girl jumped at the chance to speak. "Let's go play together far away. There are plenty of rooms we haven't checked out, right? I'll take you there. It's our mansion exploration game." Anastasia tilted her head, thinking it over. Exploring the mansion. She didn't seem too pumped, probably because she already sorta knew the mansion's layout, but Anastasia had never experienced it for herself. Before she could decide, she turned to find everyone staring at her intensely. Lelot clenched his fist, a determined look in his eyes, as he declared, "That's an awesome idea. We should join the ladies' expedition." The maid chimed in, "Absolutely, my lady. I'll whip up some snacks for the trip." Laurentia instantly shot back, "No, Lara's going to explore alone today." Intrigued by her unexpected resolve, he asked, "What's going on? Are you on a treasure hunt?" She nodded, acting as if she held a national secret, dramatically insisting that it was a secret. The maid, hearing this, burst out laughing and sat down eye to eye with Laurentia, curiously asking, "But if you don't let us tag along, who's going to take care of your snacks, young lady?" Remembering something, her determination wavered. "That is..." Laurentia bit her lip, sweat trickling down her face as she weighed a crucial decision. Their sisterhood had triumphed over everything. Soon after, she declared firmly, "No, it's okay. I got this. On adventures, hunger is unavoidable, and as the oldest, Lara can handle it herself." Seeing this, everyone had the same thought, though they didn't voice it. "How adorable." Laurentia turned and asked, "You like it when it's just us sisters, right?" Without missing a beat, Anastasia nodded fervently in agreement. Laurentia, overjoyed, clutched her secret basket and happily exclaimed, "I knew you'd say that." The girl quickly grabbed Anastasia's hand and pulled her away, saying, "Let's go then." Time passed, and a mop of golden hair popped up still damp. Mikai walked into the room where they used to play and called out to the young lady. Spotting the fighting arena, he felt a swirl of confusion and disappointment. Why wasn't she there? Where'd she go? This doesn't feel right. A tiny, carefully sketched map unfolded, and Laurentia took the lead. The little girl chattered away, showing the way. "We can go this route?" Anastasia followed quietly, her eyes darting back as she wondered, doesn't she notice? Unbeknownst to them, 3 figures were hiding behind. Only Anastasia seemed to catch that clue. Exploring this mansion with just the 2 of them couldn't fly. The little girl turned a blind eye, secretly hoping that the group trailing behind wouldn't add any new members. While Laurentia cheerfully announced that they had reached the first room to explore, Anastasia was pulled along before she could respond, her face draining at the sight of it. This place. The 2 girls looked tiny next to the door, and an intense aura radiating from it was overwhelming. Anastasia wondered. This shadowy room is the first spot we're checking out. Laurencia bravely took charge, knocking on the door, and a stern-looking butler answered, "Yes, what can I do for you?" But a quick glance down revealed the two young girls. His tone softened a bit. "How can I assist you young ladies?" Laurencia politely replied, "We've come to see our father. We've never seen him at work before. Can we come in?" Hearing this, he hesitated and gently denied their request. "Lady Laurencia, I'm sorry, but at this time—" Before he could finish, the door that was slightly ajar swung wide open. Rogato emerged, grinning from ear to ear as he spotted the two young ladies. "Oh, my little ones, have you come because you missed your father?" Looking at his face, Anastasia calmed down but was like, "What the heck? I thought the office vibe would be super tense. Was I totally off?" He eagerly waved us in, saying, "Come on in, my kids." But when they walked in, it was way different than they thought. A guy drowning in work. The other assistant wasn't doing much better, head hanging low, and the whole mood was heavy like a lead balloon. Anastasia realized she had totally misjudged the situation. These were the poor assistants, beaten down, but still trying to give a friendly welcome, just looking for a little comfort. "Welcome, ladies. I brought some tasty snacks and that floral tea you love." Just as they wrapped up their words, a hand landed on their shoulders, followed by a voice colder than ice. "Have the head butler deal with it." Roato gently put his hand on their shoulders from behind, but it was the icy words and the threatening vibe that hit the hardest, and they had to report back in 2 hours, whether they liked it or not. They felt the weight of pressure and had no choice but to comply. "Got it, Duke." Once they got their orders, the two dashed away as fast as they could. "We'll head out then." With just the three of them remaining, Rito's mood flipped again as he sweetly asked, "So what brings my lovely daughters here?" Laurencia, unfazed by the earlier antics, answered casually like nothing happened. "We came to see how frosty you get when you're working." Rogato, intrigued, asked, "Loria, you think I look the most chilly when I'm on the job?" Fearless after what she'd just seen, she showered him with compliments. Sighs, "Yup, and you look super cool swinging that sword around." Hearing this, he was amped to show off for his daughter. "Let's hit the training grounds." But as soon as training came up, Laurencia flipped and yelled, "No way!" Rogato, turned down by his daughter, fell into a slump. "Why, I said you look so cool with that sword. That's why I want to show you." Undeterred, she shot back, "Because I'm exploring the mansion with Zaxa today," she replied firmly, though a flicker of worry was visible in her eyes. "So we can't venture outside. This is the place to explore." Anastasia read her sister like a book, but kept her comments to herself. "I see. Sir Mail is probably at the training grounds right now. No wonder she's acting like this." That realization hit him hard, but the next thing he said shattered Rogato's mental defenses. "Plus, you know Lara and Sasa won't be here for long," he exclaimed, realization dawning on him. "Why?" Laurencia held her ground, explaining. "Mom said not to bother you while you're busy," Rogato complained. "How could my awesome daughters ever be a bother?" Seeing this, the little girl rushed in for a hug, but her mind was set. "No, Daddy. Mom said we gotta do things we don't want to do to be good girls." Laurencia was rubbing her dad's strong arm, advising him, "That's why Lara ate her peppers and spinach earlier." Anastasia saw that even if he wanted to hang with them, he had to grind to improve. She could almost picture herself telling Laurencia off. "Don't ever do that again." Anastasia observed them, contemplating if her sister's discipline had turned into a habit. As Laurencia kept on cheering up their dad, "You get it right, Dad. You're a capable adult." Anastasia couldn't help but puff out her cheeks at how cute the little girl looked, comforting the older man, thinking, "Sorry, but you're just too adorable." Unable to stop herself, the little girl laughed. A rare moment of joy, and the sound instantly caught the attention of the father and son dead. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I saw it. Our youngest just smiled, didn't she?" One happiness after another, Anastasia watched them, noting just how similar they really were. He switched to playfully poking her cheeks, asking, "Are you happy to see me scolded?" Her smile faltered as she thought, "No, it's just that she's so darn cute." Hearing this, Laurencia darted in front of her, pouting and scolding her father. "Why did you make Zaxa a bad kid?" Rodo, caught off guard, felt guilty and quickly clarified, "I didn't mean to call her bad." Turning to Anastasia, she inquired again, as if Zaya wanted to echo the same sentiment. Laurencia, thrilled to defend her, spoke with even more passion. "If you want praise, you've got to do stuff you don't like. Is that what you mean?" Anastasia thought otherwise, but Laurencia looked right at her and confidently continued. Lara is Sasha's sister, so Lara knows everything. With a gentle smile, Anastasia felt her heart warm up. Well, I must admit, I don't know much. Sorry, Dad. Without missing a beat, she nodded in agreement, boosting Laurencia's pride. Did you catch that, Dad? They hugged over the moon. Anastasia's main concern was her sister's happiness. The two then bounced out, leaving Rogato alone in his gloom. Laurencia still firm in her resolve. The little girl waved cheerfully. We're off to do some more exploring. All right, let's see where Laurencia's map takes us next. Where should we venture now? But Anastasia's gaze was locked on the supplies, like the bag stuffed with snacks, and even a hand-drawn map. Realizing the level of effort in the preparations, the little girl was amazed, thinking her sister done. All of this just to hang out with her, and guilt washed over her seeing her sister's commitment. Because Lord Mail pops by so often, I haven't had much time with her. I feel so bad. Just as she was about to step forward, but Anastasia's attention was locked on the supplies, like the bag packed with snacks and even a hand-drawn map. Realizing all the effort put in, the little girl was taken aback, thinking her sister had done. All this just to hang out with her, which made her feel guilty for not spending more time with her sister. Because Lord Mail visits so much, I haven't given her enough time. I feel so bad. Just as she was about to step forward, she yelled out as she lost her balance. Maybe because she was still a baby, Anastasia couldn't take more than a few steps before crashing down. Sensing something was off, Laurencia spun around in shock and screamed when she saw the girl fall. Her eyes went wide as she witnessed Anastasia hit the ground face first. Tyla suddenly appeared, calling out to Anastasia, who looked super worried. "Does it hurt anywhere? I saw that Lara didn't mean to do it," she said softly. "I get it, sweetie. Anastasia's still little, so we gotta take it slow." "Aye. You got this right, Lara." Laurencia blushed as she looked down at tiny Lee Nye. "Absolutely." She quickly got up and patted her shoulder, her eyes saying it was all good. Laurencia's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, blurring her long lashes. She fell to the ground sobbing, but even with her little sister trying to comfort her, not a tear came. That day, Lara wasn't the best sister, but from now on, she'd only show her amazing side. If Zaka is a princess, then Lara is a warrior. Being a princess is cool, but she can also step up to protect the sister who's always there for her. Laurencia's grip made Anastasia stop and tilt her head. She stood up, beaming. "Are you okay, Anastasia? This time I held your hand tight and you didn't fall. You're my precious little sis," and Laurencia kept her promise. With my sister by my side, I got to really check out the Duke's mansion, and I even saw the chef breathing fire in the kitchen. The passionate chef was all about cooking, ready to show the young ladies the tastiest food in the world. After that, she sipped tea with her mom in the garden, eagerly asking if it was good. After tea, the two of them played hide-and-seek behind the laundry, as the servants hung it up to dry running, hand in hand across the tiled floor, laughing. She flipped through pages reading, "Rainbow, my buddy." Today's final adventure is the children's library in the mansion. Laurencia's eyes lit up with excitement. "What's that?" Anastasia sat and listened to her read, even though her mind was drifting not as smooth as her brother's reading. "But I really like her voice, like wind chimes on a summer day. Is it because I walked too much, or did I snack too hard and now I'm sleepy?" Laurencia's gaze stayed glued to the storybook. "Want to hear another story?" Not getting any response, she set the book. Anastasia was out cold. Laurencia's eyes widened, sparkling like stars. Right in front of her, Anastasia was sleeping on the green carpet. Sasha had dozed off. Laurencia instinctively covered her mouth, secretly pumped up. "Did I make Zasa fall asleep?" She put the book aside and laid down to take in her cute face. Laurencia leaned in close, whispering, "You're my adorable little Jassa, aren't you?" Maybe she heard it as Anastasia's hand twitched just a bit. Laurencia's cheeks flushed with joy. "She's so precious, so adorable. That's my little one, not Mai's." Her fingers brushed against Anastasia's soft hand. Without thinking, she clasped Laurencia's finger, her deep affection for Anastasia shining through. "My little sis." Laurencia must have nodded off, and Damon covered them both with a blanket. He muttered to himself in frustration. His little sisters were hiding something from him. Damon carefully arranged pillows for his two little sisters. Only they knew about this, but could he join in? She drifted into sleep. After wandering the mansion for about a week, she barely spent time in her room except to sleep. One thing bugged her, though. Anastasia had met her at night and filled her in on Ma's situation. Isn't the young lady here today? I wonder where she's gone. Is she off exploring the mansion again? Damien wants to hang out with her too. Despite Chloe's non-stop chatter every time he came back, his face wore a look of regret. Has he fallen under the Demon King's spell? Ignoring her babble, she rested her chin in her hand, lost in thought. Not on purpose, but it felt like she had been avoiding him. If I'd been closer to my sister from the start, none of this would have happened. I feel bad for making him wait. I'll tell my sister that I'm not exploring tomorrow. Laurentia burst into the room early in the morning, all excited. Gasa, I'm here! Look, Sasa, this is the chocolate I got as a gift, and this too, Anastasia said with a smile that melted hearts. How could I say no to her? Lord Mowell might be a little bummed out. She whipped out a piece of paper saying, "So let's go here today." I immediately nodded in agreement. Suddenly hurried footsteps echoed down the long hallway, and Mail stopped gasping for air before a door. Wait, I want to explore with you. Anastasia's eyes went wide. Mikai, he said genuinely, I want to play with the youngest lady too. I've been getting ready for the adventure, and I'm sure I can help Lady Laurentia. Seeing Laurentia bite her lip in anger made her worried. Are you okay? Mai pushed on. If you come along, I won't allow it, she declared, grabbing Anastasia's hand. Her eyes widened at Laurentia's fierce reaction while he was blindsided by her strong opposition. Mikai quickly regained his cool, keeping calm as he tried to reason with her. Why not? It'd be way better if we teamed up. Laurentia bluntly refused, shouting, I don't need your help. He wasn't backing down either, and replied, Lady Laurentia. Cutting him off, she insisted she could handle it alone, to which Mikai quickly shot back, Why can't I join in? He didn't back down either and said, Lady Laurentia. Cutting him off, she insisted she could go solo, with Mikai quickly butting in, Why can't I come along? The non-stop questions totally stressed her out, almost making her cry, until a younger voice cut in, Leave my sister alone. Mikai boldly shot back, I'm not bothering her. Anastasia, he repeated as if trying to hammer it into his skull. Pushing her buttons, Mikai continued his usual probing. No way. Do I really seem that evil to you? She didn't even bother with a response, just giving a single nod. Mickey's face fell instantly, which just frustrated Anastasia more. He's so cold and distant toward his own sister. What's with that look? She finally burst out. I really don't like it. He stubbornly plopped down and wouldn't stop rambling. What's the big deal? Haven't I figured out enough to be a good big brother from them? Anastasia felt trapped and frustrated by his attitude, questioning if this was really her life. Does that even matter right now? Laurentia, who had been quiet, suddenly yelled again, Hey, Mai, aren't you her brother? In stark contrast to how he treated Anastasia, Mikai frowned slightly and shot a cold glare at her. What? Anastasia thought, feeling a mix of anger and anxiety. He's making that face at his sister again. Unlike me, her tender heart is easily hurt. Laurentia didn't back down, every word dripping with defiance. No matter how much M tried to mimic her brother, he would never be Sasha's brother. He leaned back casually and asked, Why not? What's stopping you? Laurentia was caught off guard, speechless for a moment. She quickly grabbed Anastasia's shoulders and shot back, stating that she didn't like him. Laurentia was determined to fight back. Why are you still trying to hang out with us when Sasha can't stand him? Sasha likes me more because I'm her sister. Anastasia was taken aback, watching Laurentia's twisted expression, astonished to see her sister like this for the first time. While Mail was at a loss for words with the sudden avalanche of comments, despite his earlier bold attitude, Anastasia shut her eyes in frustration, brainstorming. Was this where she needed to pull out the crocodile tears? She glanced up quickly, shooting the idea down. Nah, your situation is totally different. If you cry now, it'll just make things worse. If she did that, Laurentia would say she was crying from a distance. This is all Mihi's fault for making it worse. Anastasia frantically searched for another way out, but Mihi immediately piped up, seemingly undermining all her efforts. The little miss doesn't hate me. Anastasia's suffering deepened. She mentally screamed as Mikai grinned at her and casually added, Even if you aren't a fan of mine, you've never kicked me out. Right, little one? She immediately shot back in her mind. I'm pretty sure I did. Noticing Anastasia's silence, he smugly went on. See, that's true, she thought, furiously refusing to even respond. I haven't even answered you yet. Laurentia tearfully hugged. Anastasia trembled while asking, That's not true. I'm better than Mikai. Right, she hissed. Mikai, still cold and indifferent, calmly replied, I never said the little miss liked me the most. I just mentioned that she didn't hate me. He dropped his stiff expression and grinned victoriously. So, can I join this adventure? Laurencia was so upset that all she could do was yell her refusal over and over. Not happening. This is a secret trip just for Zasa and me. Kai, unfazed and unconcerned, simply said, then it'll be a secret for 3. I won't spill to Damien. Lara couldn't take it anymore, and with all her strength, she screamed even louder, trying to release all her pent-up emotions. I don't want to. Immediately after, a pitiful, quivering voice echoed a huge departure from her earlier determination. Lara had said she didn't like it. Why do you behave like this? Lara hates him. He not only toys with her brother and shoves her away, but now he also wants to take her Zaxa too. Mai, now visibly confused, stared at her while Anastasia desperately attempted to calm her down. But Laurencia had hit her breaking point, stuttering, Sasa is my little sister. She's not yours, Mai. She's mine. She burst into tears, crying out of habit. Mom! Mai kept meddling. Lara wants to keep playing with Sasa. She's my little one. Only then did Mai realize how serious things had become. He hesitated, fear gripping him as a lady's silhouette appeared outside the door. Anastasia reassured her sister while casting a curious glance at her mother, who stood outside with the servants, both parents, and her brother all watching. Anastasia wondered why they were all there, but not coming inside. She noticed her mother's cold face lurking as if waiting for something. And then it hit her. It seems her mom wants them to figure it out for themselves. Anastasia kept comforting her sister, but her mind drifted elsewhere. She slowly analyzed this approach, realizing that no matter how much you care for kids, it's pointless if they don't go through it themselves. Besides, if her family jumped in, Mikhail would feel even more alone. Anastasia checked out Mikhail's nervous expression, thinking again, no matter how mature and collected folks say he is, he's still just 6 years old. She shut her eyes, exhausted by everything around her, and reflected. Having been with the Duke's family since he was little at his request, it must be tough for a child who just lost his parents to open up to others. Her brother was nice, so Anastasia hoped he'd get it and befriend him, but not with her sister. Even though his heart had started to mend, Mikhail probably had no clue how much he had hurt her. Laurencia hardly ever dislikes anyone. She feels for others when they mess up and always steps in to comfort them. Like a human angel, Laurencia keeps reaching out hoping for a connection. But every time she gets turned down. Mikhail glanced at her, finally realizing how heavy his words were. But Anastasia wasn't about to make the first move to mend things. She followed Theta's cue, vowing not to just sit back and think, I'm not going to help you. All eyes were on them, but Anastasia stood her ground, refusing to jump in because this was about him as well as her sister. So, deal with it yourself, Your Majesty. Laurencia's smiling hand reached out. I'm Laurencia, but you can call me Lara. Let's have some fun together. What do you think? Mikhail was frozen in his sadness. What's there to be happy about? I can't fake a smile for something like that. She smiled like she's never faced anything tough. Maybe I'm just a bit envious. Memories of his chat with Damien rushed back. Mikhail, aren't you going to be friends with my sister? He looked down, avoiding Damien's eyes. I'd like to, but she acts like I'm contagious. Mikhail only looked up when Damen said something reassuring. If you ask her first, she'll play with you. Hearing this, Mikhail stood up, arms hanging loosely until he grasped the hem of his shirt. Laurencia stopped crying as Mai said, sorry. I'm really sorry, Lady Laurentia. He knelt to her level, being sincere. I truly apologize. I never meant to hurt you. Can you tell me what made you dislike me? Laurencia stared wide-eyed and speechless as he gently apologized. Is that okay? I truly apologize, Lady Lentia. She bit her lip deep in thought, her hands gripping her dress as she sniffled. Lara is Lara after all. I hate how you keep calling me Lady this and Lady that. The knights and maids call me Lara, but you always call me Second Young Lady or Lady Laurencia. Mikhail got what she meant. So if I call you Lara, you'll forgive me. She shot back. If Anastasia agrees, then it's a deal. Two sets of eyes turned to Anastasia eagerly. An awkward silence took over as she mumbled a sound of agreement. But since it was mumbling, they couldn't catch on, and both she and Laurencia looked a bit down. She looked at her wide-eyed. Are you still upset? Anastasia reached out her tiny hand to Laurentia and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Maybe because words weren't enough to express what she felt. Laurencia's eyes widened in shock, not knowing how to respond, while Mikhail was blown away, hugging Anastasia. I like you the most, right? I knew it. She snuggled into Laurencia's chest, nodding contentedly. The castle soon glowed with the warm hues of sunset, and a long table was piled high with a steaming feast. The countess chuckled. "And make yourselves at home, please," Mikhail said awkwardly. "Thanks for the meal." "I'll enjoy the meal." She thought, her gaze downward and lost in thought. Remembering her chat with Regato, she figured that they shouldn't meddle in the kids' matters. "They'll figure it out," she replied when he asked with concern. "Will everything be all right?" She nodded firmly. "I think so. The kids need their space, and that's what we should let them have as Laurencia's parents." "Are you worried about Mikhail?" Regato stuttered. "Well," the law said while looking out the window, "I suppose you're right. We'll step in if things escalate, but for now, we should just observe from a distance. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry for eavesdropping, but they're genuinely good folks. I can't believe they're my parents. They remind me of my old mentor. My time with him was short, but he was the only one I ever called teacher. Strict, yet super caring. My foolish student promised me not to dive into the fire alone. That was my last wish. Still, I couldn't keep that promise. Thinking back on that time makes my heart ache with the fear that if I put my heart out there again, I might lose it once more. Nah, it'll be fine this time, so no worries." "What's up, Anastasia? Can't figure it out. Let me help you." Mai quickly picked up on Anastasia's weird behavior. He enthusiastically piled food on her plate. "Little one, wanna try this?" He politely declined for Anastasia, saying she can't eat such big pieces yet. Mai innocently thinks she's already teething. Here, my insides helplessly. She's only got a few. Her face twisted in clear disgust as her eyes landed on the plate of meat. "Is this a joke? It's all stuff I can't eat." He patiently explained that Anastasia is still a baby, and these foods might make her cry. His face showed a hint of surprise, then genuine regret. "Is it true I'm sorry, little one? Can you forgive me?" Anastasia was shocked, her eyes wide as she stared at Mikhail. Lowering her gaze, she sighed. "Is he messing with me? Whenever I'm around this kid, I feel myself getting more petty. How strange." After everything, we finally roamed the mansion together. Time flew by, and as October rolled in, everyone hustled and bustled around preparing for Thanksgiving and other upcoming celebrations. Unlike the mansion's chaos, Anastasia felt more chilled out than ever, gazing at the clear blue sky, lost in thought. On days like this, she just needs to sit quietly and not stir up any trouble. Her mind kept racing. After Mai and his sister patched things up, the four of us went out to have fun together often. Today, the Knights had organized a game. Lot pumped up the crowd, calling it a treasure hunt, and Lent's eyes sparkled at the mention of treasure. Then Sir Lenslot laid out the game rules, saying 2 people would be paired into teams, and the team that unearths the most valuable treasure wins. Mikhail, who had been quiet up until now, suddenly chimed in, asking what the prize would be for winning. Lilith was taken aback, glancing at the stern-faced Mikhail and Damien before stopping to think. He cleared his throat and replied, "If the young Duke comes out on top, maybe the Duke will spar with him." Mickey's face lit up instantly, his expression shifting dramatically. He turned to Anastasia and asked, "Hey, if I can land some hits on the Duke, does that mean I'm cool?" After Mikhail's question, Anastasia reluctantly gave a nod, sending him into a wild state of excitement. He eagerly asked, "For real?" His expression made Anastasia pause. "Wait, why is he so hyped? I feel kinda bad." Then she remembered the day when Laurencia and Mihi had their big fight. After that, she never told him she was not into him. Now, looking back, she recalled Laurencia shouting in anger, Why? Sasa mentioned she didn't like it, so why did she keep insisting on hanging out with him, caught in the middle? Anastasia felt awful, realizing her careless words were like ammo for her sister to use against Mikhail. Her eyes drooped with guilt. She was in the wrong. It was her fault. Anastasia secretly studied Mikhail's face, thinking that while he seemed okay, it didn't necessarily mean he truly was. But that did make her feel a bit better. It looked like he was starting to act a bit more like a kid. With that thought, they made a pinky promise. Ever since she said she'd be his, Mikhail could hardly contain his excitement, grinning as he said, "You promised me." "All right." Anastasia just hummed in response, and they quickly decided on their treasure hunt teams. Team 1 was made up of Laurencia and Damien, both bursting with energy. Team 2 included Mikhail and Anastasia. Compared to their opponents, the girls' expression was a mix of helplessness and blankness. It seemed like fate brought them together on the same team. Mikhail cheerfully told her, "Let's do our best, little one." He also made a strong promise saying, "I promise to win for us both." His words stuck with Anastasia. He had made a promise, but once the competition kicked off, Mikai took her to see the flowers. "Little one, check these flowers out." He even pointed out the critters buzzing around, genuinely fascinated. "Look, a butterfly." Mikai's actions quickly distracted Anastasia from his promise as she wondered why he was so caught up in everything. While Mikai remained calm, the first team was eagerly searching for treasure with Laurencia's voice carrying in the distance. "I found more." Hearing all the noise from Team 1, Anastasia couldn't help but question if he really wanted to win. So she grabbed his hand and urged him to go. Mikai looked surprised, but his expression changed right away. With a smile, he asked, "Are you worried?" Anastasia thought to herself that she wasn't exactly worried, but before she could say anything, Mikai jumped to a conclusion. Bathed in soft autumn sunlight, they stood beneath the dancing leaves, creating a stunning scene. Mikai caught a falling leaf and placed it in Anastasia's palm. Confused, she stared at the leaf as Mikai delightedly soaked in the view and reassured her. "It's all good. This is the first time I've held your hand like this. And I'm confident," he said with undeniable conviction. Beneath the falling autumn leaves, Mikai's words took on a dreamlike quality, leaving Anastasia in a daze. As Mikai began to guide her on their adventure, he smiled and explained, "Let's head over there. I've seen the knights training there in the mornings." Anastasia thought to herself, "He's such a handful." Their hands were intertwined. Anastasia quietly admired Mikai. She thought he'd be rushed, but he was actually starting to remind her of his brother. Mikai kept opening up to her. "Damien once said that you don't talk much even when you see or want to do something." Anastasia was a little taken aback, but she listened silently as Mikai spoke earnestly. "He told me that when I play with you, I have to take good care of you. Laurencia and Damien noticed those things, so I want you to see them too. Butterflies falling, leaves swirling petals, snow, all that good stuff." Anastasia's cheeks turned pink as she listened. Despite her thoughts racing, Anastasia, with the limited mind of a little one, could only call out his name to go outside. Hearing this, Mikai felt even more motivated, tightly holding her tiny hands as he affirmed, "I still need more practice to be a good brother like Damien, but could you call my name like that, too?" He's just the same, always trying to catch Anastasia's attention. After voicing his wish, Mikai quietly awaited her response. Anastasia was momentarily stunned, looking away shyly. After a short pause, she finally spoke softly. "Mikhail, I don't hate you." Mikai instantly responded, "You don't hate me." "No," Anastasia replied. The cool autumn breeze blew dust into her eyes. She rubbed her eyes uncomfortably, and when she opened them again, Anastasia's expression faltered slightly. Mikai chuckled just like the innocent kid he was, and then asked, "Do you want to be my little sister, too?" Anastasia couldn't take her eyes off him, but when she felt her face heating up, she looked away. Though unspoken, Anastasia already knew her answer for Mikai. "I've always thought of myself as your little sister, you goof." The two of them wandered over to a big tree, where a glimmer of light caught their attention, and with a few quick jumps, Mikai was up in the branches. Sure enough, a treasure was hidden in the tree. Anastasia marveled at his climbing skills from below. After snagging the treasure, he jumped down and showed off his find to Anastasia. "Little one, I found another one." Watching Mika struggle, she thought to herself why on earth the treasure was stashed so high up in what was supposed to be a kid's game, while Lot stood there in shock. "I never thought he'd actually climb that tree." Anastasia shot back after hearing him say that. Did they really think we'd just sit back and wait for them to get it for us? "Just let me get up there and give him a hand, little dude. He's all right, so she'll just let it slide as long as he's happy." After combing through, Anastasia's crew found 6 chests, while her sister and brother only managed to score 5. Anastasia took a quick look around silently, sizing up the scene. With time running low, victory seemed like a sure thing. Just then, a familiar face strolled up and knelt down in front of Anastasia. Mikai showed up with another chest, hoping for a little praise from her, but she immediately wished he could be a bit more innocent. He was acting pretty childish today, but it's no biggie, and she also wanted to say sorry. With that, Anastasia gently patted Mikai's head with her tiny hands, praising him. Seeing his smile, she figured it wasn't worth raining on his parade over a minor thing. The treasure hunt was wrapping up, and the 3 knights quickly called out the results. So victory was claimed by Duke and Lady Anastasia's team, who took it all in stride like it was no big deal. Even though she lost, Laurentia cheerfully promised to snag a win next time, giving them a round of applause. Lancelot and two knights had already hidden the gifts behind them and continued, a little tune. Since both teams found the treasure, I'm going to award you guys the loot you discovered. Laurentia lit up with joy. Really, you guys are actually going to do that? Lancelot quickly chimed in. Absolutely. Damien and Anastasia, step up to grab your prizes. Damien received a new riding whip while Anastasia got herself a knight's helmet. Next, Laurentia was called up, and a knight presented her with a gift specially for the young lady. Lara. Laurentia ripped it open, exclaiming, "This is really for Lara." Lancelot grinned. Naturally, it's what you wanted. She hugged the gift, her joy blooming like flowers on her lips. I love it so much. Anastasia chimed in, curious. Is that a kid's leather armor? Flashbacks hit her, reminding her of times when Lentia, her mom, and Anastasia were out for a stroll. Whenever she caught sight of knights battling it out, she was glued to the action. Lara wanted to don armor like the knights too. Knight's gear, she asked again, getting an answer in a heartbeat. Yep, because Lara's a warrior too, and she wants to rock knight's armor just like them. Anastasia figured they had picked up on her words. Back in the present, the knights were chatting happily with Lentia, while a princess kept an eye on everything from a distance. Lara would come rescue her, and next time they'd build a treehouse together. That sounds awesome. We will, Lancelot said. Micaiah was up for that promised duel with his dad, but before it all kicked off, he reminded Anastasia of something. You got to keep that promise. The little guy nodded eagerly. That small gesture seemed to pump him up even more. This time, Anastasia wasn't wearing her usual annoyed face around Micaiah. She started to wonder if she might actually like him, no longer having that hate she once felt. Soon, the showdown between Micaiah and Rogato began. After tons of hard training, he finally managed to land a hit on Rogato with his sword. Micaiah made sure to bring it up once or twice, surprising Rogato, who asked, "What do you mean?" He didn't reply, but a smirk spread across his face as Rogato chuckled to himself, giving the boy a once-over. He then quickly demonstrated his strength, and in a blink, Rogato struck, sending Micaiah flying backward. He stumbled, but quickly regained his footing, his eyes shining with determination now. But he wasn't done. He countered against Rogato, refocusing. Watching Micaiah now, Rogato smiled and praised, "You've really leveled up. I've got to be more careful now, little Duke." He warned, "I won't be holding back anymore." Anastasia watched the brawl unfold with her siblings silently voicing her concerns. Dad, isn't that a bit much for a 6-year-old? But then she reconsidered. Wasn't her dad putting too much pressure on Micaiah? The sounds of wooden swords clashing echoed around them. After a lengthy struggle, Micaiah was worn out and gasping for breath as Rogato spoke. How about we call it a day, young Duke? Micaiah earnestly begged. Just a little more, please. Duke. He hesitated, but before he could say no, Micaiah insisted, just a little more. I won the treasure hunt. With that, he jumped into the air, pouring all his energy into it, lunging straight for Rogato. He totally caught him off guard, shock written all over his face. In a moment of distraction, Micaiah managed to land another hit on Rogato with his sword, grabbing everyone's attention. Anastasia was taken aback by Micaiah's efforts, silently cheering for him. Micaiah worked hard to connect with Duke Rogato. His wooden sword poked the Duke's waist as he huffed for air. He lit up and declared, "I did it." Bowing to Rogato in gratitude, he then sprinted towards Anastasia. A big question mark hovered above her head as Micaiah approached, all smiles. "Little one, I did it 3 times in a row. Did you see?" Anastasia stared blankly, never wanting him to battle her dad. Yet he kept asking, "Did you catch that, Anna?" She let out a sigh, feeling chained by her promise. Not wanting to keep Micaiah waiting, she brightly praised him, and upon hearing her words of encouragement, his expression froze. But the next second, Micaiah felt a rush of heat on his face and quickly covered it, trying to hide his embarrassment. Micaiah quickly gathered himself a bit self-conscious. His face went blank for a moment, but then a flash of heat crawled up his cheeks, and he quickly covered his face, trying to hide his embarrassment. Micaiah quickly gathered himself, feeling self-conscious. He smoothed back his blonde hair, but his cheeks were still flushed. Turning to Anastasia again, he asked, "How about I be your big brother, okay?" Her eyes grew wide as she stared at him, momentarily losing all composure. Anastasia shyly looked away, feeling inexplicably embarrassed, but she reached for Micaiah's hand, thinking, "Aren't you already like a big brother to me?" Their joyful moment didn't last long as Anastasia's mind drifted elsewhere. Before she knew it, Thanksgiving was right around the corner. Mikai confidently assured her that he would be back before Damien's birthday. She couldn't stop thinking about him, and Mikai had to return to the Duke's mansion in about 3 weeks. Anastasia realized with a tinge of sadness that she had nearly forgotten he was the young Duke. Anastasia's family gathered at the door, waving goodbye to Mikai as he climbed into the carriage, while Rogato assured him that missing the birthday celebration wouldn't be a huge deal. Mikai promptly declined, noting that his grandfather also wanted to be included in Damien's birthday bash. Not wanting to argue, Rogato just smiled and said, "I'll send an invite soon and extend my regards to your granddad." Mikai bowed respectfully in response. "Yes, Duke." That's when he suddenly realized he hadn't said goodbye to Anastasia, and with a bright smile he said, "I'll be back real soon." Anastasia nodded seriously, a small gesture that left everyone momentarily frozen. As Mikai bid farewell and rode off in his carriage, Rogato waved goodbye, but then his expression shifted. It's a bit of a problem when our youngest is this adorable. Time flew by, and before they knew it, Thanksgiving was here. Everything was prepped, and Anastasia joined her siblings at the feast. Laurencia squealed with excitement, completely different from the flower-filled spring festival. The Autumn Fest was all about scrumptious food, and Laurencia was immediately drawn to the mountain of sweets prepared for the occasion. Everything looked so tasty. It was a celebration for those who had worked hard all year. Anastasia, Laurencia, and Damien dug into the sweets. Her sisters savored their treats just like her, and even their parents found a moment for each other. Did she recall that time right here? Their whole family mingled through the crowd, enjoying a meal while dressed in casual clothes. Laurencia dragged Anastasia around, shoveling food into her hands. "This is so good, let's eat together." She ate until she was stuffed. Feeling full and noticing Laurencia's downcast expression, Anastasia felt guilty thinking her sister couldn't indulge her love for food because of her worries. Seeing Laurencia sad, the maid came over to comfort her. "Lara hates eating alone, so let me join you." Realizing it was best to let her sister spend some time with the maid, Anastasia agreed. Her sister had a maid with her, so surely nothing bad would happen. Damien led her outside. And they walked toward the pumpkin tower together. Damien asked, "Do you see this pumpkin tower, Anastasia?" He observed her closely. The youngest typically didn't ask for much, but she seemed intrigued by the pumpkin tower. Look how focused she was on it. Her eyes were glued to the big pumpkin structure, so Damien suggested it might be too tall for her to see comfortably. "Let me give you a boost." At that moment, Damien overheard his parents chatting nearby. It seemed all the kids were loving the pumpkin tower. Even Damien enjoyed it when he was little. He cringed as his parents started reminiscing about him again. He didn't want that to happen since his parents had been sharing those embarrassing stories in front of his sisters all week. His parents remained blissfully unaware of his growing discomfort. He felt humiliated hearing them bring up old stuff he had never imagined hearing again. So Damien decided to put a stop to it, and he called out quickly, "Mom!" But she didn't seem to hear, continuing, "Back then, it was just Damien. Only the three of us went, and everyone thought he was adorable, but he got lost when I wasn't paying attention. I was so freaked out when he suddenly vanished." Rogato added, "Exactly. Your mother and I were really worried back then." Unable to interrupt his parents, Damien struggled to mask his emotions. His hands clenched, and Anastasia noticed him tense up. "He's holding my hand tighter than usual. It's gonna turn purple." She quietly gasped, but then something felt off. She sensed that something was bothering Damien, and she shouldn't mention how tight his grip was. Unaware of Damien's distress, their parents continued to reminisce. "We split up to look for you, but it was eerily quiet. I was worried my wife would have a meltdown, but we finally found you. You were in the pumpkin tower, weren't you?" "Yeah." Unable to articulate properly, he mumbled, "Mom, Dad." Hearing this, he reached his breaking point and pulled Anastasia away. Confused, she called out Brother Damien and looked anxiously at their parents. "Mom, Dad, now's not the time to be reminiscing about the pumpkin tower." Anastasia then noticed another issue. Her sister was alone, making her wonder, where's her lady-in-waiting? There are way too many people here, and it's hard to keep track. Anastasia thought, taking in everyone's looks. Everyone seems so happy. But why do I feel so uneasy? A chilling thought crossed her mind as Laurencia walked towards the pumpkin tower. It felt as if she was about to lose someone. As darkness fell, Anastasia strolled with Damien through the estate grounds. Lights flickered on in the houses one by one as Damien led her to a massive tree. Anastasia then noticed another issue. Her sister was all on her own, making her think, "Where's her lady-in-waiting? There are too many people around, it's hard to keep track." Anastasia assessed everyone's faces. Everyone looks so happy, but why do I feel like something's off? This uneasy feeling hit her as Laurencia approached the pumpkin tower. Nagging thought plagued Anastasia's mind as if she were on the brink of losing someone. As evening came, Anastasia strolled with Damien through the estate grounds. Lights began to flicker on in the houses one by one as Damien led her to a giant tree. He dropped his head, lost in thought. Did his parents really get a kick out of making him feel ashamed? They always told old stories that he couldn't even remember. Anastasia quietly kept an eye on her brother. Ideas started swirling in her head. He was smart and always the top pick for Duke, but she only knew him since he was 6 years old. It's hard to picture his younger self from our parents' tales, but to them, he's always been their favorite kid, so it makes sense they'd find him cute. He seems to not want his sisters to see him as a kid anymore. He was so wrapped up in his own world, he didn't even realize he was holding my hand while running. Damon was still talking to himself, lost in thought. I've got to set a good example for my siblings. As she heard this, Anastasia immediately recognized her brother's thoughts. That's exactly what he was thinking. After a moment, Damon finally looked down and noticed his little sister beside him. He called out to Anastasia in a daze, then realized her hand was turning red from his grip. Damon's face dropped and he knelt down, spilling out apologies. He apologized to Anastasia, rubbed her hand gently, and pondered how it all escalated like this. Then he asked, "Why didn't you tell me I was hurting you?" Anastasia was taken aback. She quickly denied it, saying, "You never said I was wrong. I'm not at fault." Then he sighed and took the blame himself. "No, that's not it. I'm sorry for accidentally hurting you." Upset Damon hugged Anastasia, promising her to let him know if she felt any pain again. Seeing him upset, Anastasia called out, "Brother Damon is sorry again. Yeah, he messed up, but I didn't mean to blame him. I just wanted to let him know I was okay." "I'm in pain." Damon stared at her in disbelief. Just then, sobs erupted from several maids who noticed Lady Laurencia. Anastasia looked around, puzzled about what happened to her sister. Damon quickly hoisted her up, saying, "Let's go home, Anastasia. You might catch a cold." He carried her back to their parents. Thesa looked pretty worried, asking where the kids had been. Worried something terrible struck. Regato reassured her swiftly, saying knights were out searching and would find her soon. Just then, Damien came running from a distance, shouting, "Mom, Dad!" They both turned to look. Damien, gasping for air, asked, "What happened to Laurencia?" Upon seeing them, their mom immediately hugged them both, saying, "Where have you been, Damien, Anastasia?" With a sigh, she added, "Your dad and I were freaking out about you both." Damon felt a wave of guilt hit him. He set Anastasia down and switched topics. "I saw the maids searching for Lentia. What's going on?" Damen's question caused his parents to exchange a quick glance. They shared a look, and then his mom answered, saying, "Laurentia was just playing hide and seek, which is why the maids were looking for her." Anastasia knew right away they were lying, probably to keep them from panicking. She nervously clutched her dress. "Is something really wrong with my sister?" She secretly hid one hand behind her back and used her power. The festival crowd only multiplied her worries. Anastasia had called for her, and upon arriving, she tearfully began to question her. "My lord, why haven't you called for me in so long?" "Yay, what do you need me to do now?" "You haven't called for me in a week. Choco wants some love too. Were you planning to hold off for 20 more years?" Anastasia had zero time for jokes right now. She earnestly called for Choco, quickly setting a deal. "My sister is missing. If you find her, I'll let you stick around for 3 whole days." Choco stopped crying in an instant, then spread its wings and shot off, saying, "I'll be back in a bit." Choco's presence gave Anastasia a bit of peace. Finding her sister would just be a matter of time now. Meanwhile, Damien told his mom he wanted to look for Laurencia too. Anastasia worried for him, realizing she couldn't overlook her brother's situation. But with no experience in these kinds of things, he was clueless about what to do. After chatting with his mom, Damon got a grip and told Anastasia that he thought Laurencia was just playing hide and seek. He asked if she wanted to join him in searching for her. She got it. It seemed her brother had figured it out as well. Before they even started looking, she brought the info. "Demon King, she's there." Anastasia quickly turned her gaze toward the pumpkin tower and grabbed Damien's hand. He stared at her, puzzled, as she spoke again. "Pumpkin steel. Hearing this, Damon thought she was just playing, saying, "The pumpkin tower, I'll take you there later." But Anastasia didn't give him a chance to bow out and pulled him straight toward it. She was really going for it. Facing the massive pumpkin tower, she underestimated it. There's no entrance. How in the world am I getting in? She wondered if she should just use magic. It could fall apart at any second. Damon, still clueless, asked, "Anastasia, what are you doing?" Meanwhile, from inside the pumpkin tower, a soft voice cried, "Anastasia!" The sound came from a small gap in the tower where Laurencia was curled up. Anastasia's pumpkin tower, hearing a voice from outside. She quickly recognized her brother's voice. Brother Laurencia was trapped in a pitch-black space. The girl screamed in terror, and Damien immediately sensed it. "Laurencia!" He shouted, frantic. "Leah, are you in there?" Anastasia finally let out a breath of relief, knowing her sister was in there, and picked up on a faint voice from inside. "Brother." Damon quickly zeroed in on the gap in the pumpkin tower. He attempted to save Laurencia while saying, "I'll get you out, just hang tight. It's too sketchy, stay right there." Damon's bright pink hair popped into view. He leaned closer, extending his hand to his sister. "Laurencia, I'm right here. Can you reach for me?" Laurencia gazed up at her brother with teary eyes, seeing him like a beacon of light. Spotting his sister trapped in the pumpkin tower, Damien urgently asked, "Laurencia, can you stretch your hand out?" Hearing her brother's voice, Laurencia hesitantly reached out her tiny hand, and he carefully grabbed it. "That's it, good job. Just be careful." Anastasia nervously watched the two siblings from a distance. Suddenly, she heard a small noise from the pumpkin tower that made her jump, and she realized the tower was about to give in. While her brother was busy saving his sister, she quietly tapped into her powers, thinking her job was to help him from the shadows. Damon calmly assured Laurencia, telling her they were almost out. Once they were free from the tower, Laurencia jumped into her brother's arms, calling his name, and Damon hugged her tightly, feeling a huge wave of relief. Once he knew she was okay, he asked, "Why did you go in there?" She sniffled, "Because Nisser said Mom and Dad were really worried after you sneaked into the pumpkin tower before." Lara was curious, and Damien was caught off guard as the Law and Regato rushed over out of breath. "Laurencia, Damien, are you guys all right?" Clear's throat. Their voices were filled with concern. Damon reassured them that Laurencia was okay, and they all released a collective sigh of relief. But the drama wasn't over yet, as he continued, "And I gotta tell you something, Thala." Relieved that her daughter was safe, she asked anxiously, "Honey, where have you been?" Lara timidly replied, "I was in the pumpkin tower." Thea chuckled and inquired again, "The pumpkin tower?" "My kids are definitely like peas in a pod when it comes to looks and antics." Laurencia innocently chimed in, "For sure, Lara wants to be just like you." Unaware of the awkward look on her brother's face, Damon spoke while covering Laura's ears. "Leah, hang tight for the sec." Lara looked up at her brother silently. He added, "I appreciate you remembering how cute I was as a kid." His expression turned serious. "But let's not go digging up my past screw-ups in front of my sisters." Regato was left scratching his head. "Oh, I get it." Looks like Damien was super embarrassed, and hearing what his dad said only made him more upset, shouting, "That doesn't even matter. My sisters just copied my goof-ups." She thought it was cool. Both Regato and Thala were taken aback. He kept going. "I hope both my siblings stick to my good traits, and I hope you get what I mean, Mom, Dad." With a straight face, he pointed out that his dad always said, "A mistake is a mistake, no matter how tiny." Hearing his son echo him, Regato was left speechless. Once Damon was done speaking, he immediately turned to his sister to check if he had hurt her ears. Anastasia watched him with concern, but witnessing his relief made her breathe a sigh of relief, even though it seemed like a storm was brewing with their dad. Even grown-ups need some TLC, right? Regato felt guilty, and Thala could only comfort her husband helplessly. On the ride home, Laurencia excitedly swung her little legs. "Since my brother went in, I thought there had to be something super cool in the pumpkin tower." Thala stammered, "I get it. I'm just at a loss for words because of your moves." He firmly reminded his sister, "Laurencia, from now on, you gotta tell someone where you're headed." She obediently replied, "Yes," watching the sibling banter. One quietly remarked, "It would be nice if our big bro did that too." This hit Damon like a ton of bricks, but he agreed with his mom. "Sure thing, Mom." Even though Anastasia was dozing off in the carriage, she sensed their parents had a chat with their brother afterward. Damien hugged his parents, saying, "Though my sisters are precious to me, I'm super embarrassed about my past mistakes, so I'd rather keep those stories just between us three." Rogato hugged them both, saying, "So, he'll be spending some family time too." Thala playfully teased him about how he seems to hang out a lot with Anastasia and Laurencia. What a cute moment with the three of them hugging. She couldn't help but think about how worried they might have been, even though everything turned out okay. She always worried about her brother trying to act all grown up, worried that her 7-year-old brother was always trying to take on that oldest sibling role. As Thala hugged Damon, she asked if he was feeling really sad, and her heart soared when he happily replied no, but it seemed like everything wrapped up nicely. What a relief. She used her magic to keep an eye on the conversation between the three. Seeing that all was well, she stroked Choco and praised her good job. As promised, she played with Choco for 4 whole days, and Choco was practically stuck to her side the entire time. While keeping her promise to Choco, she thought, when Mika comes back, I won't be able to summon this little chocolate for a while. She remembered the day when he knelt down in front of her and asked, "Little one, do you have a puppy?" As she played with Choco, she couldn't help but wonder how that guy could see him. While Choco remained blissfully unaware that their time together was running out, Choco was over the moon. "Can't I just stay with you forever? It's so fun to crash with the Demon King and watch him eat." She coolly answers no. It jumped in asking, "Why? Why can't I stop that annoying little Duke from coming here?" But honestly, this dude is nothing compared to Choco, the one and only attendant to the mighty Demon King. She stays quiet, lost in thought. Stopping him from coming here feels like trying to stop him from breathing. This world isn't as harsh as that. She just tells Choco that she needs Mikai around, letting her figure out the reasons why. Is this part of the Demon King's master plan? Outwardly, she nods, but deep down, she knows there's no plan at all. She starts to overthink again, realizing she could avert the end of the world with her own strength. But she's also scared to die. The vibe was super chill, but her heart was all over the place. It had been a hot minute since fear of death hit her like this. Choco, clueless about her swirling thoughts, kept going. So that cocky kid is a potential candidate to join the Demon King's crew, huh? She was caught off guard by the question. It went on. That's not shocking. If you see him as a future minion, that means he'd be working with Chu. Right. It puffed up proudly, placing a foot on its chest. Since Chuko is your first lackey, I'll make sure to look really cool. Snuggling up to Anastasia, it declared if that wild brat was in the running, it was ready to whip him into shape. She sighed while petting Geng Xiao's head, but silently apologized to Nikai, vowing she wouldn't let anything like that happen. Below, Damien and Laurencia were having fun in the courtyard, and Anastasia thought about how amazing it would be if life could always be this chill and joyful. As she thought, Grand Duke Leventus received some troubling news, eyeing the letter closely. Before he could finish his thought, a voice rang out from outside the study. "Grandpa, it's Mail. Can I come in?" Hearing Mail's voice, he quickly stuffed the important paper under a mountain of documents and said, "Come on in." With Thanksgiving past, the estate buzzed with energy for a different reason. Anastasia mused about Damon's upcoming birthday on the 28th of October. Damien suggested skipping his birthday bash since the national holiday was just around the corner, and Anastasia got where he was coming from. The anniversary of the Great Kui's sealing by the main god is on the 31st, and it seems like her big brother wants to step aside for the important event, but Thea disagreed gently, giving her son's shoulder a pat. It's awesome to have more days to celebrate. Damien couldn't let those days slip by. He still wasn't on board, but the law said cheerfully, "Don't rob your mother of the joy of celebrating your birthday." Demi, feeling bashful, agreed. And so, we got ready for his birthday celebration during the holiday. With my brother's birthday getting closer, Mikai eagerly showed Anastasia, "Check it out. I brought you something. It's a kid's picture book." The picture book had a cute little fox on it. And as Damon's birthday approached, my Levinus returned to the Duke's mansion. He came back with a pile of books, and she sighed. 3 weeks went by, and the little guy was still small. As he reached out for her hand, she thought, "Here we go again." She had no choice but to take his hand. He lit up with joy that she grabbed his hand. He said he was thrilled that the young lady no longer disliked him. Little did he know how uncomfortable she was feeling. Why was he spouting nonsense? Did he think she was clueless? Mel respectfully took her hand and kissed it. His eyes shined with lingering fondness. He hadn't finished telling her how much he missed her. "I miss you so much." But a frosty voice sliced through the mood. Male flinched, but he didn't let go of Anastasia. "You haven't even properly greeted the Duke before coming to see the young lady." "So you're Grand Duke Leventus," he harshly scolded Mihi, questioning if that was how he'd been taught, to which Mihi straightened up and replied, "Honestly, no, sir. You told me to come along with you." He could only respond, "Yeah." Anastasia was also shocked to see this side of Mai. It was the first time she'd witnessed him so anxious. Her eyes seemed to see through everything quietly, confirming this man must be Mihi's grandfather. Duke Leventus was a dignified man who could easily command Mihi's respect, and before leaving, his gaze landed on Anastasia standing behind Mihi. Their eyes locked, and upon seeing Anastasia, he expressed regret before taking his leave. "It's my fault, little miss. I'll make sure to greet you properly later." She quietly assessed him in her mind. He seemed as meticulous as the rumors suggested, even after they left. She kept mulling it over. On second thought, if he just wanted to call me Kyle, he could have sent a servant. Why did he come here personally? She found his behavior puzzling, quietly speculating during dinner that the meal was more extravagant than usual. It must be because of Grand Duke Leventus. Everything is set up uniquely for the special guest's arrival. Regato, as host, kicked things off. "I know you've got a lot going on. Thank you for taking the time to swing by, Grand Duke." The Grand Duke responded politely, "Not at all. I entrusted my nephew to you, so I apologize for not dropping by more." Sila chimed in humbly, "Please don't say that. It's great for kids to make pals." He sincerely shared that, truth be told, he should be even more thankful for this. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Mikai's shoulder. That Elle politely acknowledged that her child must have caused a lot of trouble, but he was always so forgiving. Not at all. Mikai is super well behaved, and curiosity is totally normal at this age. He also spared Theta any awkwardness by thanking her. While the adults exchanged pleasantries, Damon watched Anastasia eat with joy. As she munched, she was on high alert, feeling someone's eyes on her for a good while. Could it be Mikhail? But when she looked up, it was Grand Duke Leventus, the big cheese himself. She couldn't help but wonder why he quickly looked away when he got caught checking her out. Did I just imagine that? The thought bounced around in her head. Before he turned his attention elsewhere, she noticed the corner of Duke Leventus's mouth curved just a little. Then he spoke up, asking Regato, "Duke, aren't you planning to head over to the capital this season?" Although she was unsure of his motives, Regatta answered, "Yeah, the kids are still pretty little." He followed up, "I'm planning to make my big entrance this new year. If I skip it, His Majesty won't be thrilled." Meanwhile, the three kids kept munching away, all smiles. "Anastasia, is it tasty, Anastasia? You gotta try this too." When she heard her dad, memories of the capital came rushing back. She remembered her dad went to the capital last year, but had to turn back halfway because of that kidnapping mess. Ever since, he hadn't really been out and about. The Grand Duke sighed, set down his spoon, and stated, "You should head to the capital now." That got asked, confused, "What's up?" He hesitated, then responded, "Lately there have been whispers going around the palace." He lowered his voice. "Apparently the Empress is expecting." As soon as he said that, the vibe at the table went totally serious. Regato replied, "I get what you're saying about the Queen, but he only said half of it." Anastasia was confused. Shouldn't the Queen's pregnancy be exciting? Seeing how her parents looked, she couldn't figure out why they seemed so worried. Watching their reactions made her suspicious, and she knew she had to dig deeper into what was going on with the Emperor. She secretly called on her powers, determined to uncover the truth. After dinner, it was lights out for the three kids. Oh man, time really flies. Sheila wished each of her kids sweet dreams, starting with Anastasia. "Sleep tight, my darling." Now, it was Laurencia's turn to get a kiss goodnight, followed by Mikai. "Me too, Mai." The Grand Duke also chimed in with his goodnight, and Laurentia, hearing him, called out to him innocently. She reached out her arms, wanting a hug, and he asked her what was up. Leaning down to hear her out, she surprised him with a kiss, wishing him good night. He wasn't the only one surprised. Damon and Mail were also taken aback by her unexpected sweetness as he gently patted her head. Then he turned to Anastasia, leaving her baffled and wondering why he was looking at her like that. Does he expect me to... But Damon and Mail were also taken aback by her unexpected move as he affectionately stroked her head. He then turned to Anastasia, leaving her confused, wondering why he was looking at her like that. Does he want me to give him a goodnight kiss? 2. Faced with his eager gaze, she gulped. There was no dodging it. She stepped up and reached out her hands. The Enderplanks watched from afar, chuckling at their youngest daughter's adorable antics. "Looks like our little one has a soft spot for the Grand Duke, doesn't she?" Anastasia was in the Grand Duke's arms, planting a light kiss on his cheek, and his eyes were filled with affection for her. He patted her head, pondering. Guess that's why our little one is so fond of this young lady. She wondered why he wasn't more into her sister then. I really don't get it, Anastasia thought to herself while heading back to her room. My sister and brother's rooms are on the east side of the second floor, while mine is on the west, along with Mickey's. Damien and Laurencia held hands as they walked to their rooms, wishing Anastasia and Mikhail sweet dreams. Catch you tomorrow. Sleep well. Mail took Anastasia's hand and returned the wish. You too. After parting ways, Mai was filled with joy. This is the first time I'm crashing with you, she thought, but you're in a different room. Mikhail seemed a little suspicious. If I get spooked in my sleep, can I come sleep with you? She felt helpless, but just stayed quiet. Did I say something wrong? Is he afraid of ghosts or something? They finally reached her sleeping quarters. Mikhail said, We're here. With that, he knelt down, lowering his gaze to meet hers. He asked, Can I come say good morning tomorrow? She nodded, and he lit up with excitement. Really? Then I'm totally coming by tomorrow, and I promise not to wake you if you're out like a light. She was confused. It was just a quick morning greeting, but he was pumped about it. Mikhail added, Besides, you can do that for me, right? Her face was blank, but Mikhail kept pushing. You gave a goodnight kiss to my granddad. She thought he was starting up again, getting a bit irritated as he went on. You do it with Laurentia and Damien, too. She was left speechless. But they're my siblings. Mikhail then flashed a puppy dog face, his eyes sparkling, and said, Do I need to be family to get one? Faced with that look, she pondered. Wait, that look is strange. But he kept up the sad act. I've never received one before. She finally gave in. All right, I can't say no to a pleading 6-year-old, as she repeated it, and he immediately asked, Do you want me to come closer? She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his hair, wishing him good night. After hearing her good night wish, he smiled back. Good night, little one. I'll see you tomorrow. The nanny tucked her in and wished her sweet dreams. Sleep tight, little miss. The nanny left thinking she was out cold, but her eyes soon fluttered open. She wasn't the kind of kid who could just fall asleep that easily. Her thoughts wandered, wondering where her parents and the Grand Duke were at this hour. Her vision soon blurred. There they were in the drawing room. She felt a tiny pang of guilt. Sorry, Mom and Dad. Just a quick eavesdrop. Rogato asked again, uncertain. Are you sure the Queen is expecting? The Grand Duke asked, looking for confirmation. Yeah, I've heard the baby's due next spring. Thala was stunned. Spring meant the Queen was already 5 months along. Are you sure the Queen is expecting? The Grand Duke asked, seeking confirmation. Yeah, I've heard the baby's coming next spring. Thala was shocked. Spring meant the Queen was already 5 months along. The situation was clear since it had been 10 years since the Emperor tied the knot, and there hadn't been a peep since. He took a sip of his tea, totally chill, which explains why. The Emperor has been so low-key lately. He coolly says, Your side just made it onto the Emperor's blacklist. Shouldn't you two be on guard? Anastasia, listening from afar, was totally taken aback by what he said. Was she missing out on something? A blacklist is in the works. What went down between His Majesty the Emperor and the Duke's family Rogato mentions his youngest turning 5 soon. And then they'll head to the capital. But the Grand Duke warns him to tread carefully, especially around the Duchess, making Anastasia think they're trying to keep things friendly with her family. Shill says calmly, You shouldn't stress too much. But Rogato fires back without hesitation. How can I not stress in a situation like this? The reason the Emperor got to where he is now. The Grand Duke says slowly, His Majesty's throne was handed down to him because the Madam chose to give up her title. Anastasia reflects on her mom's past, remembering that the Anderlank D-state where she came from was anything but peaceful. Not too long before her mom got married, the battle for the throne was crazier than ever. The previous emperor had so many kids that they were offing each other for the throne. With her cleverness, her mother managed to survive holding a serious grudge against the royal family for everything that went down. Even though she was next in line for the crown, her mom chose to give it up and marry her dad, sparing her half-brother by having him live in secret. Laxius took the throne, and after eavesdropping on their convo, Anastasia finally got it. From what she pieced together, she could see her mom's reasons clearly. Laxius seems to acknowledge his flaws, so he's working on keeping connections with other nobles, especially the Enderblank family. Not to mention her mom's strong ties. The Duke Enderblank family has a legacy that runs deep in the Piran Empire. Her dad alone made a huge impact in the Imperial War over 10 years ago. Her thoughts were becoming clearer. She assumed the royal family wouldn't meddle since only the Enderblank dukes had those connections. But after hearing about Grand Duke Leventus, she felt uneasy. The Leventus Grand Duchy used to be a big deal as the Leventus Empire, but to reign in the Ben Empire, they decided to be Grand Dukes by teaming up with the Buren Empire. She couldn't wrap her head around it. The Grand Duke should have been loyal to His Majesty, but he handed in his title under pressure from the royal family. The more she thought, the angrier she got. Thanks to someone her family was in this situation, not crushed by the Empire. She knew she had to step up. She closed her eyes, lost in thoughts about the Queen's pregnancy and her worry that the royal family's relationship with the Enderblank family might shift. Her mind wandered further, realizing Emperor Laxius had more ambition than the public understood. He was full of greed, but lacking the skills to handle it all. She sighed. Both sides were just way too tangled. She knew her purpose, but it hardly mattered because she would guard this family, no matter the cost. A civil war. I've gone through this so many times, haven't I? Was it my 76th life? Back then, I was a specialist named Sion YB. She didn't want to dwell on the past. After all, it was just the past. Time flies, and it's already been 4 days since Grand Duke Leventus and Mihi settled into the mansion. Mikai was all over her, begging for a morning kiss. Mikai wouldn't stop pestering her for morning and goodnight kisses. Not only that, but he always bothered her, saying he was going to practice in the morning and wanted her to chill with him later. She felt helpless as he answered for her making promises and running off before she could even chime in. She sighed, wondering why this kid was so clingy. The nannies insisted that even if she wasn't feeling it, the young lady had to dress all pretty today. That's right, because today is the young master's birthday. She doesn't get why the nannies think she doesn't like him. When did she ever say that? She just didn't get what they were on about. The nanny keeps rambling. Of course, a good kid should wear nice clothes. Right, look, this is the new dress for today's bash. Isn't it cute? Since we know the young master loves blue, we picked a blue dress for you. Her face became a question mark as she wondered. Now they were treating her like a spoiled brat. Oh wait, that's me. She felt wronged. This was just so unfair. She liked her brother, Damien the bro, who always called her name so sweetly. She blamed it all on that crazy idiot M. She started thinking again. Compared to her birthday, Damien's was pretty low-key. Or maybe the parties were matched to our vibes. Watching from the side, she noticed that most of the gifts were books and supplies. The Marquis sent a limited edition set of theology books as a B-Day gift. Thanks. Listening to her brother's chat with the guests only muddled her feelings more. As much as he loved reading, this was just adding to the pressure. Tila put a hand on Rogato's shoulder, catching him off guard, and asked Damien if he'd like to step outside for a bit. He repeated, "Go outside." Damien led the way, followed by the 3 other kids. She finally figured out why her parents had called her brother outside. They were so sweet. They must have prepped a fantastic surprise for him. That led Damien away, who asked in confusion. She finally got why her parents had called her brother outside. They're so sweet. They must have set up an amazing surprise for him. That led Damien to respond in shock. Seriously. At that moment, Rogato strolled over with a small horse. "Are you really giving me a pony?" he asked, and Rogato nodded. "Yep, you've got some solid riding skills now." Rogato then asked, "Are you gonna take good care of it?" He eagerly replied, "Absolutely, I'll ask the knights for tips." Meanwhile, the Grand Duke cleared his throat from the side. The stone-faced Mikhail replied, "I'm more into bigger horses." The Duke coldly shot back, "I know." Anastasia overheard their exchange, puzzled and uncertain about the state of their relationship. After the bash, the Grand Duke and Mail were invited to stay at the Duke's pad until the anniversary. During that time, I bonded more with the Grand Duke. But before he left, he knocked on her door. "Hey there, my little lady, can I hold you?" He always came by to see me first. He started, "Can I hold you today too?" The way he played with me reminded me of Mikai. He held her tightly, maybe for the last time. It was the morning of the anniversary, and he mentioned he was going to leave after making a donation to the priest. That's good, since the priest is here to bless our home today. Suddenly, she noticed Mirkai's expression next to the Grand Duke. She thought, why does he look so miserable? Outside the guests had already arrived. "We've arrived at Enderbang Estate, Your Holiness." With a sour face, the Pope stepped out of the carriage, complaining, "Even after all these visits, I still can't stand this place." He said this with an attitude. Meanwhile, Regato Zhang welcomed the priest with open arms and a grin. "Thanks for coming. We really need your blessing here." But his awful vibe caught the priest off guard, who brushed off the greeting coolly. No big deal, by the way. Then he lunged hungrily toward the offering box, asking if it was filled with donations for the temple. Anastasia peered out from behind her mother, questioning if it was really cool for a priest to be this greedy. The rude man murmured through the incense smoke that the baptism would only be finished after this. He hadn't even started yet, and he was already demanding something. This whole grand estate must be quite a load. Could I trouble you for a cup of tea? Rogato had no choice but to say yes. Of course, Anastasia noticed right away. Being a holiday, my parents seemed to be letting his attitude slide, but I wasn't feeling this priest at all. She saw that from the beginning, he was purposely ignoring the Leventis ducal family, not even glancing at or greeting the Grand Duke, but instead directing the servants to place the incense burner right behind them. He looked down his nose at the Grand Duke, his eyes locked onto the offering tray. Then he cockily strolled over and asked if the Grand Duke had his offering prepared. Without missing a beat, the Grand Duke replied, "Absolutely." He picked up a coin and sneered, "Well, look at that good thing the Grand Duke remembers to worship the gods." He retorted that worship is a basic need for those living on the continent, but the guy's attitude didn't change. Yep, the Holy One keeps an eye on the Leventis family. She found this whole scene unsettling. At first, I thought he was just being a jerk, but now it felt like it was going too far. She started to speak irritably as if he were scolding the Leventis family. But what confused her was why. Why were they just standing there while being treated like that? Mika's face showed resignation, and the priest glanced at him angrily, saying coldly, "The temple must return the Grand Duke's sincerity." Power started to show in his palm, and she was shocked by his madness. McCoy's magic isn't under control yet, and this power burst will only bring him excruciating pain, which he'll have to endure. The priest let him go, sighing. "Little Duke, you still can't accept divine power." A gleam of triumph passed over his face. "But don't worry. One day the Holy Spirit will embrace you." The Grand Duke stayed quiet, but gently placed his hand on his nephew's shoulder. Anastasia couldn't wrap her head around it, even with the Holy Kingdom's influence over the Pairan Empire. How could a mere priest be so cocky towards the Grand Duke? She grabbed her skirt, knowing this guy was a thorn in the Emperor's side. Maybe this was connected to the current mess. They weren't just members of the Grand Duchy. Thinking of Mikai, asking her to check out the flowers. "Let's go see the flowers blooming over there. The two Grand Dukes took care of her. Aren't you cold, kid?" And these people who were like family were being tormented right before her eyes while he relaxed and sipped his tea. This tea is delicious. The more she mulled over it, the angrier she got. How could she just stand back and watch that greedy jerk stir up trouble? He even went further, asking about donating to the Holy See. Regato reluctantly replied, "I'll think about it." She couldn't let this slide. She was set on figuring out how he had the guts to act with such confidence given his limited power. Her eyes darkened, convinced she wouldn't let him off easily. She focused her power to lift her teacup, then made the tea in his hand spill all over him. He yelled, saying it was too hot, and Thaw quickly commanded the servants to fetch cold water. The servant promptly replied yes as he stood there in humiliation. "It's no longer needed. Now that everything's settled, I'll go back to the temple to serve the gods." But it was too late. The servant hurried out and splashed a bucket of water on him, leaving him standing there with a wet stain right in the middle of his pants. Everyone fell silent as if a flock of... The servant rushed out and spilled a bucket of water all over him, leaving him soaked in the middle of his pants. The crowd fell silent as if a flock of crows swooped by, and Thala quickly covered Anastasia's eyes. Furious, his face turned scarlet, and he asked to leave. Roato and Thala stood there silently as they saw their guest off. But Anastasia looked far from pleased. She played with the power at her fingertips again, causing a deafening scream to ring out. Roeto, worried, asked if he was okay, but the guy could only respond with a sense of pride. "I'm all good." He finally hopped into the carriage, looking beat down and glum. "But hey, if you ever need anything later, don't hesitate to hit me up." "The gods won't ignore your sincerity," she sighed. Good grief. He's just here begging for cash. This dude is a lost cause. She hadn't meant to go that far, but he was too far gone. A fierce gust whipped through, leaving Rogato and Theta in shock. Even the Grand Duke couldn't believe his eyes as the priest's wig took off in the wind. They all watched him run after his wig, shouting for his hair, but it just kept breezing away, showing no signs of slowing down. "Now it's headed for the Lord's pad," he shouted as he chased after it. "No, my hair." He fell to his knees, wailing in despair. She rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking that greed for sacred items would bite him back. And finally, the priest left. After bidding him farewell, everyone erupted into laughter, unable to keep it together. The nanny was shocked to find out the priest was bald. What was there to hide if he was a poet and a follower of God? The servants were buzzing with gossip, claiming he purposely shaved the top of his head, leaving hair only on the sides, and Anastasia couldn't help but chuckle, remembering the whole scene. "Hey, can I hold your hand?" Mikai gently asked. From a distance, Lara's voice rang out, commanding the servants, "It's chilly. Let's get inside." "Sure, ma'am, and let Lara in with us." Anastasia, meanwhile, looked at Mikai in confusion, sighing with relief that he seemed all right. Remembering his resigned look, she felt anxious. It was the first time she'd seen him so lifeless. She took his fingers in hers. "You want to hold my hand first today?" He flashed her a big smile and said, "Actually, about what the priest said regarding divine power for purification. I've gotten that from other priests before, and honestly, it's no fun because it hurts." His expression wasn't sad, but more like he was just resigned. Her face fell in confusion. Is that really for purification? Dosing an average person with divine power carelessly would definitely be brutal, and for someone like Mikai with wild magical energy, it would be pure torture. "Mikai gets it, but as the priest keeps messing up, I feel good just being around you." She sensed he could feel her magical energy. Maybe he actually has more magical power than I thought. He gently called out to the child, and I felt everything would be okay as long as I had her. Those words came from a face filled with joy, and she gazed at him stunned. She realized she understood now. The reason she felt upset and hurt seeing Mikai suffer was like looking at her past self. She, who always used fate as an excuse for accepting injustice, clenched his hand and said, "I will stand up for Mikai." She silently vowed, "I've got your back. Even if the number of people I need to protect keeps growing, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" He cheerfully replied, "Thanks a lot." The little Grand Duke said his goodbye. "It's almost the end of the year. You've got to be kind of busy before heading to the capital." Regato responded, "Nah, not really busy. Just picking candidates for a playmate." The Grand Duke added, "Yeah, I feel you. I'm not sure anyone's going to want to hang with Mai." His face turned serious, and Mai looked even gloomier. Anastasia found herself wondering. Even a Grand Duke's family stresses about trying to find a playmate. It's an old noble tradition to bring in playmates for their kids. It's kind of like charity in this world, offering kids education and pay. It's like a work-study gig for kids. There were tons of applications to be playmates with my siblings. It's a solid opportunity. But it seems even more folks are scared of Mikai than I thought. In her memories, Mikai was always on his own until a voice broke into her thoughts. "Little one." It was the Grand Duke. He knelt down in front of her and asked, "Can I hold you before I head out?" She readily agreed. He gently embraced her and carefully lifted her into his arms, murmuring, "You're still so young, and maybe you don't care much for him. But how amazing would it be if you guys could grow to like each other?" Surprised, she realized the Grand Duke was more worried about Mikai than he'd shown. And just before leaving, he turned back to her, saying, "Hope to see you again next time." Mikai waved goodbye too, saying, "Catch you later." The young lady stood there watching as the carriage took off, thinking to herself that this meeting wasn't that bad after all. Time zipped by as everyone got ready for New Year's celebrations, and her parents were swamped with tasks. They picked 2 playmates for him and her, and remembered to hand out year-end bonuses to the staff. With all the prep wrapped up in the last month, the journey to the capital kicked off during the first week of December. On a sunny day, the 4 set off, and while riding in the carriage, Lorenzia asked Thea, "Mom, why isn't Dad coming with us?" She explained that her father, the Duke, had a lot to do before heading out, and that she was too young to travel without getting carsick. Hearing this, the little girl sadly replied, "I'm not happy at all." As night settled, Lorenzia had dozed off on her brother's lap, while Tetla was also catching some Z's leaving, just Anastasia wide awake. Feeling anxious, she waited for everyone to be asleep so she could cast a protective shield. Better safe than sorry, right? Even with the Duke's knights around, her shield scared off any monsters, making them steer clear of her. Thanks to that, our week-long journey cruised along without a hitch. The knights couldn't help but wonder why there were no monsters around. "My sword's getting rusty," one of them joked. After a long trek, they were finally closing in on their destination. "Hey kids, I think we're about to see King Do Tesla," chirped happily on the last day of their trip. Lorenzia eagerly peeked out the window. Really, her excitement was so hard to contain that Damon had to remind Lara to watch out. Watch it, Laurencia. While Laurencia was buzzing with excitement, Anastasia was lost in her own thoughts. The capital's breeze was chilly, but not too harsh. For some reason, she felt an uneasy but familiar vibe. Trouble was definitely on the horizon. She thought about those arrogant and rude folks as Sela cheerfully explained this is her mother's homeland. I can't help but wonder what those two are thinking. Doubt crept into Anastasia's heart. Her mother's homeland, and yet she felt quietly powerless. Surely tons of interesting stuff was about to unfold here. The carriage that held the three of them made its way slowly to the capital in the freezing weather. The next day, at the lavish mansion in the capital, a sweet voice rang out, "Mom, we're all set." The first thing that caught our eye was a bear costume paired with familiar pink hair. Then the three siblings popped out looking absolutely adorable, making their mother beam. "You all look so cute." She turned and walked away with a warm smile, saying, "All right, let's go explore together. The streets here are beautiful." At the year's end, seeing her mother all cheerful, Anastasia thought she looked super excited, saying, "It's been forever since she visited home." Tetla carefully helped Laurencia, reminding her, "Watch out." Anastasia stood there deep in thought, watching her mother walk ahead, while mulling over the plain old carriage that didn't have the Duke's emblem and her mother's scarf hiding her face. All of a sudden, a voice called out Anastasia. She seemed to realize something important. This was no ordinary outing in the capital's busiest shopping area. So, the shops were way fancier than even those in the Duke's territory, and the four stopped before one of those stores. Laurencia spotted a Christmas wreath and yelled excitedly, "Look, it's a tiger!" Sasha's fave animal, Damien, chimed in. "You got it." Anastasia really adored the stuffed tiger her big bro had given her. Their mother then suggested, "Let's head inside and check it out." Anastasia trailed behind them, still a bit skeptical. Was this really just shopping? She glanced at the three of them and thought, after nearly 100 lifetimes of doubt, she always figured everything had its own motive. After browsing at the fourth store, Laurencia held up a ribbon in front of her mother, pleading, "Mom, Lara wants to buy this ribbon," but her mother gently denied, "You've already bought 2 things today." Seeing that Lara, Anastasia couldn't help but smile, thinking I knew it. She's only good when it suits her. So spoiled. Meanwhile, Laurencia was still set on getting her way. "But that's not for Lara to wear, right?" her mother retorted. "So who's it for then?" The little girl earnestly replied, "I want to give it to Sasa." Anastasia was taken aback by that. Laurencia continued innocently, "Sasa never asks for anything. As her older sister, I gotta take care of her." She looked at her mother, determined to snag the ribbon. Anastasia and their mother Thla couldn't help but think how adorable she was, and everyone around had to admit that the little girl simply radiated cuteness. Anastasia, however, felt kind of helpless in the face of such kindness. Her sister always did everything for her. She just wanted her to buy more for herself. Suddenly, a blunt voice piped up next to them. "Oh my, the shop owner is moved by Laurencia's kindness. This young lady has a heart of gold. I'll give you a discount on the ribbon, so please take it." The little girl gleefully asked, "Really, Lara will buy it?" Anastasia had to admit that was fast. Watching Laurencia dash toward her with the ribbon, she thought helplessly that all she could do was show gratitude and accept it while the shop owner praised the kid's mom. Having such lovely children must be such a joy. "Thank you," she replied politely. "I'm just thankful they've grown up healthy." The shop owner's words made Thla a bit uneasy. "I hope the king and queen have kids soon too." Anastasia was taken aback and wondered, "Isn't the queen already pregnant?" Sure, news about the royal family can be slow to reach regular folks, but the queen's expected to pop next spring. This should be common knowledge by now. Grand Duke Leventus wasn't one to spread baseless rumors. The four wrapped up their shopping and happily left the store, but their mother wore a serious expression the whole time, and Damien noticed, so he kept quiet. After a moment, he turned to ask, "What's bothering you, Mom?" Thla smiled softly and replied, "Nothing. Just the feeling of coming back to the capital after all this time." Anastasia was in his arms, and she realized her mom was also thinking about the queen's pregnancy. Setting that thought aside, they swung by a few clothing shops. Damien, always so friendly, pointed to a hat and asked, "Should I grab this for you?" After that, they strolled back together. Anastasia was still hanging on to a bunch of unanswered questions. Even though there were no whispers about the queen being pregnant, it really should have made headlines since it'd been ages since her last. What were they hiding? Time flew by, and before they knew it, The New Year's ball showed up right alongside her unanswered questions. One night at the mansion, Tha picked up an invitation and suddenly chimed in. Can you believe they're inviting kids to a party this late? She thought, while perched on her brother's lap. What's the brother got cooking fast forward to another breathtaking spot. Among the sparkling lights and a buzz of 1,000 voices, a clear voice rang out. The Enderblanc family is entering the hall now. With 5 impressive figures striding into the celebration, everyone there showered them with applause. Oh my gosh, you finally made it to the capital. It's been ages. We've missed you so much. We sent invites last year and the year before. Anastasia was taken aback by how welcoming they were. She glanced at her mom, surprised by all the friendliness, thinking, it's wild that mom is still called princess, not duchess, even though she was the only one who got a title back then. Theirs politely replied, my kids are still little, so we thought we'd wait a few more years before coming back. A woman shot back, how could you even think that? She flashed a sugary smile and added, we thought we'd never get to see your adorable kids. With a polite grin, Shill said, hearing that just made my heart melt. Anastasia realized that even though they were just kids, they were talking about us like we were part of the royal family. She wondered if the nobles knew anything about the queen's pregnancy. Suddenly, a voice boomed, catching everyone's attention. The mediator of magic and divinity, the rightful heir of the Ben Kingdom, King Laxius and the queen are now entering the hall. Anastasia turned sharply towards the sound. Let's see what the emperor is thinking. Laxius carried an aura of power as he announced, looks like everyone is here. Laxius eyed the lady next to him. Dolores! She entered with her baby bump and a smug smirk as Laxius stepped up to support his wife and declared that today was a celebratory day for the Pawn Kingdom. Dolores held her belly with a prideful smile while her husband made the announcement, a day for the entire Von Kingdom to celebrate. The crowd buzzed and murmured, has the queen who's been keeping a low profile been pregnant all this time? Suddenly, Laxius's gaze landed on Rogato and his family standing below, who knelt respectfully when they caught his eye, saying, finally, you've been blessed with a child. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Laxius responded with satisfaction. I knew the Duke would recognize the Queen right away. Now the Ben Kingdom has an heir. Upon hearing this, the people exchanged meaningful glances before breaking into cheers. Hooray! It's definitely a happy moment. Now the whole kingdom can chill, knowing there's an heir to the throne. The ladies who were just buzzing a moment ago quickly realized their place and stepped back. Forgive us, please. Anastasia eyed them with fatigue, wondering if the emperor kept the pregnancy on the down low until her family showed up in the capital to spark this reaction. She glanced at the emperor and his wife, caution flickering in her eyes. These two were way more trouble than she thought. As Anastasia looked up, she locked eyes with Dolores's sinister smile and mused about what she had just whispered to her husband. I think we just made eye contact. Laxius, hearing his wife, boldly called out, Come here, Anastasia. The queen says your cousin wants to say hi. So Thetler reluctantly coaxed her child over. She gently urged, Let's go with Mom. And Anastasia had no choice but to comply. Okay. But her mind was racing with questions, wondering why she was suddenly called over. What's their deal, Anastasia thought, as she approached them, suspecting they were trying to intimidate her. Once she got closer, Dolores greeted her. Hey there, little one. I'm about to give you a super cool role. With a sly grin, she added, From now on, you'll be the partner for your unborn cousin, a companion. The people around started whispering among themselves. Did she say partner, asking a young lady to take on that role? That's pretty unfair to her. They whispered their sympathy, making sure not to voice it too loudly, a role commonly seen for common children as a kind of charity. How could they expect a duke's daughter to do that? Anastasia thought, recognizing that this role was typically reserved for common kids to help with their studies. It dawned on her that Dolores had a scheme brewing. Is she suggesting my family can't provide the right education for me? Tilla was fuming, fist-clenched eyes sharp, vowing to put an end to this. Tilla glanced at Laxius, who seemed just as caught off guard. Then Anastasia turned to Thala, feeling quiet sympathy in her heart. My mom was ready to explode, but honestly, anyone would be in this situation, especially with so many eyes on us here in the palace. If we decline, it'll just make things messier. She paused for a moment, then made her call. So, the best way to handle her would be to play it cute. Anastasia donned an innocent look, her eyes sparkling, and asked, What's that? Yes, her plan was to act like a little kid, Laxius unsure how to react. Instead, she yelled, "How do you dare to talk so disrespectfully in front of the Emperor?" Anastasia thought to herself, disrespectful. Does he really think a 3-year-old knows manners? She then put on a blank face and asked, "Impertinent." Deep down, Anastasia saw this as an unspoken dare. Sighs, "I'm purposely pretending not to get you." "What are you gonna do about it?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from a distance as she pondered her partner's role. "Your Majesty," she said, turning around with confidence in her voice. That voice! It echoed again amidst Laxius's nerves. "I think our kind Emperor gets what she's trying to say." Anastasia seems to recognize Mickey, who is respectfully called Young Master Leventes upon entering. Mikai politely continues, "Your Majesty, I've come because I really need to ask you something." "Since I'm so young, will you answer my question?" Leah stuttered. "Got it." Mikai presses on. "If Lady Anastasia is the daughter of a princess, wouldn't that mean she's a princess too?" Laxius sighed in relief, confidently answering, That's nonsense. The only person who can be called a princess is Thala." Mikai turned to Thala and asked, "Is that true?" She gently replied, "Absolutely, because I'm the only one officially given that title." Thea smiled wide and continued, "But since honorary titles can be passed down to my kids, Anastasia could become a princess too." Laxius was struck to the core and blew up with anger, while Mikai innocently asked, "Then how can Lady Anastasia be a partner if she's qualified to be a princess? Their social standings are way too far apart." Luce, unable to take it anymore, finally shouted, "How dare you imply my kid is of low status? He's going to be the crown prince, the most respected person in this empire." Mikai kept his childlike demeanor, pretending to think. "So you're saying the crown prince wants a high-status partner to lock in his position?" he shot back. "Exactly." Seizing the chance, he happily asked, "So I could become the crown prince's partner, right?" Luce was left speechless, his face darkening with fury. He paused, then growled, "I don't need a partner. Everyone get out." Anastasia wondered why the Emperor felt threatened by Mickey. While she thought about this, she heard someone talking nearby. "Ah, High Priest, there you are." Looking up, she saw the Emperor and Empress fawning. "Please bless our child." Anastasia drifted back into her own thoughts. If Mikai were truly up to something shady, she would have figured it out by now. He's like a man in a frame. She glanced up at the guy standing above, trying to remember when the low-ranking priest showed up, wondering if anyone could deceive the Emperor and noble families. Out of the blue, Mickey interrupted Anastasia's thoughts. "I did a good job, didn't I?" She shot him a glare, silently scolding him. "Who told you to help me out of there and get hurt?" Anastasia's heart ached as Mickey was pulled away to be scolded. His efforts to lighten the mood, however useless, only made her more upset. The Grand Duke took Mahai aside for a serious talk, and suddenly Theta hugged Anastasia, leaving her confused. She gently patted her young daughter. "My dear Anastasia, you must have been so scared." She glanced at the busy crowd and wondered, why did the Grand Duke bring his nephew? What kind of partner are they planning for the Duke's daughter? Both the crown, prince and the princess are in line for the throne, and Anastasia's eyes started to harden. She thought about all they'd done to her and wondered what would happen next. The throne. Did they think I cared about such petty things? If she actually cared, she could conquer the world. Anastasia pondered how they had the nerve to hurt her loved ones for such silly reasons. Looking at Mikai and her family, a sharp pain pierced her heart, and Anastasia's eyes blazed with fury. If they keep this up, I won't take it anymore. A dirty house needs a deep clean. After the chaotic New Year's party, a ton of invitations showed up at the Anastasia estate, most filled with flattery. These invitations had turned into toys for Anastasia and her siblings. Tyla picked one up and said to her daughter, "These are pretty right. Play with them as much as you want. It's great to observe stuff while you're young." Anastasia held the card in her hand, lost in thought. Anyway, our parents would have sorted out the important letters separately. Damien, sitting behind her, excitedly showed another invitation to Laurentia. "This invitation is from the Hepatone family." Anastasia, still lost in thought, paid no attention to her siblings' chatter. The invitations our parents let us play with must be from families they aren't allied with. What crest is this? Since I don't know what's going to happen, I should at least skim some info first. She'll be super excited. Suddenly, Anastasia looked up, noticing a card that stood out from the rest, sparking her curiosity. This one is especially fancy. Could the seal mean it's an invitation from the royal family? Anastasia quickly opened the invitation to check it out, surprised that the queen would send one. She's invited the kids to an educational tea party as a way to apologize, but it's just a cover. Out of nowhere, Thala snatched the invitation from Anastasia, saying, "I'm sorry, little one. You can't play with this." Anastasia looked up, realizing her mother could hardly refuse such an invitation, and wondered what the queen was scheming. The next day, the sound of high heels echoed down the halls. Following the queen's invite, Anastasia and her mom rushed into the palace where Dolores welcomed Princess Thala. Thea quickly bowed, greeting Queen Pien, the divine mediator. Dolores gently interrupted, "You don't need to be so formal with me. Please have a seat. Everyone's been waiting for you. I had no idea you were dealing with all that." Baffled, Thala asked, "What do you mean I heard all these rude letters about the New Year's party were sent to your place? You must be feeling pretty bad. I regret how I acted in front of everyone. So, Princess, can we just let it go?" Anastasia, watching her, thought, what is her deal? She wants forgiveness without even saying sorry. Ta shot a bright smile at Dolores, pretending not to notice. "Your Majesty," Dani whispered, bowing a bit. Dolores then responded cheerfully, "Oh, right. There's nothing to fear." Suddenly, Teta shot back firmly. "Even if you want to brush it off, you still need to explain what went down so everyone understands." Her eyes sparkled coldly. "So what exactly do you want me to let slide?" Dolores stammered, taken aback by Theta's stare. "That was in the past." Ah clenched her fist beneath the table, worried that as queen, she should keep things running smoothly. But a second later, Dolores held back her boiling anger and said softly, "What I really want to do is apologize to the young lady. I want to say none of it was meant to happen." Dolores gritted her teeth in frustration, but calmly replied, "Yeah, that's what I meant." Thala let out a breath she didn't know she was holding, then gently shot back with a smile, saying that acknowledging a mistake isn't exactly something a queen should be doing. "But you called us family, so I trust that this won't happen again." Dolores hung her head, struggling to respond. "That's right. There won't be a next time." After the exchange between Dolores and Thala, both ladies shared looks, thinking, like I thought, Princess Thea truly has the upper hand. Not long after, Dolores hurriedly got up to leave, claiming she had urgent matters to address. Once she'd left, the party's vibe turned friendly, and the two ladies started showering compliments. "So, Princess, that young lady was super polite that day." Watching this, Anastasia couldn't help but think, the second the queen left, they started buttering her up. Did they really think she wouldn't notice? The gentle Theta, who had been quietly sipping her tea, set her cup down. She asked softly, yet her words cut deep. "Don't you discipline your kids," the lady shot back. "What are you saying, Your Highness?" Stella chuckled. "I mean, you should know how to properly apologize when you mess up. If your own kids hesitate like this in the future, you wouldn't scold them, right?" Realizing she slipped up, the lady stammered and bowed her head. "We were out of line, Princess." Anastasia sighed. "If only they'd figured it out sooner," the lady continued. "We apologized, Princess. We shouldn't have been so careless with our words." Anastasia thought to herself, Mom never said she'd overlook their rudeness. She glanced over the party space and wondered, "By the way, has the queen been gone too long? It's not usual for the hostess to disappear like this. I should check on things." Meanwhile, in another corner, Dolores fumed. "I did what you told me, but nothing is going my way." Day gently soothed, "Just chill a bit, Your Majesty." Dolores, of course, couldn't calm down. "I wanted to put her in her place. She needs to see that I'm the one in charge here." Dini softly advised Dolores to lower her voice to avoid looking bad, silencing the queen. At the party, Anastasia tuned in on everything with her powers, curious about whose voice accompanied the queen. "Is that the green-haired woman who left with her?" Dolores shouted again. "I trusted your words. And now I'm embarrassed in front of everyone. What am I supposed to do now, Countess, huh?" Anastasia remembered the card that had been sent. "I know that name. She's the one who sent that ridiculous letter. She was the queen's childhood friend and totally backed her rise to power. It said she got the countess title for her contributions. The queen really counts on her." Meanwhile, Day calmly said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've got another plan. Everyone knows the Duke and Duchess raised their kids right, but their youngest is still coddled. Wouldn't it be easier to deal with the older ones if we got the youngest to our side?" Hearing those wicked words, Anastasia was stunned. What was that? After a bit, the servant respectfully said, "Your Majesty, I've been waiting for you." The princess was about to step out. Anastasia peeked over, thinking, Whatever it is, bring it on. I'll stop it all, Dolores asked with a sheepish expression. Are you leaving? She suddenly turned all sweet. Princess Thala, I'm really sorry and hope you can understand. Dolores made her feelings known with a baby face. This spring, I too will be a mother, and I don't have anyone to learn from but Princess Thala. With that, she put on a pleading look and begged. So please, Princess, come by the royal palace often with your kids. We'll create a space like this every week. It's my humble request. But Theta simply declined, saying, Thanks for your kind words, Your Majesty. My child is still too little to come around often. Those words seemed to freeze Doris. What? Yet Theta chose to take her child's hand and leave. Before she bounced, she dropped a few words that showed the queen actually cared about the inner blank fam. Dolores, hearing this, got super flustered and started stuttering. Well, of course. That's totally expected. She's the emperor's only lil sis. Dini, who overheard this convo, looked all sorts of displeased eyes filled with complicated feels. Anastasia squeezed Thala's hand, not even turning back, breathing a sigh of relief. No matter how hard they plotted, her mom would never go for it. So they just kept pushing at Anastasia's mom, even though she couldn't care less. Or rather, it was Thala who was getting wrecked by it all. At the Emperor's place, shattered glass and curses rang out through the house. You promised it would work this time. Are you just going to let things stay this way? Dolores kept going off. How are you going to make up for the crap I've been through? I've done so much for you. Dee could only hang her head and shake. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Apologies won't cool my rage. Anastasia nestled in her mom's arms, listened in, and thought. No matter how many times she saw this, all she could see was the devil in her. Is it okay to think like that while pregnant? Suddenly a maid popped in to say, Madam, the Queen sent another invite. Tetla just replied, Is that so? Her face suddenly turned anxious, making Anastasia call out to her. Mom put everything on pause, gently coaxing. My Anastasia feeling sleepy. Let me sing you a lullaby. As she lay there, she picked up on something weird happening. Anastasia was shocked to hear the lullaby being sung in her ear. Her mom's sweet song had morphed into this monotone speech. Her tiny hand tightened, showing the fire inside her. All right, this isn't going to fix anything. I need to step up before my mom gets even more worn out. Anastasia's eyes were no longer innocent, but oddly sharp. Their plans always flop, but I'm gonna succeed. Night fell, and in Anastasia's crib, Chaco kept reassuring her. Chaco's got this. I love this. I can roast people in hellfire, but the Demon King is so chill. Chaco excels at splitting people apart. It's way easier than waiting on the Demon King, and Anastasia agrees. Yes, splitting them up is the best move, a wickedly effective plan for both of them. The image of the law standing at the Emperor and Empress's feet made her start feeling torn apart. She wondered why the Empress called her a partner instead of a servant. It seems Anastasia figured it out. The Queen was originally just a servant to Viscount Din. Not only that, but there's another twist. She's the daughter of a fallen knight fam. She had fallen for a bumbling member of the royal family. Little did anyone know Laxius would snatch the throne, and so she just slid in as Empress without much fuss. It seems the Count wasn't really paying attention back then, but thanks to his mom's choice, Laxius survived and grabbed the throne, causing Duke Dini to boil with rage at the sudden reversal of fortune. Meanwhile, the Queen worried her dark past would spill out, so she picked Anastasia as a close ally for easy control. They still held grudges against one another. Anastasia figured that with a little twist, their trust would crumble in no time. She had to admit, predictable enemies are the easiest to handle. Suddenly, Chaco's voice sliced through her thoughts. Trust in Chaco, and all will be sorted before spring, my lord. Anastasia beamed, sighed in relief, and patted Chaco. I'm counting on you. 2 weeks later, at the big festival celebrating the Crown Prince's 8th month of pregnancy, Anastasia was chilling when Chaco pulled up, saying the Demon King was calling for her. She looked at Chaco all ears. The Demon King said that if you're gonna do something, it better be epic, right? Anastasia thought, when did that happen? Chaco proudly pointed to himself, saying, That's why I've got a huge surprise lined up. As the Demon King's assistant, it has to be big. She appeared doubtful, but also kinda giddy, making her feel a blend of worry and excitement. Anastasia scanned the crowd, considering putting Chaco's skills to the test when someone suddenly called out Duke Dithers. He asked, tentatively, I heard there's been a withdrawal of funds for this project. Is that legit? She couldn't believe her ears, blurting out, What? Another woman stepped in, shouting to catch everyone's attention. Is that for real? Our Lady Tuana seems so confident, so I teamed up with her. But what happened? Clearly shaken, she tried to calm them down. Wait, what are you talking about? Another person pitched in. I heard the land you got actually belonged to someone else. The vibe suddenly crackled with energy as whispers erupted. Wasn't that land handed to her by the queen herself? I heard rumors you've been losing everyone's trust lately. Looks like Snort's Deanie's been left behind. Her face twisted with frustration and helplessness. A woman in black stepped closer, pointing a finger. What are you gonna do now? Before she could finish, Deanie bolted away amidst the woman's screams, stripped of her title. The Empress consort was chatting with another lady. A woman in black came closer, pointing a finger. What are you gonna do? Before she could finish, Deanie took off while the woman screamed at her, stripped of her title. The Empress consort was chatting with another lady, completely oblivious to what was unfolding, when Dea rushed up, her face twisted with rage, and yelled Dolores' name. While Dolores was still trying to wrap her head around what was going on, Dei confronted her. How dare you do this to me? Her scream echoed through the air, leaving everyone stunned. Grand Duke Leventus was watching this chaos unfold while Anastasia watched from a distance with a cold smirk, thinking he really nailed the setup. Spotting Nee next to her super smug, she thought, that's my little project. Caught off guard, Dolores blurted out, How dare you? What do you think you're doing? Without her title, Nee lost her cool and shouted even louder, What am I doing? She shot Dolores a death stare and yelled back, That's what I want to ask you. Dolores said, taken aback, How dare you talk to an empress like that? Even if we were tight once, there are boundaries. Don't push my buttons as empress. Compassion, is that what you call it? Day laughed off Dolores' threat. The queen's compassion. What a joke, she scoffed. If I hadn't taken you in when you were down and out after landing in the capital, would you even be a queen now? Deanie's words sent Dolores into a tailspin, and she stammered, Why are you bringing that up now? Seizing her moment, Deanie kept pushing. So, now you want to repay my kindness with this kind of attitude? Yeah, her jab hit home, and Dolores was about to explode. What the heck, can't you just be quiet for a second? As Doris kept dishing threats, Dee lunged and grabbed her head, saying, Zip it and maybe I'll go easy on you. Anastasia was totally vibing with the drama when a hand suddenly blocked her view, making her rewind the situation in her head. She thought angrily, Are you kidding me? It was just getting to the juicy part. It was Mikai, grinning like an angel, gently saying, You're too young for this kind of stuff, kid. Meanwhile, Deanie and Dolores were in a total hair-pulling showdown, with Dolores yelling, Are you gonna let go or what? Day had no compassion, firing back, You let go first. How dare you, Dolores threatened. You should be the one letting go first. Deanie shot back fearless. Of course I dare. 5 years ago, you wouldn't have said a peep to me. I had way more power then. The onlookers tried to step in. Viscount, please. The Queen's got a baby on board. Your Majesty will calm down the Viscount if you give in first. Dai was ranting, calling her ungrateful. You set this up on purpose, didn't you? You stirred this up right after I got that land. Even though Mihi was blocking her view of the chaos, Anastasia was pumped just listening in, knowing it was all unraveling. Through the slits of his fingers, Anastasia caught sight of Dei losing her grip, realizing her whole empire built on the Queen's trust was crumbling, so it made sense, honestly. Viscount Danie's gossip about the Queen has kicked their mutual suspicion into high gear. The Queen sneered, Watching you act like this, I guess those rumors about you are spot on. Dee snapped back sarcastically, You're just trying to get a rise out of me because you've got nothing valid to say, right, Doris? Watching this unfold, Mikai was worried, thinking this was way too intense for kids. Shilla walked over to Anastasia and Mihi, gently saying, I'm sorry on behalf of these shameful adults. It's getting late. Why don't you guys head back? And Mihi responded politely, Sure, I get it. Anastasia left with a straight face, thinking to herself, Yeah, let's call it a night since their friendship is toast anyway. Chaco filled Anastasia in on what happened next. You missed it, it excitedly said. The Emperor handled everything. Can you believe it? Turns out the Emperor saw the fight right after we took off. Lucius was shocked by the scene and yelled, What the heck are you two doing? How dare you hurt the Empress in front of me? Spotting the Emperor, Dee panicked and quickly let go, stumbling over her words. It's just that. Before Daye could say anything else, Laxius roared in fury, ready to take down the pregnant Empress for hurting the Crown Prince. Execute her right away and take her title. Dolores dove into the Emperor's arms, crying her eyes out and pleading in a broken voice. "Your Majesty, while Laxius couldn't see." Dolores shot Dini a cold glance and continued, "Even though it's true that Viscount Dani scared me." The crowd went silent, every eye on her. Dolores looked up at Laxius, eyes sparkling with tears as she softly begged, "But she's still my only childhood friend. Please don't punish her too harshly." With the crown prince on the way, Dolores' spot-on act as the caring wife seemed to make Laxius forget all his rage. Blushing, he said, "The queen's sincerity is even more beautiful than angels." However, the emperor wasn't about to show Dei any mercy. He turned coldly and declared, "You're stripped of your title. Your crime is attacking the queen intending to harm the crown prince, so you should be executed. But since the queen begged for me..." Dolores hugged the emperor, shooting Dee a smug look. Stoked yet scared, Dee whispered, "Your Majesty." The emperor continued, "Instead of execution, you'll lose your lands and be banished from the empire." Day was completely crushed, dragged away by the guards in a dismal state, desperately questioning the queen. "How could you?" her last frantic scream echoed. "How could you do this to me?" And that's how the Duchess got booted, Chaco joyfully, relentlessly grilling the queen. "How could you?" her final desperate scream echoed. "How could you do this to me?" And that's how the Duchess got booted out. Chaco was overjoyed. Anastasia wrapped things up with a sense of accomplishment, saying, "Looks like you handled that like a pro," while petting Chaco's head, all the while sizing up Dini, who kicks off a war with no way out. Suddenly, Anastasia's mind drifted to the Empress now without her right-hand gal. The queen will probably keep quiet for a bit, no longer causing headaches for her mom or stirring up drama with her siblings. With thoughts of Laurentia and Damien, Anastasia finally felt her stress ease, their sweet faces flashing through her mind. "Here's a little something for you. Anastasia, let me read to you." Her heart soared with joy. Finally catching a break. Spring was here, and the stunning castle stood tall. Anastasia coldly thought it was about time to head back to their land. But back at the castle, the family gathered in the drawing room as Rogato declared, "The queen's delivery is just a couple of weeks away, so we're stuck in the capital until then." Damien piped up in his little boy voice, "So, we're gonna miss the April Fest this year." The law sighed heavily, reluctantly saying, "Looks like we have to head back in 2 weeks to catch the April Festival." "Really?" Laurentia asked innocently. "Lara really wants to tag along with Princess the Law, and Zoxa too." The Law replied gently, "I heard there's a spring festival in the city, and it's supposed to be a blast. Would you want to check it out?" Hearing her rave about how awesome it is, Laurentia's eyes lit up asking, "Awesome?" Anastasia stayed quiet beside her, smiling happily, thinking spending cozy moments with her family in the city wouldn't be half bad. But that chill vibe wouldn't last long as the scene flipped to a dark corridor. Tella asked with concern, "Her fever still hasn't broken?" The doctor replied calmly, "Since she's been on fever meds, we'll have to keep an eye on her until dawn." Voices echoed in Anastasia's head. "We were supposed to hit the festival tomorrow, and now this." Slowly, she opened her eyes, her brain spinning, wondering if this sudden sickness meant her worries were finally letting up. Anastasia, "Did everyone go to the festival? It's a bummer, I can't do anything. Hope they're having a blast." Just then, Rogato's big face appeared in front of her. Thrilled, he declared, "My little one is awake." Rogato beamed at Anastasia, seemingly clueless about her thoughts. Why's Dad still hanging around? He placed a hand on her forehead, trying to comfort her. "Good girl, the fever's gone." Suddenly, Anastasia found herself lifted off the ground. "I really don't get this family's idea of praise." The maid glared around, silently judging. This room felt stunning, yet strange. "Is this my first time in the mansion? Is this Dad's office?" Seeing the curiosity written all over her face, Rogato said, "You must be surprised to be in such an unfamiliar place." "This is my workspace, sweetheart." Looking confused, Anastasia asked, "Work?" He continued, "Your mom, brother, and sister aren't home right now. They went to see the spring festival. So I bet you're feeling down." Anastasia shook her head obediently, and Rogato, taken aback, picked her up and said, "Oh, really? Then you wouldn't mind hanging out with me today, would you?" Anastasia felt a bit uneasy. Why would he ask if it was okay to chill with him? Memories flooded back, reminding her she was always the compliant child, not one to cling to her mom's side. Her hands were usually busy with her siblings. Maybe that's why Dad thinks I'm not that into him. Anastasia tucked her head into Rogato's chest quietly, thinking, "I love you so much, Dad." Noticing this, he smiled and asked, You still feeling tired, my dear? That's not it. And with that, a fresh determination ignited within her. I can't let this go on. I need to clear this misunderstanding with Dad today. Anastasia glanced at the papers on the desk, a flicker of fear in her eyes. But did all that work really belong to him? I mean, he is a duke. That's a whole lot of work, Father, she muttered. Rogato couldn't hide his joy, responding seriously. You talk just like your mother. Your dad doesn't just mess around, you know. Anastasia felt a twinge of guilt for stealing his precious time. Seeing her zoning out, Rogato asked with concern, Oh dear, doesn't my daughter like me? Anastasia snapped back to reality and replied, No, I do. He sincerely admitted that even though he had a ton on his plate, he could set it aside to hang out with his little one. Want to play with me today? Anastasia's cheeks flushed red without her realizing it. How could she turn him down when he asked like that? She paused for a moment and then grabbed his sleeve, obediently saying, Yes. Rogato set her down with a grin, asking, My little one, what do you want to play? Anastasia blankly repeated, Yes. She was taken aback, realizing she never really made decisions like this before. Even though he was a pro at winning wars or had once crushed a rebellion, Rogato kept opening his heart. Your dad just enjoys being close to you like this, but don't hesitate to. Tell me if you think of anything, Anastasia thought to herself. It's been ages since I've spent time with Dad. It feels weird doing nothing. What do I usually do? She remembered playing with Damien, but playing outside was off the table. Suddenly, a vision of the three siblings reading together popped into her head, sparking an idea. That's it. After thinking, she suggested reading books. Rogato's eyes lit up at his daughter's words. He squeezed her tightly, nuzzling his cheek against hers as he praised her. You're so clever, my darling. But being outside was not an option. Suddenly, an image of the three siblings reading popped into her head, and Anastasia was struck with inspiration. That's right. After some thought, she recommends diving into some books. Rogato's eyes sparkled with pride at what his daughter said. He wrapped her up in a tight hug, rubbing his cheek against hers, showering her with compliments. You're so smart, sweetheart. Anastasia couldn't help but wonder what had hit him so hard. Time just vanished as Rogato kept on reading to his youngest, moving from one book to the next, totally losing track of the clock. While Rogato read, Anastasia was super focused, getting a compliment from him. It seemed like she was even more into it than Damien ever was. Rogato chuckled, reminiscing about the good old days. Not that I'm comparing or anything, but your older siblings never had the patience to wait for me to finish a book like this. I'm definitely going to read to you more since you're so into it. What's this? Do you remember me reading about this before? Anastasia pointed to the picture and chimed in, Tiger. Rogato beamed with pride, saying, That's right, it's a tiger, the one the youngest loves the most. But deep down, she thought that maybe it wasn't her fave. No big deal, though, no need for corrections. Rogato then pointed to the deer, and Anastasia happily repeated deer. After a little while, Anastasia was completely wiped out by Rogato's reading, totally drained of energy. She felt like she was just waking up from a fever dream. She was so sleepy. Her eyes were closed, but she reminded herself that she couldn't sleep just yet. Rogato gently stroked Anastasia's hair when he noticed she had dozed off. He looked at her peacefully, sleeping in his arms, and softly said, Our youngest seems pretty shy. Doesn't she? Rogato thought about his wife, realizing that while she looked just like Theta, her shy personality was totally different from their royal little princess. He had always known that no matter who she looked like or what traits she ended up with, the fact that she was his precious youngest would never change. Anastasia sleepily cracked her eyes open, barely hearing Laurencia's question. Is she feeling better now? A voice from the distance replied, She's not in pain anymore. She's sleeping. Laurencia, standing by Anastasia's crib, anxiously said, Oh no, Lara, we woke her up. What do we do now? Hearing this, Damon hurried over to soothe her. If you're still tired, just go back to sleep, Anastasia. Your brother will help you drift off again. Dreaming, she sat up, picked up the flowers, and wondered how they ended up on her bed. Tyla walked in asking, Did you sleep well, Anastasia? Anastasia looked up, sputtering, What's this? Theta gently answered, These are gifts from your brother Damien and sister Laurencia. Seeing her daughter gazing at the flowers, she asked, Do you like them? Anastasia beamed and said, Yeah, I love them. Theta then explained, You have to tell your brother and sister how worried they both are about you. Anastasia nodded obediently. Okay. Secretly, she was totally happy with her life right now, wishing things could always stay like this in a family filled with joy. But soon enough, on the first day of April, Elle stood by the window, watching the rain, when she heard a voice behind her. A hesitant maid announced, "They say the queen's in labor. His Majesty wants you at the palace." As thunder rumbled, a storm was getting ready to roll in. Heavy rain draped the tense vibe of the castle as a maid cheerfully exclaimed, "It's a healthy princess." Dolores, ignoring her postpartum aches, trembled, trying to take in the sight of the princess, shocked as if she couldn't believe her own eyes. Her face went pale, and she muttered, "The prince, our crown prince." Suddenly everything went dark, and the frightened queen fainted, sending the maids into a flurry. The queen came to with Emperor Laxius yelling frantically at the maid holding the baby. "Are you serious? It's really a girl, not a boy, but a girl," the servant stammered. "Yes, your majesty." Hearing this, Laxius's face got even paler. He trembled, his voice shaky. "This can't be happening." Just then, a figure burst through the door, and Laxius thought bitterly, "Of all times, I have to see the last person I want to see." He forced himself to speak. "So it's come to this." Thea calmly replied, "I came since the emperor called for me. How's the queen?" The emperor coldly stated, "She's just given birth." A maid holding the baby quickly approached Thea, bowing and softly saying, "You've got a healthy princess." Ignoring Laxius's displeasure, she leaned in gently to look at the child, a tiny teary-eyed baby girl with beautiful red hair. Despite Laxius's disdain, her eyes sparkled with love. "Congrats." Lucius stood quietly boiling inside. It should have been the son he'd always wanted, not a daughter. The more he thought about it, the more on edge he got. Laxius's fingers automatically clenched. He had pictured the day when his son would totally outshine Theatlaw's kids and be the crown prince, even if it was just a tiny feeling of triumph in front of her. Breaking the silence, Emperor Das remarked, "So you were originally a princess?" Thea looked up and responded, "That's right." He waved his hand, turned, and walked out saying, "Then go ahead and give her a name." Before she could wrap her head around it, Theta dazedly agreed. Looking at the constantly wailing, red-faced baby, she thought, "Am I really going to name their precious firstborn?" Feeling a surge of empathy, she thought, "Poor little thing, my granddaughter." After mulling it over, "Theta, I think the name Puppet fits you perfectly," followed by the girl's clear cry. At 5:55 a.m. on April, the first princess of the Panlo Kingdom was welcomed into the world. As time rolled into late May, the queen stopped making appearances at social events, and 3 weeks post-birth, she kicked off a series of dance gatherings. The queen was making such a big deal, wondering how splendid her shell of a body would look. Apparently, there was a flash of light in the sky the day she was born. The ladies at the party threw around compliments like confetti. The queen's being dramatic, imagining how incredible our bodies will become one day. Apparently, there was a bright flash in the sky the moment she arrived in the world. The ladies at the bash didn't hold back their flattery. They kept complimenting her like crazy, convinced she'd grow up to be a super hot princess. But deep down, they shot glances at each other and murmured, "Did you catch that? She always leaves the kid with the nanny anyway." One lady shot back with a smirk, "Exactly. If the queen took care of her daughter personally, she'd turn out all sorts of messed up. Unless Princess Theta steps up as her godmother, there's a sliver of hope." Choco wrapped up the gossip with, "That's what the other nobles were saying." Anastasia gripped her wooden hammer resting by her bed. She added, "Did you think I'd just let you run the show?" The Empress erupted with rage after hearing what my mom wanted to name the kid. Which nobles would even know about that? In that moment, Dolores snapped at the Emperor. "She should name the baby after a boy, so our next kid is a boy." Tesla and her blank attitude were throwing us under the bus. Anastasia rolled her eyes, thinking, after saying all that, how could her mom even be the godmother plus? Whether it's a boy or a girl, it doesn't change the line of succession. She lightly hit her pillow with her fist, letting her frustration out, pushing for more updates. They were also chatting about future subordinates. Remembering Grand Duke Leventus and the kid my Anastasia asked, "By the way, is Duke Leventus showing up at today's celebration?" Choco responded, "Yeah, it'd be super weird if the Grand Duke didn't come." That's true, since he's guarding the border. But there's a chance that the awkward NPC might show up too, and something's probably going to go down. The queen mentioned the High Mage would be at the bash, which brought some relief, but also a bit of anxiety. Anastasia took special note of the nickname, Who the Klutz. She thought if they were going to throw shade at someone, they ought to at least share the reason, if there was a real issue. Her parents would never let him step foot in the Duke's mansion. She thought coming to the capital would spill the beans on why everyone was so sketchy about Mai, but no one said a word. Her eyes narrowed with deep thought. It was too extreme to hate him for no reason. Someone must be spreading nasty rumors. Someone beyond just the nobles or the royal fam. Remembering Mika's innocent eyes and bright smile, Anastasia promised herself to uncover the truth and deal with those who made him a target of such hate, knowing firsthand how much it hurt. To steal back her determination, she slammed the hammer hard against her knee. But suddenly Mikai appeared by her side. He gently reached over and asked, "Hey, little one who ticked you off." Anastasia jumped, but it was too late to take it back. She had already smashed the hammer into his hand. Mihi winced in pain, letting out a small yelp. Anastasia turned pale as she looked at Mihi, worrying she had just smacked a kid. In that moment, Choco quickly slipped into doll mode, and Mihi gently grabbed Anastasia's hand as he stumbled over his words. He smiled softly, saying, "If something's bothering you, can you spill the beans?" Anastasia asked, puzzled. "Aren't you in pain?" She fretted. Even though it was just a toy hammer, it was still pretty big. Mikai rubbed his chin like he was thinking deeply, then cheerfully said, "If you just blow on it, it'll stop hurting." Anastasia switched back to her cool demeanor. She shot him a look like he was clueless, thinking she worried for nothing. Mikai kept teasing Anastasia. "What, you're not gonna blow on it? Don't you know how?" Even after hitting him, she was hugging herself and still arguing. "I already said hi." Mickey laid on the floor, propped up his chin, and looked at Anastasia with a playful tone. "You're talking a lot more now, little one." He grinned, finding it amusing. "Do you really want to chat with me that bad?" Anastasia sighed, thinking, talking to him is such a waste of breath. Before she could respond, Mickey relentless asked, "Did you know I'm going to the celebration for the newborn princess?" Anastasia thought, why is he asking that so seriously? That day, she turned to size him up, but then her thoughts got derailed. Under Anastasia's shocked stare, Mai's eyes shone bright. She wondered, why does he look like he's about to cry? Without even thinking, Anastasia reached out to touch Mai's cheek. He didn't flinch at her touch, softly murmuring, "If you take my hand that day, I won't feel lonely." Mai choked out, "You're younger than me, but you gotta hold my hand tight that day." A thick silence hung between them, and neither spoke. They shared sweet looks, and Anastasia decided to keep quiet, promising herself to remember this moment, but her expression softened as she gently held his hand and swore she would. It was Princess Charlotte's birthday, and summer in the capital kicked off in May. The scorching sun was beating down, and Anastasia wondered who thought throwing a party at 3 in the afternoon was a smart idea. The hottest time of day, she sighed. Damien, standing next to her, asked with concern, "Anastasia, are you feeling okay?" Lost in thought, she sighed again, the formal dress only making her feel sweatier. Hopefully the party venue would be cooler. Suddenly, a blonde-haired boy with crystal-clear eyes appeared before her as Mikai waved and greeted, "Hey there, little Duchess." Rogato came in with a grin, saying, "Mikhail, you're early." "I already got the heads up from the Grand Duke," Mikai politely replied. "Yeah, Grandpa said he might be a bit late." He leaned down to Anastasia and whispered, "I dressed all nice today, because you said you'd hold my hand. How do I look? Do you like it?" Anastasia wondered nervously. Has he been hanging out outside alone in this heat? After a moment of silence and thought, Anastasia softly reached out her tiny hand. Mikai was taken aback by her sweet gesture. He grinned with satisfaction and quickly grabbed her hand, his gaze full of warmth. "Let's roll, little princess." The Rogato family stood there utterly speechless. He sighed, trying to hold back tears. "Are you Anastasia?" The 3 remaining Rogatos felt completely helpless. Inside the castle, Anastasia couldn't shake off her thoughts. "Man, it's still sweltering in here." Mikai, showing concern, fanned her gently and asked, "Hey there, are you still feeling hot?" She shot back, "What about you?" He replied, "I'm good. I don't mind fanning you at all." She thought, not like I care that much about him. I heard the current king doesn't mess with magic to avoid attracting attention. Who would have guessed the palace didn't even have basic magical AC? Mikai kept rambling. "Let's grab you some juice." Anastasia was lost in her thoughts, realizing they made quite the chaotic pair. Meanwhile, Dolores smirked, cradling the princess and declaring, "You really think our vibe is holy? Please, she's only 6 months old." The ladies-in-waiting chimed in, "Isn't it all thanks to Her Majesty's piety?" She'd been super worried when the princess was born. No one noticed the little princess squirming until she let out a wail, instantly grabbing Anastasia's attention. Anastasia caught sight of the nanny, thinking to herself that she was Slot's caregiver. That sour expression had been on her face for ages. What's her deal right then? Mihi stepped in, blocking Anastasia's view, and said, "Baby Slot looks just like the Duchess when she's mad." Anastasia wondered if Mihi just stared at her all day, since he kept asking, "Want some juice?" Dolores kept going on about how Slaw had been a beautiful daughter since day one. She popped out quick, eager to meet His Majesty right away, as everyone around her kept showering her with insincere compliments. Even as a tiny tot, the princess is so sweet and caring towards her parents, the nanny remarked coolly. Definitely blessed, unlike some who'd trade their parents for their own life. As she spoke, her eyes flickered toward Mikai, dripping with sarcasm for everyone to hear. Naturally, Mikai caught her words and froze on the spot. The ambiance turned thick. Anastasia frowned, wondering if she was talking about Mikai, who lost his parents in a monster attack during a rough border inspection. Young Mikai was handed over to the Grand Duke back then, and she couldn't understand why they acted like it was Mikai's fault. He looked like he was holding back emotions as he stayed quiet. He kept smiling, gently brushing a handkerchief against Anastasia's cheek, saying, "You've got something on your mouth, little one." Anastasia was just as shocked by Mikai's reaction, looking at him puzzled. "Why are you still smiling? Did you see this coming? Is that why you wanted me to hold your hand?" Anastasia softly took Mikai's hand and whispered his name. Mikai paused, surprised, then cheerfully replied, "The littlest one held my hand and said my name all day today. I'll never forget this." Anastasia stared at Mikai, confused. Why would you want to remember a day like this? What a dummy! Noticing Mikai didn't react how she hoped, the nanny hurried to the queen, pushing her away while saying to the young ladies, "The queen seems exhausted and needs to rest." Dolores was taken aback by her behavior. As the doors shut, the queen let herself be led away. Anastasia wondered if they swapped the ousted nun with someone who looked like her. Let's see what they're mumbling about. Meanwhile, the nanny coldly questioned the queen, "Why didn't you stick to the original plan?" Dolores shot back, annoyed. "What do you mean I followed the orders?" The nanny, her expression unreadable, coolly responded, "I made it crystal clear." The high priest said the reason she gave birth to a princess instead of a prince was that the gods were ticked off. And the reason was Dolores. She hesitated. "Duke Leventus, you mentioned." The nanny suddenly lost her chill, shouting that if Dolores hadn't summoned that cursed name, she would have given birth to the prince they all wished for. Dolores replied, scared, "I know. Now that I've summoned him, I'll make sure he stays away from us. Got it." The nanny's eyes turned cold and terrifying as she replied, "That alone won't calm the holy god's wrath. I told you we must completely erase that filth." Dolores continued nervously, "But if we do something like that, what if worse luck comes our way?" Suddenly, she was slammed against the wall, the hit making her scream. Realizing this, Anastasia finally got it. That was divine energy, and the nanny was giving off an invisible force. She said coldly, "Doubt my words, Queen Dolores." Stripped of her arrogance, stuttered, "Of course not. I won't do it again." Anastasia calmly thought to herself, not shocked. She was sent from the temple. Her divine power was meant to protect. Yet she used it like that and spoke of Macoyas with contempt. She decided she would punish her appropriately. As night fell in the carriage, Laurentia rested on Damien's lap. They were both out cold while Anastasia sat on Theta. She was also dozing off, leaving Anastasia to silently channel her power, thinking, since they started it first, she would hit back, making it unbreakable by anyone with less than super high divine power, at least at her level. The surroundings slowly faded into silent darkness while Anastasia reminisced about Mai. And Grand Duke Leventus was there to see her off. The guy smiled and said, "Hey, little princess, you're heading back to the duchy. Right, I totally want to come to your next birthday bash. You gonna invite me?" Though inside, she thought, "Please, no more questions like that." Anastasia just shot back with a simple yeah. Happy to get the answer he was looking for, he held her hand and exclaimed, "For real, the little one is inviting me. I won't miss it." Finally, Mikhail added, "Thanks for today." Anastasia just nodded quietly. Shaking off her thoughts, she made up her mind to really step it up and return the hurt she felt in her heart. Days later, Dolores looked more frail and pale, gasping for air. "I'm under a curse," she yelled. "Get the high priest here, like right now." And so, after the princess's birthday, bash rumors started flying around that both the queen and the nanny were cursed. It's no surprise they thought that since their bodies felt hotter than usual. Dolores was in a panic, crying, "Your Majesty, I'm burning up," but Laxius just told her to grab some magical tools. The nanny quickly jumped in. "No way, that's not happening. How could that even be true?" "Aren't you ashamed in front of the gods?" The nanny had been having nightmares where the gods were punishing her, wondering, "Haven't I always been good at cleaning up messes?" In her agitation, she flipped over, and Dolores mournfully said, "I can't even hold her up anymore." Laxius snapped, "High Priest, do something!" And so he moved closer to the queen, channeling magic into her. A moment later, Laxius asked, "How is she doing?" But the priest could only stutter, unsure of her condition. Hearing this bad news, he felt crushed. "Not even your divine power can reverse this. This isn't possible. Contact the Duke for me. I need to invite the Magic Tower Master to fix this." The maids whispered among themselves since even the priest couldn't figure it out. The queen was cursed, but even the nanny with divine power was under a curse too. Did she do something shady on the down low? The high priest knew deep down that this was serious. If it kept going, not only would the people's reputation be in trouble, but their relationship with the royal family would take a hit. He had to sort this out before it got any worse. A few days later, a carriage rolled up, and a magic communication device started buzzing. "Thank goodness I got it, Your Majesty." So the info they exchanged was that the magic tower had lessened the curse. Anastasia pondered that she heard a magic tower close to the Duke's place was teaming up with them. The royals who once looked down on magic now had to bow their heads. The magic tower seemed pretty skilled, but that was just a high-level manipulation spell, more than a curse. At least she'd be dealing with this until autumn. The queen was still young, and she hoped it wouldn't escalate into big problems. Word got out that the nanny believed to be cursed had her magic siphoned. Anastasia breathed a sigh of relief. It was like a heavy weight lifted. Who would even dare mess with a kid, especially right in front of me? A curse, whether from the divine or from evil, is the same. She wondered if Mikhail had caught wind of the news. "I hope he feels better now. I really do." She recognized a kid familiar with nasty words. I knew that look all too well. Just then she got called. "Hey kiddo, why are you so into Mikhail?" Anastasia shyly responded, "I like you, Dad." Laurencia added that she liked him too, which thrilled Rogato. "Of course I'm your favorite, right?" Laurencia pulled her in for a hug, while Anastasia mused about how her dad knew what was on her mind. A chill ran down her spine. Her dad's intuition was something else. Then her sister asked Thea, "Is Dad coming with us?" which reminded Anastasia that Rogato had his own agenda to handle. Thea had previously wondered if he was ditching his ducal duties due to the capital's happenings, but her husband stuck to his guns, saying he just wanted to be near his family. Pushing aside the debate, Thetler responded, "Dad said he'd feel lonely traveling solo, so we're all going together." Anastasia realized, so that's why Dad used the magic comm device. Then Laurencia wrapped her arms around Damien. Laura was thrilled to have the family together again, and Rogato looked at Laurencia with such warmth. Naturally, he was soaking up this little moment of happiness as Anastasia regained her chill. About 6 months after they'd arrived in the capital, she quietly watched her sister beam with joy. With Laurencia's cheers, she knew they had finally come back to the Duke's mansion. Meanwhile, the priest was fuming. "How dare you ignore the temple and mess with forbidden magic? This is your warning that the Holy One is not pleased. What happens when you mingle with someone cursed?" Meanwhile, he brooded, "Should I give a heads up about this? I reckon it would be good if they needed me a bit more. I want to see them again soon." He reached out in reverence for my savior, my Anastasia. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Unbeknownst to her, far off, she gazed out with hopeful eyes, while the maids got teary-eyed at Anastasia's return. "We missed you so much, my lady. You've grown so much." "You should have let us see you grow little by little." Turning her head, she spotted the knights looking helpless and wishing they could have gone. "We wanted to visit the capital, too. We've missed you like crazy these past few months." "It's all good," she reassured them, seeing their worried and hopeful faces. Everyone was left speechless, hardly recognizing Anastasia. She seemed like a whole new person. They shed tears of joy over her transformation, totally overcome with emotion and happiness. "My lady, you sound so clear now. Have we trained enough these past 6 months to be worthy of you?" Meanwhile, Anastasia noticed that they hadn't changed a bit. still as loud and lively as ever, with Laurencia happily waving next to her. "Hope you're all good." Ken approached her, looking pretty satisfied with himself. "Lady Lara, your timing is on point." Laurencia was totally lost, wondering why he would say that. Ken dropped to one knee, holding out a gift box while he explained, "We didn't celebrate your birthday because you were at the Mana Pool." He handed the gift to Laurencia as a birthday surprise, saying the knights had a present for her. As she accepted the gift from Kane, she hugged it tightly, super eager to unwrap it. "Can I open it now?" Ken responded with a warm smile. Of course, Laurencia ripped into the gift, her eyes lighting up with excitement. She held it up, revealing a sword she totally adored. Turning to Anastasia, she exclaimed, "Look, don't I look like a total hero now?" Anastasia agreed with a big smile, and Laurencia now swinging the sword like it was a treasure vowed to protect her. "So, you don't have to worry anymore." Anastasia looked confused. "Really?" Laurencia suddenly burst into laughter, waving her sword to prove it. "That's right, because your sister is a hero." Anastasia's eyes shined with joy. Laurencia added, "I'll guard you no matter what." She reached out her hand, wanting to pinky swear and keep her promise to Anastasia. They made a vow, sealing it with a pinky swear, promising to look out for each other forever. The knight watching over Anastasia overheard Laurencia's wish to be a hero, stroking his chin with an amused expression. "So Lady Lara dreams of being a hero. To be a hero, we'll need a Demon King's castle." Naturally, he kept listing the hero's requirements, suggesting they build the Demon King's castle in the woods while they chatted. The two knights were initially puzzled, but soon they all agreed. They rushed to make Laurencia's dream a reality as fast as they could. "All right, let's build it for the young lady." But the cheerful vibe soon faded, replaced by a tense atmosphere that made everyone pale and tremble. "I feel like I'm about to pass out. I can't move anymore, but it seems the Demon King's platform is finished." A wooden treehouse catching the early sunshine. Laurencia was stunned, clasping her hands and bouncing with joy. "Amazing, just amazing. So the Demon King's living there now?" Laurencia eagerly asked, "If Lara defeats the Demon King and saves the faraway princess, this castle will be Lara's, right?" At the mention of the Demon King, the three knights felt a wave of dread. Demonium Vode Sing. Anastasia found it puzzling. Why were they taking this so seriously, the Demon King's fortress? 2 days after it was done, two knights suspiciously discussed something. "Are you serious? You really think you can kidnap our young lady?" "It's not kidnapping. I'm just borrowing her for Lady Lara's sake." "Shh. The young lady has sharp ears. She'll wake up if we're not careful." Unfortunately for them, Anastasia was already awake. It seems she overheard their chatter. "I'm awake now." Anastasia had an idea about what they were plotting. They seemed to be planning some kind of performance. The author pulled his hair, unable to believe it. "But I'm the one playing the Demon King. I don't want Lady Lara to dislike me." So he's the one taking on the Demon King. Anastasia felt bad for the act they were putting on for Laurencia. "This is what my sister wants. I guess I'll help them out of pity." How sad. Little did they know she had been awake and caught their entire scheme. "Oh dear." Anastasia rubbed her eyes as she woke up, still feeling a bit sleepy. "Who's there?" The knight heard this, his face going deathly pale. "Okay, grab onto me and let's go." He felt guilty as he carried her away, filled with regret. "I'm sorry, my lady." Anastasia was confused by his actions, and the knight, seeing Arthur use a magic gate in such a goofy situation, yelled, "You idiot! That's for emergencies. For this." Moments later, Arthur and Anastasia teleported to the Demon King's castle. Puzzled, she asked about the magic portal, while Arthur, realizing his mistake, bowed deeply and begged for forgiveness. "I'm sorry, my lady. I won't ask for forgiveness, but please don't cry. This is all for Lady Lara." Anastasia didn't lecture him, but thought to herself, even if it's for her sister, wasting something so pricey is like throwing away half a year's pay. He carried her off, but she didn't even know who he was. "Who is he?" Arthur quickly introduced himself. "I'm one of Lady Lara's knights." Suddenly, a group of knights rushed in, their faces full of rage, shouting, "Hey, if you've got a problem, step up right now. How dare you kidnap our young lady?" Anastasia looked on, seeing her knights had arrived. Meanwhile, they yelled, "You won't take the young lady anywhere." Genevieve, losing patience, bristled with anger, intimidating them, but they steeled themselves and charged into battle. "Oh, fine, come on then. Let's end this today. We'll be victorious." Outside, Anastasia thought to herself that everything had gone totally sideways. She felt helpless against this fake yet real drama. "It's just a play. Why is everyone acting like it's life or death I should stop them? She rushed outside, waving her hand and shouting, "Hey, I'm fine!" Seeing this, the knights burst into tears. "Even in this crazy situation, you're still thinking of us, my lady. I swear I'll rescue you from these evil monsters." Anastasia had no clue her actions would backfire. When they overreact, how can things possibly get worse? Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. "Laurencia has arrived. Are you there?" The battle seemed to freeze as all eyes turned to her. Anastasia was stunned to hear the familiar voice. A voice that now raises a sword to protect her forever has arrived. Laurencia is here to keep her promise. The hero, Lara, is coming to the rescue of the distant lady. Laurencia's eyes are fierce and determined. Just hang in there a bit longer. Seeing their leader in action, all the knights are pumped to back her up. "I'm with you, my lady." They're all Anastasia's knights. Anastasia can't help but feel elated, not just because she's getting saved, but because she's nailing the scene. Everyone's playing their roles in Lara's epic tale. "I really need to treat my knights better." Out of nowhere, Anastasia gets scooped up. Ether has grabbed her to threaten Lentia and the crew. Never the princess belongs to the Demon King. But deep down, ATH was a wreck trying hard to stick to the script. He was really giving it his all. Genevieve, furious, throws down the gauntlet at Otho, saying, "All right, Demon King, let's see who makes it out today." "Oh," his face went pale, voice shaking as he squeaked, "Let's go, everyone, save the lady." But the harsh truth is all the knights go down without a fight. Not by the Lilo, who just got launched away. "My lord, I'll guard you." Now it's just Laurencia left to face the music. If she can beat this hurdle, she'll be halfway to rescuing Anastasia. Turns out her opponent is none other than Ken, hell-bent on stopping her from saving Anastasia. "I'm the right hand of the Demon King, and there's no way I'm letting you through." The tense vibe was punctured by confusion. Laurencia sighed, her eyes clouded with sorrow. "Are you really going to stop me? I'm Lara, a hero, and I have to save the lady." Suddenly, everything froze. Instead of a bold challenge, Laurencia just sighed sadly. And then out of nowhere, a force flung the knights aside. They fought to clear the way for her. "Lara, it's your time to shine." Everyone encouraged Laurencia to push onward to reach the lady. With fresh determination, her eyes strong sword ready, she's set to rescue Anastasia. "Got it." Laurencia quickly dropped her sword and climbed the ladder. When she got there, she called out, "Io!" He was up top, holding Anastasia hostage. "The Demon King has the lady way up high. Now step back." Laurencia, seeing this, asks, "Hey, if you're the Demon King, then you can breathe fire, right?" He suddenly seemed flustered by her question. "Fire? What are you on about?" Laurencia frowned, suggesting he should just give in and return Anastasia. Realizing he's in a tight spot, Arthur has no choice but to kneel and hand Anastasia back, leaving Laurencia confused. Little did she expect him to give up so easily. After letting Anastasia go, Arthur bolted, shouting, "I give up!" Everyone down below watched him with sympathy, feeling sorry for the Demon King. Laurencia, thrilled to see Anastasia, hugged her tightly and rushed to ask, "Hano, Lara saved Sasa just like she said she would, right?" Anastasia simply replied, "Yeah." Even if it was just a play, Anastasia was grateful to see Laurencia so joyful. As long as her sister was happy, it felt like a happy ending. Cheerful voices rang throughout the Demon King's castle. Tons of questions popped up about Anastasia's rescue. Lara took them all down like that. No way. Laurencia excitedly recounts her brave moments, saying some wouldn't give in, but they surrendered when she asked nicely. They're all good people." Damon gently patted Laurencia's head, praising her. "Our Laurencia is truly a brave hero. She rescued her little sister without hesitation. So, starting tomorrow, you'll begin night training," Damon asked, looking a bit surprised. "Tomorrow," Anastasia pondered, "so night training is tied to that chat." After the hero's play wrapped up, my sister went to see Dad. Regato found it odd that she wanted him to train her. Laurencia approached her father, saying, "I want to be a knight." To Laurencia's request, her father gently replied, "Being a knight takes a lot of hard work." "Why do you want to train?" "Because it's cool," she shot back at her father. "Lara is the oldest, so I'm learning just like my brother. But swinging a sword is much more fun than reading I Want to Be a Knight." Faced with Laurencia's determination, Regato could only nod. "All right, but if you train, your arms and legs will hurt. Do you get that?" Laurencia was ready to deal with it, saying it was all good. "I'll train with my brother and make my arms strong like Dad's." Her father had to give in. "Okay, my dear, I'll talk it over with your mother and let you know." "Yes, Dad." Watching Laurencia so happy, Anastasia thought, Looks like our parents are on board. Thinking about life as a knight, I really don't want her to go that route, but she should follow her dreams. With her dad's support, Laurencia cheerfully vowed to look after Anastasia. Lara would now protect from afar. She then thought of her brother who was hustling to become the heir. Laurencia's father carefully instructed Damien, "Pay close attention to what I do." Meanwhile, Laurencia kicks off her training. As her sister starts night training, her dad is always there to guide her, reminding her not to flail that sword around. It turns out it was all in Anastasia's imagination, and she suddenly felt relieved. Am I the only one at home just chillin'? Looks like I'll be bored for a bit. A few days later, two maids chatted about the weather. They were stoked the rain finally stopped. Yeah, it's been pouring for days. I was worried about what we'd do. Suddenly, Anastasia felt a wave of sadness because while everyone else was hustling, she was bored out of her mind. Her thoughts started racing. Just when I thought I could chill, things got hectic again. See, I really shouldn't have spoken too soon. Right now, the maid's showing up with her dress. "Hey, my lady, check out this dress for you to rock today." The excited maid holds up the dress, saying she should look gorgeous. But honestly, compared to the servant's hype, Anastasia wasn't feeling it at all. Even though it was her big day, Anastasia couldn't believe her birthday was already here. Today was July 3rd, a big deal in this world. I mean, how is my birthday actually here already? And the maids are still hustling to get things ready. "My lady, let's tweak the sleeves if we add a ribbon here." Suddenly, there's a knock on the door. Is someone out there? The maid rushes over to open the door, and it turns out to be someone she knows well. "Oh, wow, come on in." Looks like the invitation made it right on time. As golden hair steps into view, a guy enters happily greeting Anastasia. "Long time no see, little one." Anastasia was super pumped and loved her cozy little party. Even though it's not as big as my coming-of-age party, I enjoy this one way more. Maybe it's because I actually feel like I belong to this family. Then out of nowhere, a voice makes her cringe. Seriously, how could they say that on her birthday, our youngest lady never seems to grow up? But hey, even though it's a small party, the guest list is pretty big. This year's attendees are way more than last year's. Watching his sister get talked about like that, Mikhail stepped in to smooth things over. She's such an adorable little thing. Even Grand Duke Leventus was on board with that. I agree. This grandpa and grandson duo just keep calling me small every time they see me. It's beyond annoying. When invited, Mikhail graciously thanked her. "Thanks for having me at your birthday bash this year." He quickly handed Anastasia a gift, saying, "Here's your present." She thought about this gift, remembering the ruby he'd gifted her before, which was the same color as her eyes. Mikhail's gift is pretty special too. An amethyst this time, Mikhail asked eagerly. "So, what do you think? Do you like it, little one?" Duke Leventus wondered. "Does the little miss like jewels?" Anastasia thought to herself, not even a little. He figured she was into bling, so he was ready to drop some serious cash for her. "I guess I'll have to buy her a few more things." Not wanting Anastasia to wait, he immediately gave her his gift, a golden tiger that was both cute and valuable. "Yep, this one's for you. I heard you like tigers, so I snagged you this. What do you think, this golden tiger?" After peeking at the gift, Anastasia thought to herself, "I thought Michaela was kind of weird, but like grandpa, like grandson." Regardless of her thoughts, she politely thanked him for the gift. "Thanks, grandpa," Mikhail chirped. "What about my gift, little one?" He was still waiting on a response. "You don't thank me for my gift, little one." Anastasia tried to ignore him, zoning out, staring blankly ahead. Then another person brought a small gift to celebrate her birthday, saying, "Happy birthday, Anastasia." He gently added, "It's not much, but I figured you might get bored alone, so I got you this." Damien was really thoughtful like that. Understanding her loneliness, he gave her colored pencils and drawing paper, a practical present that brought tears to her eyes. "I was used to solitude, but never expected my brother to care this much." Damien concerned Anastasia might be confused by the gift offered. "If drawing is tough, just call me over." Never having seen her this happy, she looked up and nodded. "Thanks, Damien." From that day on, whenever I was alone, I started drawing with those colored pencils. Having seemingly found joy in life, Anastasia shocked her servant. "Wow, is our young lady really doodling a puppy?" She thought, "No, it's just a squiggly line." After only a couple strokes, the maid praised her, saying it looked just like a tiger. The young lady loves tigers. Anastasia thought to herself, but it's literally just a circle and a line. Anastasia justified her scribbles, convincing herself that these lines are all she could do at the moment after the last 2,000 years. Despite her efforts, she never got the chance to really level up, seeing these scribbles as her starting point. These drawings were meant to nurture a child's growth, and Anastasia never quit, even when the odds were stacked against her. From behind, Mikai asked, "Little one, are you drawing?" Anastasia was confused by his sudden appearance. "I heard he was training with his brother, so why have I been seeing him so much lately?" Mikai leaned in closer, eager to see her drawing. "Can I check out what you've drawn, little one?" Without thinking twice, she agreed, and he, spotting Anastasia's art, wanted her to give drawing him a shot too. "Little one, could you try drawing me?" Anastasia was taken aback by the request. How could he want her to do something so ridiculous? She still didn't believe in her own skills. How could she possibly ruin such a handsome face? Anastasia quickly declined, wondering why she thought she could draw. Mikai urged her on, insisting she had the talent, pointing at the paper. "You made such a cute puppy." Anastasia instantly waved that off. "It's not a puppy." Mikai stubbornly kept guessing. "So it's a tiger, right?" She could only shake her head helplessly. "No, not that either." No matter what, Mikai kept being persistent. "Is that why you don't want to draw me? Because I can't guess what you're making?" Laughter. "Hold on, I'll figure it out." Even the servants outside were trying to guess. "It's not a puppy, a star, or a cat." The servants were worried that Anastasia would be let down if no one could guess what she had drawn. Mai just kept guessing stubbornly, annoying her like crazy. "A butterfly, nah, that's not it." The next day, while she was sketching, someone suddenly called out to Anastasia. She was totally caught off guard when Damien showed up. Shouldn't her bro be in class? Always the observant big brother, huh? He asked with concern, "Are you bummed that no one can figure out your paintings?" Anastasia thought about it. "Not really," Damien said with a helpless grin. "My apologies were sent your way, so I figured we could hang out and draw together, but Laurencia is out cold and doesn't look like she's waking up anytime soon." Looks like Lentia's training is really taking it out of her. Ever since she started her night training, her dedication has definitely worn her out. She's been snoozing more than usual. Gotta be wiped from getting used to it. Damien figured she would be a bit down. "It really stinks that you can only paint with me since she's not around, right?" But she happily said, "No way." Damien flashed a quirky smile. "Oh, really? It's a bit of a bummer, right? Since she's not here, it's kind of a shame you can only paint with me." But she cheerfully responds, "No." Damien gave a weird smile. "Oh, really? Well then come play with me." He started showing Anastasia the ropes. "All right, let me teach you how to properly hold a pen." He always respected what Anastasia liked and wanted, guiding her to create whatever she felt inspired to draw. "So what do you want to create?" "Anastasia, pick any color you dig. Our little one is a total genius when it comes to art." Damien cheered her on. "How about you give drawing me a shot this time?" "Draw you." Damien's eyes said it all. He totally wanted it. Even though Anastasia felt a bit cornered, she couldn't say no to that face. Shy as she was, she ended up painting a spot-on picture, not knowing what it would lead to. When Damien saw the final piece, he held it up in awe, completely captivated. "You drew me, thanks, Anastasia." Watching that unfold, the servants rushed over, eager to get in on the action, shouting, "Me too, miss, I want one." As the crowd grew more and more joined, "I heard the news, miss, so I came. I want to be painted too. Pick me next." "And me, the Demon King, is drawing me." Anastasia felt a chill run down her spine, her head spinning. How did it come to this? This isn't good. At this rate, Anastasia felt uneasy when a familiar voice broke through. "This little one." She felt so helpless at the sight of Mikai. Just like always, he leaned in and whispered why she wouldn't draw him. Anastasia was pretty used to this by now. Of course. To lighten her embarrassment, Mikai presented her with a painting he had made. "I painted you, so you can totally paint me back, little one." Shocked by how talented he was, she found the portrait so lifelike. "Wow, he painted me so beautifully." Mikai looked at her with worry, nervous that she didn't like it. "You don't dig it, I can redo it if you want, or if there's something else you want, I'll hook you up with it." He pleaded, wanting her to paint him just once. So, he asked if she could do a drawing of him just once. Anastasia's expression darkened. Is he out of his mind showing me this, and then wanting me to draw him? But she went along saying, "Fine." Mikai kept boosting her, saying, "You're an awesome artist, you know." Hearing that, Anastasia was taken aback. After finishing, she thought to herself, if Mikai didn't like it, it was his fault, not mine. Anastasia handed it over, and Mikai was over the moon. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is how she views me. She couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Why do I feel so jittery? Mikai was super thankful for the gift. This is the first present you've ever given me. Thanks, little one. I'm going to cherish it." Anastasia was caught off guard, turning away, thinking, compared to all the stuff I've gotten from Mikai, calling this my first gift makes me a bit reluctant to admit it. She had a small crush on him. But why was this making her feel all sorts of things, spotting Anastasia in a good mood? The servants were chatting while hanging laundry, curious if it was because of her or if the young master had been especially nice lately. Right, feels like there are two young masters. This also made Lentia super happy all day. Guess what? Mikai smiled at me today and actually said hi. And check it out, he even sparred with me. After getting the painting, Mikai went around flaunting it. "The young lady made this for me. Isn't it stunning?" "Yeah, really beautiful." Anastasia never imagined that a simple drawing could make Mikai that happy. He's that thrilled. She wondered why something so simple could bring him so much joy. Anastasia felt happy for him and didn't mind being the reason behind his happiness. But maybe the word about Anastasia's art skills had spread. "Oh, young lady, I hear you've been sharpening your drawing skills lately. Am I right? I would be so stoked if you could whip up one for me, too." Anastasia could only sweat and feel overwhelmed after hearing that. If I had known it'd end up like this, I would never have given him that painting. Plus, Anastasia was getting ready for a mountain trek. He's even making us prepare for a mountain trip, and I've already packed some solid drawing tools. Does he truly want to see my painting? Next to this gorgeous nature, I need to switch gears. Dreading that she'd have to keep drawing, she decided to change the topic, her eyes sparkling as she looked up, hoping to dodge it. She spoke in a way that was a little cryptic, unknowingly mimicking her sister's smart moves, leaving the middle-aged Grand Duke Leventus puzzled. He misunderstood her intentions, thinking, "Does she want me to play with her? Little miss." But Anastasia didn't see that coming. It actually worked. I've never seen him smile like that before. Seeing her like that, he gently asked, "Is there a game you'd like to play? Whatever you want, I'm in." But Duke Leventus dropped a line that totally blew Anastasia's mind. "You want to hop on me? Is that what you're saying?" "Oh, little miss, game on." Then it hit her. Something she never saw coming. Wait, I thought he got it. And then he lifted her way up high. Careful now, it's a long way down. Anastasia never imagined the view up there could be so surreal. This is what the Grand Duke sees. So high, I can check out the whole duchy. It's gorgeous. Duke Leventus is looking to make a deal with her. Also, if he's her grandfather, that makes her his granddaughter, right? Just say it. Grandfather. Anastasia was in shock. Is he really going to start using that connection? Now, he looks so stoked to have a granddaughter. "All right, my granddaughter, since I've come into having such a rare treasure in you, I should give you something in return. How about I give you one of my rubies? Clearly, it fits our family's prestige." What Anastasia, taken aback, waved her hands to turn it down, saying, "No thanks, sir. Just being your granddaughter is way more than enough." Duke Leventus adored her so much. He just wanted her to paint him. "Don't worry, I plan to give it to you even if you just painted my portrait." Inside, Anastasia was close to tears, wishing he'd forgotten about the painting. But she felt happy having painted his portrait and snatched her freedom. Duke Leventus loved her so much he framed the painting. Finally, she was Freya again after painting his portrait as he asked. Both of Anastasia's artworks of him and Mihi were framed and hung up, and they stood there with their hands behind their backs admiring them. From then on, chill days rolled on at the Duke's mansion as he held Anastasia close. Should we chill at home for a bit? This year felt different from the previous social parties. Damien, Laurentia, and Anastasia rolled together through the seasons. They found peace traveling as a family. They built snowmen, shared awesome experiences, and everyone grew just a little taller. Mai teased Anastasia, which annoyed her a bit. The little kid is still so tiny, but she's the quickest to grow. As Anastasia steps into a new year, many changes are coming. I'm almost 5 years old now. Amidst this calm, news dropped that the temple found a divine relic that has everyone buzzing, so the family decides to hit the capital Rogado. Anastasia sat on her lap, screaming. The temple had sent a special invite since they discovered a divine relic. A divine relic. Hearing this, she felt a bit uneasy. Are they scheming again with worry? Min questioned if he had let his guard down when suddenly a mysterious figure showed up wrapped in white, someone Anastasia might have met before. "Hey there." A familiar face popped up in my dream. Anastasia gasped at his appearance. How can he be here? We'll catch up again soon. This was nothing new to her, just more random talk. And with that, the mysterious figure left her with even more vague words. Watch your back. Before vanishing, he seemed to struggle to add, "Please save." Regato gently wrapped a scarf around Anastasia and asked, "Aren't you feeling cold, Anastasia?" She replied, "Nah, I'm good." He sweetly pinched her chubby cheeks. Rato took her hand and said, "All right, let's head inside." Anastasia remembered back at the Demon King's castle. The knights used instant teleportation, proving she wasn't the kind to get portal sickness. She thought bored as she arrived at the mansion with her dad. "I've done teleportation magic a ton of times. Building a gate is a piece of cake." Anastasia noticed most kids had serious motion sickness from using warp gates. For instance, Laurentia and Damien chose to travel with Thala in a carriage because they felt sick using them. Anastasia remembered Laurentia cheerfully waving goodbye, saying, "See you in a week." Rato, looking at little Anastasia, sighed softly and asked, "Our youngest, aren't you bored being all by yourself?" She sweetly replied, "I have you, Dad, so it's all good." Unsure if he could take her sweet answer seriously, he asked again, "Really, I'm happy to hang with you for the next few weeks." She looked at Regato with innocent, loving eyes and said, "As long as you read to me." He gazed at Anastasia with affectionate eyes, smiling at her cute words. Regato gently stroked her head and said, "Okay, my precious daughter, I'll play with you until you've had your fill." She thought he would have been hit by a wave of reality because keeping that promise was tough for him. She didn't think he'd be this busy, but still, these days were pretty nice. Anastasia was strolling down the hallway when she heard someone calling out to her. She couldn't stop thinking about one person who, though young, wasn't affected by the portal's after effects. It was Mai. Mai smiled warmly. "Want to go for a walk?" Anastasia thought to herself. Of course, he often bounces between the Grand Duke's place and his family's. She casually waved towards outside, saying, "It's freezing out there." Mikhail insisted, "You can't stay cooped up inside just because it's cold out." Those were Damien's words. Anastasia was speechless, quietly blaming him for using Damien on her. Yet she couldn't say no. Anastasia knew she couldn't turn it down. Meanwhile, Den felt someone mention him while Laurentia napped soundly on his shoulder. Moments later, wrapped up warmly, Anastasia went outside with Mai, who held her hand in the snow and asked, "Little one, you want to check out the greenhouse, right?" Anastasia was spritzing her hair and thought, "Did I ever share that?" She recalled flipping through a book and getting lost in a picture. The joy on the faces of those in the greenhouse totally mesmerized her. Right then, Mikhail spotted her expression and caught on to her admiration. Wow, he actually noticed. Her cheeks turned pink as she pondered, when did he become so aware? "I want to check it out," she exclaimed. Manuin grinned, saying, "Awesome. I was worried I read your eyes wrong, kiddo." They kept chatting happily as they strolled and neared their destination. As they approached, they spotted a huge crowd ahead. Nikki asked, "Why is it so packed here today?" As they examined the line, Anastasia figured the temple must be on the other side and guessed all the folks were nobles. Anastasia squinted, thinking, "Is the high priest making an appearance?" She glanced at the temple, recalling, "They say they've found a holy relic. If we hang around here, we might get in some trouble." Suddenly, Anastasia grabbed Mikhail's hand, urging him, "Let's jet before you even realize it. My niece is out there talking." Laxia lit up when she saw Anastasia shouting, "Hey, are you here to celebrate this awesome day with me?" She froze upon spotting the high priest, the king, and the queen all present. Laxius frowned and forced a smile, calling out to Anastasia, "Get over here now. Let go of that troublesome kid." His words sounded harsh and uninviting. "It hurts me to see my granddaughter's hand marked like that." But all of a sudden, Mikhail loosened his grip, which left Anastasia confused, asking, "Why did you let go?" He gently bent down, saying, "Go on, little one." Anastasia shook her head, saying, "I'm staying right here with you, Mikhail." It was tough for Mikhail to comfort her. "It's all good. The king just wants to meet you because you're family." Inside, she felt annoyed that he was acting like everything was chill. "Don't play like this is normal," La chimed in. "A niece shouldn't keep her elders waiting. When they call for you, you should come immediately." She looked at him in disbelief, silently calculating. "If I blow him off, he'll blame me and hurt him again. Fine, I'll take care of it." Anastasia slowly walked over, stopping at the top of the stairs, staring down at them as Laos cleared his throat to lecture her. "Granddaughter, I'm the king here, so show some respect." Anastasia innocently asked Uncle, while secretly questioning if he was the one who had called her niece. Dolores was fuming in the background. "What's she yelling about?" "Weren't you taught proper manners? You're a duke's daughter." She innocently responded, Huh, isn't that how you greet someone? Dolores snapped, exactly. Anastasia clasped her hands and bowed deeply, simply saying, greetings. The guys started whispering among themselves while the ladies fanned themselves and joined in the gossip, successfully provoking Laxius. He scolded Thala, questioning how she raised her kid. Seeing Lucius's red face made her think she'd done a great job. The high priest, who had been eavesdropping, finally spoke up. "Oh, little miss, you're too young to get this." Right before launching into another lecture, he forced a fake smile, saying, "The elite should mingle with the elite. That's how you earn favor from above. You should hang out with the princess, not just anyone." Anastasia thought this was hardly the kind of advice a high priest should be giving. "Oh, great Laxius is acting all high and mighty," she mused. "Surely my granddaughter can make lots of new pals. How about you try studying with the other noble kids?" Anastasia decided she couldn't take it any longer and spoke out against it. "And Mom always said," she thought, rolling her eyes as the three adults tried to lecture a kid. Outwardly, she responded, "New friends could be fun," but internally she was determined, thinking, "I need to talk to him face to face." Anastasia stated, "Mika is my buddy, like an older brother to me." She openly expressed, "Mika is a solid guy." The compliment turned Mikai's cheeks pink. Anastasia reinforced that he wasn't a bad kid, bowed, said goodbye, and dashed over to Mikai. Her bold reaction left Laxius and Dolores speechless, and before they could respond, Anastasia was gone. He yelled in anger, "That disrespectful little brat! How dare she!" As she walked away, she made a face at them, while Mikai couldn't believe how she dissed them. He asked, "What's up, little one? You could have told them I'm not your friend." Meanwhile, she mentally cursed him, thinking, "What's your deal anyway? You always stick around and now you say that." Anastasia quickly grabbed Mikai's hand, pulling him down to her level, and casually said, "It's 'cause Mikai wanted to hold hands." Mikai stumbled over his words, but before he could finish, she interrupted him reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry about it. It's cool, right? You know my parents are chill. I'm going to the greenhouse with Mikai." She called out to him, "Let's roll." Sure, she could handle everything. Back at home, Anastasia eagerly told Rogato, "I went to say hi," and he hugged her anxiously. "Really?" Rogato asked, eyeing his daughter. "Our little one, you weren't scared." Anastasia answered, "Not at all." But with a sad glance, she recounted how Mai had let go of her hand, gazing at his daughter in his arms. "Are you not scared, little one?" Anastasia replied, "Not at all." But with a downcast gaze, she sadly shared how Mai had let go of her hand. "Don't you think that's bad? Is Mai really terrible?" He lifted her up gently and said, "How could you say that Mikai isn't bad at all?" Rogato nuzzled against Anastasia's cheek, adding, "From now on, our little one just needs to enjoy her time with friends." Back in her room, she couldn't stop mulling over today's events. "I told my dad we should do something about it, but since I caused this, shouldn't I take some responsibility?" Anastasia's eyes went wide as she thought, "Of course I need to step up this time too." The little spy in her heart speculated he was definitely up to something sneaky like revenge. Anastasia called for her, and Chaco, who just showed up, sighed about how much she missed her. "My leg, why'd you just call me now? Do you even know how much Chaco misses you?" "I think of you every single day, my lord," Chaco exclaimed, but Anastasia cut her off, instructing her to show an image of the high priest and the royal couple. Choco complied, and in the reflection, Anastasia saw the priest controlling Laxius, making him explode in anger. The priest was on point. "That definitely looked down on us." Laxius slammed his fist in frustration. His voice was strained. "How could a tiny kid not fear my authority?" Dolores rushed to calm him down. "Chill out, your highness. What does a kid know?" She didn't forget to pour some gas on the fire, claiming it was all because of that land or whatever. Normally, he wouldn't let Dolores wrap up her thoughts before believing everything she said. Grinding his teeth, he emphasized each word. "The queen is right, even though she always claims she doesn't care about the throne in front of me." Laxius recalled the embarrassing times when he was merely a prince. Even though he had plenty of chances to take me out, the images of Theta standing tall, sword in hand, lingered in his mind. Laxius shivered and muttered, just seeing me brings back memories of Theta's icy stare." Bitterly, he pondered, "How many times did he say he'd spare my life telling me to scram?" Anastasia helplessly watched Laxius's thought process, thinking he should be grateful to those who spared him. The priest tried to console him, saying, "Such rage isn't good for your health, your highness." He spoke politely, making sure the high priest was aware of his unseemly actions. He placed his hand over his chest, showing his submission, and stated, "No, how can one not be mad about this? Even after your sincere advice, she keeps hanging out with that worthless guy." He pretended to sigh and added, "I see now that the youngest princess has a strong spirit. I worry she'll be influenced by being near that cursed dude." Hearing this, Laxius smirked and asked, "So what's the plan that's got to break her heart?" The priest pulled out a vial and stated, "Lucky for us, this relic we found has the power to punish the defiant and cleanse the unpure. What if we use this relic to protect the youngest princess first?" He suggested with a wicked glint in his eye, believing that witnessing the cleansing of the princess will make everyone wise up to the curse's threat, but Shellam might not. Reflection should be wrapped up in the room. Anastasia patted her head, wondering what they had in mind, and praised her. "Thanks," Chaco said, and Anastasia beamed, eagerly waiting to see what unfolds. Maybe this is a good thing. With Choco beside her, her spirit brightens. The Demon King seems to be in a great mood while she anticipates their scheme. It's been a while since anything this juicy happened. Anastasia found their plot to be pretty naive. Rogato received a letter from the Emperor detailing the purification ritual set for the next day at the Grand Temple. "I want to show some kindness to my granddaughter Anastasia. Just believe that day will be unexpectedly entertaining." She figured they'd run the purification ritual on her before her mother arrived in the capital. And of course he was fuming, his face darkening as he exclaimed, "Absolutely not. Your dad definitely won't let this slide either," Anastasia asked Rogato in a playful tone. "What's up?" His whole vibe changed to grin spreading across his face as he replied, "Oh, it's nothing, my dear." But with his hand gripping the letter so tightly it made his veins pop, she could tell without even looking. Words that could wake a sleeping beast. Anastasia mimicked his angry face. "Really? But your face looks so tense," Rogato explained sheepishly. "Did I scare you, sweetheart?" "I wasn't mad at you, Anastasia." She assured him that she wasn't the least bit scared. He sighed, relieved that his daughter got it, and asked Anastasia, "How about we go for a checkup tomorrow?" Anastasia saw right through his scheme. He planned to use her supposed sickness as a reason to decline, but she shook her head, refusing to go. Meanwhile, she thought, "Sorry, Dad, dreaming of the sacred grounds. I genuinely want to visit there." Back at the castle, the priest was manipulating the townsfolk, claiming the artifact was a divine blessing from the heavens. This holy relic. "Dad, dreaming about that sacred place. I really want to go there." Back at the castle, the priest was manipulating everyone, saying the artifact was a divine blessing from God. This holy relic can cleanse dark energy. The priest kept going on about its power and how it could purify the cursed. Meanwhile, Rogato and his son, completely unaware, nervously advised her, "Daughter, if you feel scared, just call for us and run back, okay?" Anastasia nodded, saying, "Sure," but thought to herself, "I probably won't get scared." Looking around, she noticed the crowd had gotten way bigger. "All right, this should add some excitement." Anastasia spotted Male in the crowd, curious if he had shown up too. Seeing his chill expression, she thought, "There he goes again." Anastasia watched Mikhail, feeling sorry inside. If only he hadn't dropped his usual annoying act. The priest's voice broke into her thoughts. "You, Lady Anastasia, I'm the one who's going to soak up this cleansing energy. Step forward, princess," he waved her over, "and put your hand right here." Anastasia reached for the relic, thinking, "You want to cleanse me to show how he's cursed, huh?" She was curious about his intentions, wanting to see what he could pull off. Anastasia noticed the relic giving off a weird purplish glow, and it felt like she recognized it. Anastasia thought, "Hold up this energy. It's dark magic." The priest flashed a suspicious grin as a strange force suddenly wrapped around her. Regard charged in, panicking with Mikhail right behind him. They both yelled out Anastasia's name as she plummeted into another dimension. Rubbing her head, she thought that if she didn't get her magic to kick in real quick, things were about to get serious. Anastasia realized she wasn't in the palace anymore, but in some bizarre place. Confused, she looked around at the trees surrounding her. "Where am I?" Anastasia mused. Enveloped by darkness, she wondered, who would leave a kid all alone in a creepy forest like this? Anastasia thought, what were they supposed to tell her, "Go die"? Looks like she's being watched by a bird. Anastasia let out a frustrated sigh, questioning what she did to deserve dark magic getting thrown at a kid. But then she shook it off, figuring the real target wasn't her, but the Enderbang family. Anastasia sighed with worry, realizing she had to get back fast before her anxious dad started crying again. She snapped her fingers and then stared blankly at her hand. Oh right, dark magic messes with mana for a bit. Whether it was divine power or her own strength, it wasn't easy to whip up the teleportation spell right away. Anastasia called for her companion. Choco showed up and asked, "You called, Master?" She instructed Choco to figure out where they were. Choco responded eagerly, thinking while she gathered intel. Anastasia summoned her magic staff, radiating some serious magical energy. Anastasia figured she should probably meet the creatures of this forest. Back at the palace, Rogato was a different guy after Anastasia vanished, grabbing the priest by the collar and demanding answers. "What have you done to my daughter?" He shook with anger, unable to speak, and turned to Luxius for backup. "Your Highness." He turned away like he had no clue what was happening. The priest was desperately pleading for Laxius to step in. "Your Highness, Your Highness." With no help from him, the priest turned to blame Rogato, saying he had warned him multiple times about his daughter being near someone unlucky, so God sent down punishment. He harshly questioned about the punishment, then shoved the priest aside. Rogato pulled out his sword, pointing it dangerously close to the guy's face, making him scream in pure fright. His vibe completely shifted from when he talked to Anastasia as he declared, "If you think I'd buy into this nonsense, you couldn't be more wrong." Rogato's eyes narrowed, a silent threat looming. "If you dare utter another tainted word, even for a split second, keep quiet and tell me, where have you taken my daughter?" The priest, sweating and ghostly pale, stammered, "The northern beast forest." Suddenly he called for Prince Laxius, who went pale and stuttered, his voice low and shaky. Rogato pressed, "Let me send knights from the capital to that area." Rogato stated more than asked. "Of course you'll let me, right?" The orb in his grip chimed in. "Honey, what's wrong?" Back in the forest, the tiger Hongi was getting scolded by a childish voice. "Know your opponent before you strike." Anastasia leaned on Hongi, arms crossed, casually saying, "What would you have done without me?" She had taken down a pack of wild beasts all by herself and was now giving them a lecture. "How could a crew like you attack a tiny kid? You're such cowards." Suddenly, Anastasia opened one eye and gave Hongi's head a tap, saying, "Hey, Tiger, you've got to speak up." She reminded him again to tell the others to greet them nicely. Nearby, a mob of demonic beasts was closing in. She sighed. Her parents must be fretting. Sensing danger, Hongi began to growl, which made Anastasia ask, "What can a little dude like you do to help?" Hongi stared blankly at her, but Anastasia quickly got her game face on, saying, "Well, 2 heads are better than 1, right? Let's team up." Back at the palace, the nobles were gossiping among themselves. What curse could have befallen the princess? Isn't the priest being a bit disrespectful? Laxius, sweating from Rogato's rage, urged, "Haven't you gone out to find her yet?" The duke smiled kindly, saying, "I must protect my position properly. According to the priest, my daughter is being punished by God." Right, he spoke faster than he thought, blurting out, "So you're just going to leave the princess high and dry?" Before he could finish, Rogato slammed his sword into the ground, shocking him to his core. Sighs. So he declared, "I have to show those wicked fiends who use such cruel tactics that my daughter is innocent." Rogato glanced at Mikai behind him, thinking those who were involved with the temple's shenanigans and let it slide were beyond reason. He noticed the boy's self-blame and thought, that kid just started making friends. Rogato fixed his gaze on the fallen relic, realizing they even dragged his daughter into their mess. This was unforgivable. Without a hint of mercy, he reminded Laxius to brace himself. His Majesty's words drained the color from Laxius's face, leaving him speechless. Even the priest and high priest weren't off the hook. Rogato threatened that as soon as he proved it, they'd be held accountable, the sharp blade mirroring the man's pale face. Mickey, who had been quiet. Even the priest and high priest were caught up in this. Rogato warned that once he proved it, they would face consequences, the sharp sword glinting in the light of his pale face. Mickey, who had been quiet. He spun around and took off, ignoring Lot's shouts for the young duke. The guy sped into the gnarly forest, totally blaming himself. He thought they wouldn't lay a finger on the kid, that they were just talking about his curse. So why are they doing this to her? He clenched his fist, wishing they could just hate him instead. That poor kid is so young and innocent. The flashback of his parents collapsing hits Mikai right in the feels. Meanwhile, in that same forest, Anastasia is battling those monsters like a champ, realizing there are way more than she expected, and she can feel her strength draining. Hong X got taken down by some magical beast, and she was freaking out calling for him. Out of nowhere, a magical bear lunges at Anastasia, and without any time to react, she's like, "This is it." She braces herself, thinking that a single hit wouldn't take her down, but then suddenly, a scream cuts through the air. An arrow zooms in and takes out the magical beast. She opens her eyes, searching for the voice. It was Mai, speeding towards her. His voice was filled with worry as he asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Anastasia couldn't believe he showed up. When she disappeared, Mai was genuinely terrified. Grand Duke Leventus once told him, "Mikai, you can't see your parents anymore." Mikai thought he was almost holding their hands. He remembered being with Anastasia, telling himself, "I can't lose anyone else." Mai bit his lip when he saw the monster about to make a move on her. Anastasia turned back, calling out to him. Mikai dropped his bow and rushed in to hug her tight, pouring out his fears. "I was so scared of losing you again. I was terrified I would never see you again." Hearing Mikai lay his heart bare, Anastasia was surprised, burying her flushed face against his chest. Anastasia hugged him back, feeling a warmth she had never experienced before. Unlike her past life, she didn't feel alone. Meanwhile, the monster got tossed back as two knights remarked, "That's the last beast we have to deal with." Another knight replied, "Great job, team." They located Mihi and Anastasia. One knight ordered a message to be sent. They found the Princess Lady Blanche must be worried sick. Another knight responded without hesitation. Meanwhile, he held Anastasia tight as she thought about how she'd become Mahai's teddy bear. With a Duke's knight around, it should be safe, but I still feel uneasy. Mai whispered to her, remembering the last time she let go of his hand. He apologized. Seeing his self-reproach, Anastasia wondered if he actually thought this was his fault. She asked Mai what he was sorry for. He explained he didn't let Mikai speak up, but she cut him off. She needed to talk to the long-haired guy and the young dude, not Mai. She reassured Mai, plus there's no reason to be scared of Mai. He's not broken at all. Looking at Mai's surprised face as she didn't blame him, she thought, "Please don't beat yourself up anymore." He lowered his head, biting his lip. Then Mai looked up and said, "Little one, really?" His cheeks turned red as he smiled gently. "You've known for a while, but you're still pretending, aren't you?" Anastasia, totally unsure how to reply, just asked, "What?" He sighed. Mikai took her hand and said, "Never mind." Meanwhile, in the demon beast forest, a demon beast was roughly tossed back. This shock stunned even the knights. One knight stammered, "Captain, who the heck is that?" The captain replied unexpectedly, "Huh, have you ever seen such a fierce rookie?" The captain gazed at the warrior, explaining, "That's the legendary war hero known as the Light of Battle." The warrior took off her helmet, and the captain revealed her as Theta Ander Blang, making a dramatic entrance in full armor. With poise, she called for the knight commander, and two knights quickly snapped to attention. "Yes." The knight, still bewildered, stammered. "Is that the lady?" She barked out orders. "From now on, focus on shutting down the monster outbreaks in this area." The head knight quickly accepted the command. "Yes, ma'am." But in her mind, she was already losing it. She was fuming. Even Theta's soft smile had a dangerous edge. Anastasia rode back with Mikai, quietly scanning their surroundings. This feels really off. Why can't I sense any monsters, even as we get close to the entrance of the demon forest? She was sweating, rubbing her forehead, thinking she was too exhausted to notice anything. It couldn't be. Focus. Focus. Suddenly, Anastasia felt a warm presence she recognized. This familiar warmth. It's the person I've missed so much. "Mother, I'm right here." Thala was overjoyed to spot her. She waved Anastasia over, calling her "my little one." But Anastasia noticed the strawberry syrup on her face and the sharp weapon. She couldn't believe this was the gentle mom she knew. As her mother asked, "What's with the weaponry? Why do you seem so aggressive?" Sheila wiped her face with a towel and said, "Oh dear, just a moment. My Anastasia, were you scared?" She cooed. Anastasia soaked in her warm embrace, finally understanding. No matter how her mother appeared, she was still the mom Anastasia cherished. Anastasia snuggled into her hug. Remembering Regato, she asked, "Where's Dad?" "I was worried Dad would be crying since I disappeared like this." She laughed, reassuring her. "Don't fret, my youngest," her voice soothing, yet powerful. "I've already scolded everyone who made your father cry." Thala and Anastasia headed back to the castle with the knights. Lias, trying to be friendly, ingratiatingly said, "My niece sister, my sister." He showed none of the dignity of a king. As he awkwardly looked at her, he said, "I'm just glad you're all safe." Anastasia noticed the priest cowering and shielding himself and wondered, why? What's up with the priest? Is he just wearing those ripped clothes, or is it some kind of dark magic curse? Lao stepped up to Thala, trying to calm her down. Thea, hear me out, please. I was just doing what God told me, Laxia stuttered, scrambling to explain. You know I can be such a pushover. Even the princess consort has called me out on it before. Just Tessa lowering her seidha was enough to freak him out. Spotting the sharp weapon glistening with syrup, Laxius dove out of the way. He could feel the deadly energy coming off Thiela, and he quaked as he said, "Let's just chat all right. Please don't throw punches." She was second only to the king of the underworld. Sarah shot him a glare and said, "All right, let's hear what you've got." Then she turned to the priest and asked, "You got anything to add?" Looking at her now, that priest seems a lot scarier than Rogato ever was, he shouted, putting on an act of being wronged. You really think I'm lying? Sarah watched him squirm as he tried to deny his wrongs and said, "You're such a liar and you don't even flinch, do you? Is that even a holy relic? Come on, lying in front of kids is pretty low." It hit him hard and he yelled, "I'm a priest chosen by this kingdom. How dare you question me?" He totally got under Thetla's skin. Approaching him, she grabbed him by the collar and said, "Oh, come on. I'm not doubting you without reason. You got a reason for keeping your hands to yourself, or what?" Seeing Thala's fierce look, his face turned purple as he stammered, "Hold up!" She tossed him aside like a piece of trash. A lady gasped in shock. "Look at this, everyone!" The other nobles started whispering, "The priest's back. Am I losing it? There's a weird mark. It looks like a curse mark from black magic sorcerers. We all see he's a total fraud. That's dark magic for sure, the stuff demons have been using forever. How could a holy priest mess with black magic?" He tried to clarify, No, that's not what it is. It's all a misunderstanding." A crowd of onlookers jumped to the conclusion that the youngest princess was cursed by dark magic, and Lass was shocked, questioning him. "A holy relic? You want to use dark magic?" Then he changed his tune, claiming he didn't know anything about it. "Please don't get me wrong. I expected this." After that, she got serious and firmly declared that from this point on, she'd take charge of the situation in her name and under her responsibility. As Anastasia's mother and the only legitimate heir of the late Emperor, Princess Theta was dedicated to you. With an icy gaze, she boldly stated that with so many witnesses around, he was not to be held accountable. The nobles behind them whispered among themselves, "The princess herself." Leas, shook to his core, reluctantly stated, Okay, you win. I won't get in your way." Then she looked down at the terrified fake priest on the ground and said, "How can you just lie there so chill when you have no idea how scared my daughter was?" Realizing just how scary her wrath could be, he begged for mercy in desperation. "Lady Duchess, please spare me." She issued the command without a second thought. The head knight snapped to attention, recognizing the order, showed no mercy for threatening Anastasia Thala, ordered him to be tossed into the monster-infested woods. In sheer terror, all he could muster was a quiet, "Yes." 2 knights dragged the priest away, and he clung to a shred of hope. "Just wait a sec. I'll bless you." As they hauled him off, he frantically tried to defend himself. "No, I'll pray to God to forgive you for all your sins up to this point." Rogato strolled over and called out to Ta. The priest echoed his pleas for mercy, but no one was listening. Rogato smiled warmly, opened his arms, and said to her, "You did great." Tella rushed into his embrace. Mai and Anastasia held hands and beamed, yet again caught up in the couple's sweet vibe. She let out a sigh of relief, glad nothing bad happened, secretly wishing for a peaceful night's sleep. In the Duke's castle, the mysterious figure showed up in Anastasia's dream, once again saying, "Hey there." She was used to this and just yawned, covering her mouth. "All right, I knew you'd be here." Surprised by her nonchalant response, he asked, "I thought you'd be shocked." Anastasia replied, "You're just too predictable now. It's either sickness or exhaustion." He tried to impress her and said, "Don't be so down. Today I'll show you that I'm worth having around." She looked at him and asked, "I need you." With a flick of his wrist, Anastasia transformed back to her original form. He gazed at her and said, "You were so lonely. You thought you needed someone there with you." Confused, she inquired, "Was that you?" Anastasia frowned, irritated, and said, "If you're going to say that, at least let me see your face." He cheerfully moved closer, asking, "Do you miss me?" Anastasia thought with annoyance that this dude just didn't get it. She turned and snapped at him. "You jerk always trapping others." He just smiled innocently and said, "Traps, I'm just warning you about what's ahead." He kept rambling. With my help, everything will fall into place. His words just made Anastasia even more irritated. Not wanting to waste her breath, she fused her magic to escape this place. He stammered, "Wait, hold on a minute." He got Anastasia intrigued. "Aren't you curious that your 100 lives have been so different?" This piqued her interest. Anastasia simply replied, "That's just a coincidence." He chuckled at her simplistic view and said, "Coincidence? No way, you were meant to be born somewhere else." Caught off guard, Anastasia asked, "What?" He chuckled, explaining, "You ended up here because someone is waiting for you." He figured that this 100th life is a world built by all those who have missed her through the ages. Anastasia shot back right away. "Why should I take you at your word? What does my life even mean to you?" He just grinned and said, "I can tell you who those folks are and why they're thinking of you." He turned to Anastasia and asked, "Aren't you curious?" Her eyes drooped as she clenched her fists, wondering if anyone actually remembered her from those rough past lives. He cut into her thoughts, saying, "Let me drop a hint about the first person who saw you shift into that form." Her eyes widened, wondering if it was someone from her very first life who might recall her. Anastasia pondered if it could be her friends, imagining her two best buddies from her first life, beaming and waving. He was pretty sure this would spark Anastasia's interest. "Well, now you see, I've got a bit more to offer, right?" She didn't say a word, only letting thoughts of her closest pals from her first life swirl around in her head. Thinking about how they coped after her departure, he covered her eyes and said, "Okay, shut your eyes." And slowly as he spoke, the space started transforming. When she finally opened her eyes, Anastasia gasped. "This is my crib from my first life." She rubbed her chin, thinking, "But why am I here? Did you guys come here after I bit the dust?" A man's voice pierced through her thoughts. "You're so dull." She looked into the kitchen and spotted a guy. Anastasia recognized him as her brother. He pointed at him and said, "That's the one who remembers you." Annoyed, she pushed herself up and challenged him. He thought to himself, he'd believe he could make it past 20 in this world before believing that. Then cryptically he added, "I hope you won't get hurt." Anastasia, puzzled, asked, "Why would I get hurt?" He replied, "Because in this world, you can't stand him either." Suddenly realizing, she asked, "Wait, are you saying my brother was also here in my 100th life?" He chuckled, "Yep, someone you really know." Anastasia stared at the photo, furrowing her brow in disbelief. Comparing the picture in her hand, she couldn't wrap her head around the fact that her brother from her first life was King Laxius. Anastasia blurted, "Are you kidding me?" Then she yanked him by the collar. Still confused, he asked, "What's the issue? You love your family. That's your brother right there." Anastasia thought he couldn't get away with spouting nonsense like that. Meanwhile, he just sat there mumbling to himself, thinking only she could whip up noodles that tasted this good. When am I going to wrap this up? This is so frustrating. But hey, those extra bucks are nice. In her heart, she silently berated him. Did he think everyone's family was all sunshine and rainbows? Anastasia yanked him down, her anger flaring. This is Anastasia truly ticked off. With a wicked grin, she asked, "You have no clue how my life has been, do you?" He was lost for words. Seeing his silence, she cursed him in her head, thinking he was just a fake who claimed to get her. This dude Anastasia is secretly measuring him up against Laxius. She never considered the two together, but the similarity in their flaws was striking. After a moment of quiet, he finally said something. "I didn't expect him to take on that role either." Anastasia mentally chewed him out, thinking she'd die of embarrassment if she were in his shoes. She let him go then. "Hey, don't ever try to see me again." He looked puzzled. "Why?" Anastasia shot back, frustrated. "Do I really need to break that down?" She watched him slurp his noodles and said, "I gave you a shot to show me what you've got, and this is what you come up with. Now, I have to waste my time on you." As he slurped, a weird feeling hung in the air. With that, Anastasia used her magic, getting ready to bounce. "So you can chill out here." "Oh no, don't just chill." But suddenly, he grabbed her again. Wait, there's a reason for you to stay here," he said, taking her hand with a smile. "Don't you want more freedom?" Anastasia asked, her eyes shifting. "Freedom?" he coaxed. "Yeah. Wouldn't it be nice to not get resurrected constantly?" she asked with doubt. "What's that got to do with my brother?" he went on. "Just like you showing up in this world, you need someone to remember you to get reborn. Once you wipe their memories of you, you'll be free." Grossed out, she asked, "My freedom hinges on him." He looked up at Anastasia and continued, "No, it's more than that. More people remember you than you'd think. You have to undo all their memories." Showing her the cycle of reincarnation, he said, "If you can't break it, you'll keep living this life over and over." But she didn't buy it, retorting, "If that person is the first to remember me, I don't have high hopes for anyone else. And why should I trust you? Sometimes even my family despises me." This time he seemed serious. As he explains, "It's all for your benefit." "Really? The reason I picked your brother as the first target is because he's the easiest to handle." Anastasia shot back, "Let me hear this scheme." He eagerly offered, "It's super simple. Just whip up a meal for him yourself." "Cook?" Her face scrunched up. "He's definitely talking faster than he's thinking, that's for sure. He remembers you because of your cooking." Little did he know a punch was headed his way. Anastasia screamed internally, "You want me to serve him noodles in my 100th life?" The dream wrapped up there, and she sat up, realizing her mistake. Anastasia rotated her arm, realizing she had inexplicably let go of him, then paused, noticing the stillness around her. Anastasia looked around the empty room, wondering if she was really that sick. She remembered her family always staying. She was there for her when she was feeling down, and she thought they'd still be close now. Then she wondered if she was going through a growth spurt when a familiar voice rang out. "There she is, my little one." Rogato walked into the room and softly said, "I was just gone for a sec, and you're already up." He scooped her up and held her tight. "You must have been super scared when you woke up and no one was there." Anastasia shot back, "Nope, I wasn't." Rogato held her tighter and reassured her it's totally okay to be scared in moments like this, almost reading her mind. "My girl doesn't want anyone worrying." Rogato looked like he was kicking himself. He muttered to her, "How could such a tiny girl be all alone in a place like this?" Anastasia thought, "I remember vowing to protect this family, but I never imagined I'd be with them forever." She was afraid she couldn't stick around. Thoughts raced through her mind about the day her spirit would have to leave them, like fate was keeping her from staying. But if the world she was meant to be born into didn't exist, maybe that meant this world's end wouldn't come either. Anastasia quietly wished for a bright and happy future, wondering if she could actually imagine living past 20 in this life. Cradled in Rogato's arms, she reflected on his words from her dream. "Anything you can eat would be great." Her tiny hand clasped onto his sleeve, showing her determination to give it a go. It was a thin flicker of hope, but Anastasia felt that even so, the bedridden king stopped her from seeing him. Laxius was just resting in bed. Anastasia thought about whether her mom had given him a good talking to after she passed out. He looked like he was in a nightmare, sweating and mumbling, I'm sorry. Anastasia confided in Choco, thinking it was just too hard to achieve anyway. A year was almost done, and with a cute smile, Choco chimed in, "If something fun happens, I'll know." Nothing new seemed to be brewing in the capital. The townsfolk were already buzzing about her skills, claiming the youngest princess must have some epic power. Anastasia had become the hot topic at tea parties. Everyone was sure she was destined for greatness. Why? Because her name matched the legendary hero Anastasia. Maybe we're about to witness the rise of a new hero, she thought, feeling down. "Are you all just hyped because of my name?" She slumped in a chair like an old lady, sighing as she wished the gossip about mail would shift since she was still being judged for that day. Inside the quiet castle, Anastasia figured it'd be New Year's before she heard back from the Holy Kingdom. Even the king, the biggest troublemaker in Pyrrhian, was quiet. She patted her head, thinking she could finally chill out a bit. But then the noise outside caught her attention, piquing her curiosity about what all the ruckus was about. How could I know? How could I have known? Hurry! Come here! Get a move on! The noise jolted her awake, making her wonder what's happening. Who's causing all this commotion? A bad feeling stirred inside her, a sudden wave of unease. A maid burst in, announcing, "Excuse me, lady. A madame has come to see you. Can you head downstairs?" Anastasia's face went blank as a storm began brewing over the Duke's mansion on the last day of the year. Dolores and Slot popped by the Anastasia family estate once again. She took off her cape, her eyes scanning the room as she commented, "Not as fancy as the palace, but this estate is pretty impressive." She and Anastasia sat across from each other, and Tetla started, "What brings you here today, Your Majesty?" Dolores forced a smile, realizing that avoiding a direct confrontation with Tetla was crucial, knowing that ruining her relationship with the Duke would be disastrous. She needed to keep this connection even if it meant dealing with the concubine. With that thought, Dolores said, "Since the kids are close in age, I figured it'd be nice for them to get acquainted. Using all her wisdom from 100 lifetimes, Anastasia quickly guessed her motives. She wondered why she was brought here. Seeing her mom tell off the emperor and ministers gave off a threatening vibe. The noise startled Sacklot. Noticing the girl was awake, Dolores, trying to ease the tension, cheerfully said, "Sacklot's awake, say hi, but fate's always wild." Charlotte greeted her with a piercing wail, and Dolores awkwardly tried to calm the crying child. "Slot Mommy's right here." Anastasia realized Slot needed her nanny when she woke up, not Dolores. She figured Dolores didn't often see the baby, which is why Slot was acting all wary, and that Dolores was even worse at comforting kids than Mikai. Anastasia didn't want to help, but Slot was innocent, so she grabbed Theta's arm. "Mom, I think the baby's hungry. Can we get her fed?" Thea quickly looked to Dolores for a suggestion. "If it's cool with the queen, I'll tell the servants to whip up some baby food." Just as she was about to stutter a no, Charlotte wailed even louder, so Dolores reluctantly agreed, feeling secretly embarrassed and blushing. With the deal struck, she turned to Anastasia and gently said, "Let's take care of the baby together." And so, this super cute little girl was now opening her mouth for Anastasia, who happily fed Slot. It seemed like Anastasia was starting to catch on to the adorable traits of this newborn kiddo. While little Slot chewed her food carefully, Anastasia secretly thought Slot reminded her of a little bird. So cute. Now I get why Mickey keeps feeding me stuff. Dolores and Thala quietly watched the two kids play. She took in the heartwarming scene and remarked, "We can't miss out on these precious moments with the kids playing." Dolores simply frowned silently as Anastasia enjoyed happy days reading and playing with Slot. But once the Emperor woke up, a letter from the royal fam said the Empress was feeling unwell and couldn't have any visitors. The Empress came up with all sorts of excuses to dodge Slot's request for a meeting. Maybe he felt embarrassed seeing her getting cozy with her mom after waking up, and Tyla softly told Anastasia that Elle is sick and hard to see. She whispered with a touch of gloom. But Elle seems to get along with everyone. Anastasia felt a twinge of sadness, realizing she might not get to see her first sibling. She thought about Laxius, but the king couldn't stay in bed forever. And just like that, February zipped by at the Enderbang estate. Everything stayed the same, while she joyfully played with Laurencia and Damien along with Mikai. He trailed behind Anastasia saying, "Of course, babe." He tilted his head and said, "I love everything you create." Glancing at the sad little pile of clay on the floor, she wondered if he wanted those leftovers from the sensory play now. Without thinking much, Anastasia turned to Mikai and said, "This is way too much." He chuckled, denying it. "Don't say that now." She noticed Mikai shaking with laughter and couldn't figure out what was so funny. And if not now, when meanwhile Laurencia showed Anastasia a painting she'd just finished, she smiled sweetly, saying, "Look, isn't it pretty from a distance?" Anastasia replied cheerfully, "Super pretty." Laurencia then dropped the bomb that it's a special gift, but when Anastasia asked who it was for, she had no clue. Laurencia explained, "Mikai's birthday is coming up." Anastasia felt like she'd been hit by lightning. Laurencia suddenly recalled it was time for sword practice and waved goodbye. She waved goodbye to Anastasia, who was still in a daze, questioning why Mikai had been so secretive and giggly lately. She felt annoyed thinking he should just be upfront about his birthday. Anastasia sighed, realizing she had never been invited to one of his birthday parties. A birthday that happens only once every 4 years. Why did it have to fall on the 29th? Mai waved at her from down below. "Hey, darling." Holding out a twig of berries, he smiled and asked, "Doesn't this remind you of your eye color?" Anastasia thought about what to get Mikai as a gift. What should I buy him? If I told my parents, they'd get him anything he wanted. She looked at Mikai, who was always so gentle and warm with her, but she didn't want anything too extravagant. "I mean, I've received a ton already. Whatever I give him, he'll surely be happy, so I want to gift him something incredibly meaningful." Anastasia, recalling how joyful Micaiah looked with his siblings, decided that for this rare leap year birthday, she genuinely wanted it to be a day filled with joy for Mikai. Dinner at the Enderbang mansion. Tesla complained, "If they're coming, they should at least give us a month's notice." She put down her knife and continued, "Just 2 weeks left and they spring it on us out of nowhere." Regato sighed and clarified that he had already brought this point up with His Majesty. Tyla looked visibly annoyed, seemingly hesitant to voice his opinion about the priest's situation. Anastasia pretended to eat calmly, but she was eavesdropping on her parents' chat, pondering, "Has there been any news from the Holy Kingdom about the priest?" Rogato continued. The delegation from the Holy Kingdom is set to arrive at the end of this month. That statement made Anastasia pause. She remembered Mikai's smile, wondering if the Holy Kingdom delegation's arrival would be on his birthday. Time flies. It's already the 29th. Birdsong filled the room as Anastasia lay in bed contemplating the arrival of the Holy Kingdom's delegation on Mikai's birthday. How troublesome. A birthday should be a memorable occasion for any kid. She and Michaelis had hung out before. He asked with concern, "Why do you look so upset? Your cheeks seem puffier than usual." To calm Anastasia's nerves, he reassured her that he was okay, but she couldn't stop wondering how he truly felt. 4 years only happen once. How could this be all right, she thought, especially since it was his first birthday since making a fresh start. Anastasia reluctantly admitted she didn't want to be part of the welcoming bash for the Holy Kingdom delegation, but she kept thinking about Laxius. After all, the Duchess is responsible this time, so he can't just overlook the priest's visit. Suddenly, a maid interrupted Anastasia's thoughts with a knock gently bursting in. "I'm here to help you get ready, my lady." As she got dressed, she realized she had no choice. Mikai might say it's all good, but she didn't think so. Anastasia gazed up at the sky from the carriage, deciding that even if Mikai hated it, she would hold his hand. She'd hold on tight until she grew tired of it, in the blink of an eye. They found themselves at the royal palace, and Mai gently grasped Anastasia's hand as they entered to the sound of their names being called. Lady Anastasia Anderblang and Duke Mai Leventus are stepping in as Laxius on the throne locks eyes with the pair studying them closely. The nobles below whispered among themselves, questioning if the Duke's curse was just a hoax. If there really was a problem, the youngest princess wouldn't be untouched. These whispers caught her ear, and she turned to listen. People's views on Mihi have shifted. They notice none of the princess's kids have been adversely affected. Anastasia smiled, happy to see the change in perspective towards Mihi as her family waited ahead. Laurencia waved, calling out to Mihi from far away. "Over here, over here!" Daman grinned and said to Mihi, "I've arranged for your gift to be sent to the Grand Duke's place." Laurencia added, "That's right. We put a lot of thought into it, so you better treasure it." Anastasia tugged on Mai's sleeve and asked, "What's up, little princess?" She replied sweetly, "Happy birthday, Mikai." Caught off guard, Mikai froze for 5 seconds. Maybe this was the best gift he'd ever gotten. The guy smiled, thanking her while holding on to Anastasia's hand tightly. Outside the palace, a carriage pulled up, and a knight announced, "Welcome, Holy Order." Before he could wrap it up, the soldier stalled, suddenly feeling a powerful vibe. Anastasia scanned the palace, sensing that energy all around, and wondered, what is this amazing divine vibe? It's so overflowing, pure and strong that it floods the whole hall. Mikai felt something too whispering, that it felt like being wrapped in a cozy blanket, making her think this priest was definitely not some regular guy. As he walked in, she speculated if it was the Pope himself, Simeon. The banquet hall buzzed with excitement. "Holy smokes, the Pope is here!" She was amazed at his presence in the Holy Land. Feeling a mix of astonishment, Anastasia sized up Simeon, noting his strong build like a big bear. But why would the Pope personally come here? This event could drag on forever. Then she saw Simeon heading her way. Anastasia thought, "What's going on? Is he coming over here?" He approached her and asked, "Are you Princess Anastasia?" She curtsied to Simeon silently, praying that this wouldn't take long as she still had Mikai's birthday to plan. But he leaned in, asking, "How could you bow your head to me? Someone as noble as you should never bow." "This situation is just too awkward." Anastasia stared blankly at him. "I don't get what you're saying," she thought, feeling increasingly anxious. "Unnoble. That's why I felt off." She gazed into Simeon's bright eyes, wondering why this mere messenger was looking at her with such worry. Seeing her confusion, Therese stepped in to ease the tension, saying, "Your Grace, let us have a moment to chat first," reminding Simeon that the Emperor is waiting. He wore a reluctant expression again. Simeon stood up and at least replied, "Yeah, I got carried away with excitement." Anastasia thought, did he seriously forget about the Emperor? Isn't that borderline rude? He quickly moved over to greet Laxus. "Please come in, Your Holiness." Simeon bowed and replied, "Thanks for having me." The Emperor wrapped up the formalities and quickly turned to leave. Simeon returned to Mikai and Anastasia, and she thought, he's back. Can you just leave already? What is it you want to say? Suddenly, he launched into a flood of words that rang in Anastasia's ears, lamenting that no one acknowledged her noble essence. Even the former priest gained the power of a noble, but he justified that till the end, didn't he? Now don't sweat it. I'm here to help you reach your potential. Anastasia watched Simeon ramble on with sparkling eyes, unsure how to respond as he kept talking, like a never-ending stream. Simeon went off like a machine gun. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? You noble and holy one. Without thinking, Mikai stepped forward to shield her as Simeon knelt down, saying reverently, I send my greetings once again. With a respectful bow, Simeon said, O holy maiden, a phrase that left Laxius and Dolores speechless. Even her parents were stunned. Her face darkened as she lamented, I just wanted to live a regular life as the Duke's youngest daughter. Meanwhile, the crowd buzzed with disbelief. Did he just call the youngest daughter of the Andenblanc family a saint? So we've just seen the rise of a saintess. Anastasia thought helplessly, having just been declared a saint in front of everyone. There was no denying it now. Tetla asked Simeon, Sir, our daughter has lived a normal life up until now. He chuckled, explaining, Do you really think so? How could an ordinary kid survive alone for 12 hours in a dangerous monster-filled forest, much less resist the power of that corrupt priest? She knew better than anyone that this couldn't just be chalked up to divine protection. And then it hit her. Anastasia suddenly grabbed Mikai's hand, noticing her pale expression. He asked, What's up, young lady? Anastasia remembered thinking this life would be quiet. In countless lifetimes, whenever she showed her special powers, those around her quickly turned distant. If even her parents changed, she thought she wouldn't be able to handle it. That gently nudged her. Are you scared, dear? She was startled, but her parents still looked at her with warm smiles. She lovingly replied, I'm okay. Your parents are here with you. Anastasia felt a wave of gratitude as tears filled her eyes. Feeling blessed, she thought nothing had changed as she rushed into her mother's embrace. While Simeon expressed his honor at meeting the saints in person, she took hold of Anastasia and replied, Indeed, sir, that would be a great honor. He politely acknowledged with a nod. Thea offered a polite smile and declined, explaining that her daughter was shy around strangers and asked to postpone the meeting. This caught Cannon off guard. What was that? He stammered, calling after her. Hold on. Like a kid throwing a fit, Jiayong pleaded, just a little bit longer. Could we see the saint's precious form? Anastasia, in her mother's arms, softly asked, Mommy, can I ask that bear over there something? She asked, and her mother nodded gently. She called out, Mr. Bear, and Simeon was thrilled with his new nickname. Yes, what can I do for you, my saint? Anastasia subtly read the vibe, making sure Mikai knew there would definitely be consequences for him. The Pope finally showed up. With that in mind, she told him that Uncle Sparklehair and all the others were calling Mai evil, locking eyes with him as he did the same back. Anastasia challenged Simeon, but Mikai isn't a bad guy. Right, regaining his chill, he replied earnestly, Looks like the saints already had the scoop. Simeon moved closer to Mai. I'm not just here to see the saints. I'm here to genuinely apologize to Duke Leventus. He bowed his head, which totally surprised Mai. Without missing a beat, Simeon declared, Duke Leventus, I bring the apologies of the Holy Kingdom and the Temple. He genuinely expressed his remorse, and the kingdom's priests finally realized how they'd treated the young duke. The Holy Kingdom will take serious action against those to blame, and announced that the rumors about the young duke are false. Simon felt pretty bad as he sent over the apology gift. While this might not heal the little duke's heart completely, I hope you'll take this. Compensation prepared by the Holy Kingdom. He added, accept this, but you're not obligated to forgive the temple or the Holy Kingdom. It's all up to you since even the gods aren't down with forced forgiveness. But I promise I won't let something like this happen again, Mikai responded, accepting the gift. Yeah, Dad. After Mika and the Pope made their promise, Anastasia wanted to head home. The love-struck old man was all over the place. The saint looked a bit worn out, and with just one word from her, the welcome party wrapped up early, and they left together, ignoring Laxius's shouts. And just like that, Anastasia managed to throw Mai a birthday bash. Standing in front of the Duke's mansion, she thought, Mai always comes to see me, so this is the first time I'm checking out the Duke's main crib. Anastasia smiled, watching their parents chat it up. Duke Leventus said, It's sudden but welcome. Could the Duke give me a hand with this? Rado jumped in, of course. This is Mikai's first birthday party. Mai walked over to Anastasia and asked, Jeannie, is this my birthday gift? She gasped softly. Anastasia, misunderstanding, thought, even though it's a birthday party. Don't say he thinks I forgot a gift. I got an amazing present ready. With all the last-minute touches done, Mikai's first birthday party finally kicks off. Even though there was no orchestra, Tesla played a birthday song on the piano herself, which made Regato, the doting husband, say, "Your mom's good at everything." Laurencia jumped in excitedly. Of course, mom's the best. Then Duke Leventus delivered a slow speech saying, "Happy birthday. This is your right to handle the Grand Ducal family." Mai accepted it, bowing his head and saying, "Thank you. I'll manage it responsibly." As the gifts came rolling in, Mai was thrilled to get many, starting with his grandfather's. Then the Enderbang parents gave him a sword. Mai looked genuinely excited to open his sibling's present. He unwrapped a beignet, and holding up the shiny bracelet he got, Mikai asked, "Did you make this, Anastasia?" Anastasia thought that even if it was a bit rough, he seemed to dig handmade gifts. He slipped on the bracelet, saying, "I got so many gifts from you today." Mikai treated the bracelet like a prized possession, vowing to keep it safe. "Thanks a ton," she thought, smiling with satisfaction. "I'm so happy his first birthday party was a blast. Happy birthday to you." The next day, Anastasia headed back to the Imperial Palace. Standing in front of the huge doors, she mused that even though she'd seen them countless times and was used to them, if there was something different beside her that wasn't family or Mika, wouldn't it be a huge bear? She stood next to Simon, who, like a fangirl meeting her idol, became a human microphone. "Listen up, holy maiden. Everyone's asking why I have to hog you. So I told them if they weren't happy, they could go be pope. Normally this spot is for the first attendant of the gods, which just annoys me. But it seems everything was destined by the divine for today. I couldn't be happier." Anastasia took a moment to check him out. He began again, wanting more than she did. His obsession led him to constantly nag her. "Oh, Saintess, can I have a bite? It's a pity the king is hogging the saint's cooking. Please let me have some too." Anastasia wondered what was up. Back at the Great Temple a few days ago, Simon acted like Anastasia's biggest fan. "How could such a sacred and precious moment happen to me? Even if she hadn't shown up, I would have gone to the saint test myself." His eyes lit up when he spotted her, and Rito, noticing his excitement, spoke up to remind him, "My daughter is shy around strangers, your grace." He finally got himself together and said, "My bad." Seymour asked the two, "So what brings you to me today?" Anastasia started off, "I need a favor from you, Bear. Will you help me?" She grinned warmly and asked, secretly determined to personally treat her brother. Upon hearing rumors of the emperor's closeness to a shady official, the Pope willingly offered to personally bless the king. And so, on the day of the candle festival at the palace, it was announced that the Saintess Anastasia Anderblank and the Pope would have dinner together. The ladies whispered behind their fans. While this was seen as a meeting with the Saintess from the emperor's viewpoint, wasn't it a bit? Yeah, they say the blessing was given because of the king's wrongdoings. Ignorance is bliss, Anastasia thought with a secret grin. Even the nobles are in the know, yet he's totally clueless. This is beyond amazing. Luxus dashed over, showering him with compliments. "My grandson has arrived. I'm glad this body is getting your blessing for the first time." Simon replied nonchalantly while balancing a tray of food. Since the saints are super powerful, she wants to bless everyone directly through the grub. It's a big deal. "So you should be grateful, Your Highness, that you're connected to the saints." He stared at the gleaming food tray, excitement filling his cheeks. "Family really is everything. Looks like my love for my niece hasn't gone to waste." He said, "All right, let's dig in." Simon slowly lifted the lid, and Laxius gazed in eager anticipation. With sparkling eyes, he found a messy, sticky heap of cookie dough and chocolate chips. Feeling let down, he asked, "Is this really what my granddaughter whipped up for me?" He was totally smitten. "That's right. Now that you know there's no backing out, you've got to finish it." He fixed his gaze intently. "You can't possibly say no to a dish made with so much heart by the saints." Laxius forced himself to say, "I'll eat it. I never said I wouldn't." He took a spoonful, and it was all slimy. Laxius hesitated, but then took a bite, while Anastasia smirked, thinking, "That's it. Eat every last bit. I went through all this trouble to make it just for you." He barely got a taste, before dropping the spoon and bursting into tears. Laxius sobbed repeatedly, saying, "I'm sorry." While Anastasia was shocked to hear her past life's name, the emperor suddenly complained of a stomachache and dashed off, sending everyone into a frenzy. He just apologized. Oh my goodness. Anastasia thought again. After bugging me to make food, why apologize now? A late apology. So past life connections really are a thing in this life. 2 weeks had flown by since she settled her first longing at the Enderbang estate. She sat deep in thought, reflecting on how reincarnation could end by resolving the regrets from past relationships. Anastasia, wanting nothing to do with him, had no choice but to actively seek him out, summoning the item she needed to find him. This will definitely come in handy. The item I used in my previous life was a phone. Grinning as she held the phone, Anastasia felt smart for opting for something fancy after the test. I had no idea I would use it for so long. If I add this world's map to a regular GPS app and transform the emotional waves released when the curse lifts into magical energy, the screen will show updated info. The phone buzzed, a mechanical voice chimed, and the longing tracker app fired up. She was so stoked. Anastasia happily scrolled through her phone. Already getting a signal. Where should I check? The phone pinged with another notification. Looking at the map, she was baffled by the info on the screen. The address pointed to the Pachin Kingdom Monster Forest in Act 25. She wondered if this person might not even be human. Anastasia hesitated. If I tell them I came here, it would be total chaos. I care, but I can't freak out my family. She planned to grow a little more, then venture a bit further, but her resolve didn't even last a day before twilight settled over the Enderbang mansion. Anastasia confided in Simeon, who questioned if the Saintess wanted to step into the monster-filled forest. That place is no joke. She voiced her thoughts like she was talking to herself. What sharp hearing. Anastasia reflected, examining Simeon, who sat gracefully before her. There seems to be a plot bubbling within the church, but if I leave it to him, maybe he'll figure a way out. I've got to give it a shot. Anastasia steeled her will, aware of the danger ahead. Even so, I have to go. My heart is full of regrets. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, she thought, as she stated, if that's what the Saintess wishes, then I'll gladly tag along. You need the Duke and Duchess's okay, right? She slowly confessed. Then the Pope persuaded Anastasia's parents day and night, and she was given 3 days on the condition that her safety came first. Using the excuse of checking out the nearby temple, and even with only 2 members, he brought tons of supplies. Basically a tiny house, and chuckled, aren't my sneaky skills awesome? No one can keep up with me when I pull a fast one. Anastasia watched the clueless Simeon silently judging him. How on earth did he even become Pope? Camping near the monster forest, the two paused to catch their breath and set up their camp. The embers crackled that night as she looked at Simeon and said, Hey, teddy bear, I'm sleepy. He stood up. Then he lay down slowly to sleep. Simeon tucked Anastasia in as she closed her eyes and discreetly summoned help for herself. Let me know when the Pope's out cold. It appeared and acknowledged the order. Yes, Demon Lord. A moment later, in the silence of midnight, Choco softly called out to her, My lord, the bear's asleep. Anastasia groggily cracked open one eye, still half awake, praising Choco as she picked up her phone. We're heading out. She glanced at the info on her phone and was shocked by the danger level. Anastasia shot upright and told Choco, I'm teleporting. Stick close, Choco. It happily obeyed. She thought fiercely, You can't kick the bucket before you even meet me. Anastasia teleported in only to be faced with a massive serpent that appeared out of nowhere, startling her as she felt something lurking behind her. She realized the giant snake was lunging at her with its mouth wide open. Is that a monster? Anastasia's staff in hand braced for a fight, and with one swift strike she took down the giant serpent. Leaning on her staff, she surveyed her trophy. Master, you're the best. Choco chirped as another beast growled from the shadows. Anastasia turned to see a chilling gaze fixed on her from the darkness, eyes that gleamed a bronze gold hue like those of a cat. Anastasia wondered, could it be someone who's missed me? Suddenly the creature lunged forward. With claws out, it hugged her tight, and Anastasia recognized it grinning as she hugged back. Are you the tiger? Her phone buzzed with a notification. The sunset in the monster forest of the Pan Kingdom was gorgeous. Status super stoked to see you. Don't forget to hug me. Anastasia wrapped her arms around Hong X, soaking up every second way, different from how she felt when she met her brother again. Her heart raced. Suddenly, something happened that left her feeling a bit lost. Anastasia looked around everyone, realizing this must be her 20th life. As she checked out her semi-transparent hand, she figured out she had slipped into Ho's memories. Her body was see-through. Just then, a sound caught her attention. She walked over and spotted an orange cat curled up in the corner. Anastasia instantly recognized it as the cat she'd fed a few times. She stared hard, then reached out to pet the cat, which looked smaller and skinnier than she remembered. Was this how it looked after she passed away? As she stroked its fur, she thought, "I told you not to show up." Overwhelmed, her eyes began to fill with tears. "Have you been waiting here all along?" Back in the now, Anastasia sadly touched him, offering her apology. She and Hong X held on to each other tightly, not wanting to let go. "I should have found you sooner." Out of nowhere, she declared that the Demon King and his monsters were on the way. Anastasia sulked a bit, feeling the romance fade. But after a moment, she stood up, already plotting her next move. All right, our tiger has been itching for this moment. Now the three of them were surrounded by monsters. Anastasia suggested clearing the area, raising her staff high, proud of her victory as a saint. Light burst from the staff, and in a flash, its power exploded, shooting straight into the sky, knocking out two birds with one stone. Anastasia was taken aback by the drastic change around her and made excuses to herself. "Did I go too far? Well, if I want my tiger to be safe, I gotta do this." Then she turned and gave Hong X a gentle pat on the head, reminding him to behave while Choco watched with delight. "Now you're safe from harm, so live your best life, okay?" It whimpered a few times like it didn't want to go. Anastasia spoke softly, promising to come back. Hong's eyes filled with tears, a sob of yearning escaping its throat, a sight that tugged at Anastasia's heart. Exactly. After over 1,000 years of waiting, this is how they part. Anastasia slowly extended her hand. Her knees wobbled as she said, "Let's go, Lake." Hong X eagerly stepped forward, looking unusually cheerful. Suddenly she leaned in, asking, "Demon King, what's your plan to handle it?" The answer came straight from Anastasia. "Don't sweat it, I've got a way." Elsewhere, Simeon swayed happily on his throne, a big smile on his face. Pope Simeon, the head of the Holy Kingdom, hadn't felt this happy in ages as memories flooded back, while the saints baked pastries for the king. Anastasia's talent shone through, and for a moment, Simeon clearly recognized her potential for sainthood, a power yet to fully bloom. The more he thought about it, the more he was determined to nurture her. After nurturing her, he let out a maniacal laugh, a spark of cunning in his expression. The saints would have to handle all his duties. But just when his dreams were about to come true, everything shattered when he saw her come back with Hong X. Simeon's face went pale, and despite his fear, he pleaded, "The saints are way too dangerous. Can't you come here? My heart's about to drop. Hurry up." Anastasia quickly reassured him, saying it was all good. "The tiger buddy isn't dangerous." He helplessly held his forehead, speechless. "Even so, I really wish this was just a crazy dream." Did she really wander into that forest alone? Although Seagard meant serious business, she replied innocently, leaving him speechless and wanting to scream. So the saint looked around and changed the topic. "Can you fill me in on why the forest has turned into this? It's like a sacred forest now, no longer a monster's playground." Anastasia paused, then feigned innocence as she chimed in. "While you were catching Z's, I thought it was way too messy, so I tidied things up." She said it so casually with a bright smile. "So I took care of everything. Mom always said cleanliness is key." He fell silent, mumbling to himself. If this is what she calls cleaning, is she really the saint sent by the gods? That's cleaning a hefty job for the Duchess and the Cardinals. Next, he pointed at Hong X, demanding answers. "So, Saint Tess, are you planning to bring this tiger along?" Anastasia flashed an innocent smile, admitting the tiger is her friend, and since she invited him, they'll be hitting the road together. He had to go along with it, forced to laugh through his tears. "I thought the saints would handle troublesome stuff, but instead, she's brought me a whole new level of trouble." Suddenly, Simeon's mind started wandering. The monster forest had been a long-running worry for the Pasan kingdom. Not only was cleansing it impossible, but even getting close was tough. The more he thought, the wider his pupils got. Even though he'd cleaned that place himself, and his body was still on alert, now wasn't the time to get hyped. Considering the bigger picture, Simeon got lost in thought. This is bound to bring huge changes to the world. Oh, Saint H, please stay as wonderful and cute as you are just for my eyes. Outside the Grand Enderbang Palace, Tyla wrapped her arms around her and planted a gentle kiss. Anastasia, their cherished daughter, eagerly returned the affection. She fired off a million questions, making sure our little one was all right. Anastasia looked up with a polite smile and said, "Yeah, I'm super happy." But suddenly she got all shy, her words stumbling. Regato and Thala, totally confused, asked, "What's up, sweetheart?" Slowly and honestly, she revealed her wish to raise a tiger, leaving the couple completely baffled and making them repeat, "A tiger." Anastasia nodded, turning to the tiger. "Come here." Hong X's entrance also left Ao and Lancelot speechless. She hugged it tightly and introduced it, saying, "This is my little tiger, Riato and Thala." Everyone froze for a sec before frantically shouting Anastasia's name. Sighs. "A tiger? That's way too risky, my lady." At this point, she could only apologize to her parents in her heart as Io and Lancelot waved their spears forward. "My lady, it's dangerous. Please step back." Seeing this, Anastasia, wanting to keep him safe, hugged Hongi. "No, Hongai is not dangerous. He's super chill." Then she turned to Lacems, using him as a shield. The bear said it was cool, right? He was completely caught off guard. What the elder was feeling hopeless, crying inside. "No, seriously, Saint Tess, when did I say that I couldn't say no when you said you'd take me away? This is the test the saints have given, so I'm down to go with it." Unable to hold it in, she asked, "What's going on here?" Demier, keeping his secret, stayed quiet for a moment before finally talking leisurely, a prophecy long foretold, and passed down to the Pope of the Holy Kingdom. He started laying out the details for everyone. The Book of Prophecy supposedly held the words of the gods that said just that. The prophecy written from imagination said that before doom struck the world, a great saintess would show up. Don't doubt it. Just follow her. She'll tame the beast into a cuddly cat and do wonders that'll blow everyone's minds. And so he wrapped it up, securing their faith. There's nothing to stress about, but Shill still wasn't buying it. So the obsessed dude spilled the beans about what went down. This ain't no joke. Because the miracle already happened. This claim left everyone speechless. The saints had cleaned out the whole monster-infested forest. Overcome with feelings, he rushed ahead, firing off questions about the area dozens of priests had tried to cleanse before, all in vain. Could it even be real? Kim quickly chimed in, astounding them both. "Yeah, this is one mighty miracle." Anastasia, still confused, wondered if such a prophecy even existed, since she knew nothing about it. Shamey's eyes flickered to her, then he chuckled, sharing his thoughts. "What do you think? Does it sound legit?" Anastasia's ears buzzed, her mind filled with question marks and fear. Was that a fib? Was it right for the Emperor to pull that off? This is getting intense. She suddenly remembered the mess she caused at the grand party, and how her actions in the capital and the Duke's mansion had turned everything upside down. Then there was the incident in the forest. A forest filled with monsters and a tiger, not just one but two wild situations. And then a long letter rolled in. Contrary to her worries, everyone welcomed the term saintess and prophecy with open arms. And although the Emperor acknowledged it and shot out an invite, Mom just brushed it off. Without much thought, she laughed and gently reminded him she planned to hand over the saintess's duties to the Holy Land this time, adding that her youngest was only 5 and deserved more time to chill like a normal kid. Obviously, everyone gets it right. Simon completely freaked out. Of course, I can keep living peacefully despite my parents' heavy disapproval. At the farewell, he glared with a bratty look, teary-eyed, saying, "After the Pope heads back to the Holy Land, I'll come to see you as a duke next time." Saint Tess. Anastasia, feeling uneasy, thought, "Please don't. My family is finally getting ready to head back to the Duke's mansion." Meanwhile, in another room, everyone was having a blast. Rado and his son were deep in convo when he suddenly suggested they build Hongi a big house if they returned to the Duke's mansion. Anastasia agreed politely while Laurencia was all hyped about Hong Shi. "Hong Shi is super sweet." Lara petted him, and he just chilled. "This place is like a playground full of thrill and temptation. If we go back, let's treat Hong Shi to a snack." She stood up, interrupting them with a gentle voice. "Until Anastasia grows up, I hope we don't have to hit the capital again. She's already faced something rough once, and I don't want her to go back." Rogato, on the other side, nodded in full agreement. He didn't want the kids to live through a childhood like his. Anastasia listened quietly, soaking in every word, her mind racing. Her dad had also fought hard to become Duke Enderlank at a young age. That's why he cares so much about raising a kid. She thought about this, also reflecting on whether she could have simply grown up as a regular 5-year-old instead of a saintess in her past lives. Anastasia's clear eyes drooped a bit. She's always thankful for her parents' love. That night, as she rested, sounds outside woke her up. Could it be real? Yeah, that's right. We just got the news. Still groggy, Anastasia could catch a few things. It was her mom's voice. What could be the deal so late? The noise outside kept going. In the nearby room of the AS Empire, Tesla was freaking out over the news he just got. They're sending the Empire's 17th prince to be Anastasia's attendant. Her eyes went wide with disbelief. What? Rogato, sitting across from her, kept his cool. The Empire has asked to serve the Saints as well. Stunned and rooted in place, Letitia immediately shot it down. No way. Even if her brother was clueless, someone else definitely knew. She rubbed her chin, pondering. They were not the type to compromise their pride. There had to be a scheme behind this. He was firm. I thought so too. However, Shill, clever and quick on her feet, anticipated Regato's next statement. Since they have humbled themselves, we can't deny this request. He glared at the floor, feeling the weight of gloom. If they turned it down, the Empire would likely prep for war all over again. Listening to the chatter, Anastasia felt the pressure and blamed herself for creating such a massive mess. She lay still, her face as blank as ever. But thanks to her powers, the Empire had changed its war strategies, taking in a child beat going to war. The next morning, Mikai showed up and wrapped himself around Anastasia, non-stop chattering. Just wanting to be the closest to the little one, she thought helplessly. But what's up with this kid now? He trailed her around all day, looking moody. Did he catch wind that the 17th prince is coming? But now Mai is going to have tons of friends. Then Anastasia got lost in thoughts about the party and all the little things that went down. After the Pope's apology, the noble families flipped their attitudes and eagerly tried to befriend Mikai, causing a big ripple effect on Leventus, especially since there were so many requests to be her attendant that the Grand Duke was swamped. He brushed off his friends twice and headed straight for home, baffled by how those who once turned their backs on Mikiel now wanted to be his buddies. Now, every second he laid eyes on her, Miquel bugged her endlessly. Aren't I the one you're closest to? Anastasia's gaze stayed glued to her book, her responses measured. Is that okay? He leaned in for another question and grabbed the answer he was hoping for. Still doubting, Mikai asked a pressing question. You haven't forgotten that promise, right? She shot him a glance. Of course not. He spilled everything out without holding back. Promise me you won't ditch me when you make new friends, since I'll be even cooler. She chewed on that for a bit, her mind spinning with what-ifs. Did someone say something? But something felt off. This kid usually kept quiet even when his face changed, so why was he suddenly all clingy? She was about to find out the reason for his strange behavior that fateful afternoon. One day she lost it and ordered her team to bring her an axe. 2 nights went by in fear as they cried out, "Oh, my queen!" Just then, Rogato grabbed her shoulders, urging her to chill out. She shot back, "How can you ask me to stay calm? I need to deal with Laxius's uselessness." At that moment, he quietly reminded her, "The kids are here." Right. Anastasia, Damien, and Laurentia watched intently for a long time, while Sheila sadly lowered her eyes, unable to face them. Then she let her guard down, collapsing into Rogato's arms, tears streaming. Lamenting the absurdity of it all, Rogato gently soothed her back, telling her he understood. The L's eyes turned icy and dark. How dare he say our daughter must be engaged to the 17th prince? Those words hit her ears and Anastasia's face froze, mouth agape. Engaged? I thought he was just going to be my friend. Now she got why Mikai had been acting weird lately. It made total sense why he was acting so off. The more Anastasia thought about it, the worse she felt. That guy was seriously the worst. Who said I'd agree to getting hitched? Even a 5-year-old should have a say in their own marriage. Cut to the royal conference room where Laxius urgently insists, surely there's nothing better than a marriage alliance. Rogato slammed the table with fury, firing back that even a marriage alliance has its boundaries. He's fed up with the whole idea and determined to put a stop to it. It's true, the Imperial Prince is a bit mismatched with the youngest Duchess. So isn't that a win? Duke Leventus nearby sided with Rogato, asking, "What's the deal?" My heart goes out to Duchess Anastasia. He couldn't help but spit out those icy words. I genuinely feel sorry for my daughter. Everyone split into factions, arguing fiercely. The Empire mentioning reparations highlights the Duchess's significance. Have you forgotten the Pope's words that she'd be greater than Saint Charlotte? Is that the 17th Imperial Prince's fiancée? Even so, why drag out the negotiations when Fan holds all the cards? Before Laxius could keep rambling, the Rogato Empire promptly cut him off with a dark expression. Your Highness, yesterday, the wife of God requested an axe. Suddenly, he remembered the law's deadly vibe. Laxius waved his hands dismissively. Guess I was mistaken. By noon, the palace buzzed with shocking news. After the holy state stepped in and discussed, they finally agreed to welcome the 17th prince of the Asan Empire. Anastasia stroked Laurencia to sleep, lost in her thoughts. Because of that, I couldn't go back to the Duke's mansion and had to hang back in the capital longer. She remembered Grand Duke Leventus reluctantly dragging Mikai away, making him leave first. One day in August, carriages rolled into the estate, followed by handsome, imposing men. Those were knights of the Empire, which the maids trailing them found odd. She turned, puzzled. That's the first time I've seen such amazing helmets and armor. The girl next to her whispered in agreement. Same here. Anastasia waited with a cool look, but inside she was sizing up the situation with a slight thrill. An imperial prince is still a big deal. More cautious than she realized, Yang suddenly sensed something was off. She leaned out to check it out. Anastasia took a good look at the rundown carriage and wondered, what's up with that ancient carriage? Is it carrying the prince or something? The knight with blue hair knocked on the window, signaling for him to step out, which freaked out the boy inside. The other onlookers were stunned, eyes wide, taking in the crazy scene, and even Anastasia felt confused and sympathetic, especially since he looked like he was her age. Lemaire, looking small, wouldn't even lift his gaze as he stuttered, "Nice to meet you, saints." He seemed scared, struggling to pronounce each word clearly. "I'm Lemaire, and I'm supposed to be engaged to the saints." This only made Anastasia even more suspicious. How could the prince be so skinny and small? The two knights weren't bothered at all and just wanted to bounce, saying, "King Pasan is waiting, so we'll be on our way." The saints are merciful, so be understanding. Regatta wasn't going to argue any further. "I get it. I'm leaving now. You, however, aren't shy about showing your displeasure. I can't believe they'd show such disrespect to their own family. Is that what being a knight in the Empire is all about?" Before they left, the blue-haired knight pushed Lemaire aside, whispering maliciously, "What a fool to take in a low-born loser. Is the saintess too soft for her own good?" This just confirmed Anastasia's feelings. The 17th prince had been tossed aside by the Empire. But treating him like this in front of her, that was too much for a kid. With that in mind, she walked up to him and held out her hand. "Hey, I'm Anastasia." He quickly bowed, referring to her as a saint. But Anastasia stayed chill, taking Lemaire's hand without hesitation. "I'm Anastasia." He freaked out, trying to pull his hand away, mumbling, "My hands are filthy." But she brushed it off. "Nah, they're not dirty." She thought that even though this was a rare move for her, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Anastasia stepped closer and suggested, "Now that we know each other's names, let's introduce ourselves and shake hands. How about we be friends?" Day after day, she observed Lemaire's every expression and action, getting how tough it was for him to open up, especially given her past experiences. Because even with kindness and offers of help, those who've lived through harshness struggle to accept it. I used to be like that, and she felt it was wrong to share too much too soon. The more Anastasia discovered about Lemaire's background, the worse it seemed, leading her to finally grasp the reality of his origins. Lemaire's mom, a dancer, had a one-night stand with the emperor and passed away shortly after giving birth. Despite being a prince, Lemaire had nothing. No family to support him, no one in his corner. Because he had the royal family's silver hair and gold eyes, his siblings even threatened his life. In the end, he had been pushed away and isolated to the point of sealing himself off. It's a shock he'd made it this long. Genuine affection was something he'd never known. And so Anastasia came up with an idea. She wanted to give him a childhood like the one her parents had given her. Back in reality, she shared some cake with Lemaire, who reluctantly accepted it with both hands. "Hey, saintess." Anastasia gently corrected him, "Not saintess, just Anastasia." Lemaire stared at the cake for what felt like forever, then stammered, "Is it okay if we share this throughout the day?" She was pretty surprised. Had he never been fed properly in the Empire? But moments later, he shot down the thought, saying, "This is just a snack. Let's eat together." Upon hearing that, he held on to the pastry like it was a precious gem shock plastered on his face. "How could I even think of eating a snack?" Anastasia beamed kindly and said, "But sharing food is way better than being alone. Let's eat together." This seemed to put Lemaire a little at ease, and he hesitantly replied, "Then I'll take a bite. Thanks." He took a huge bite, and the flavor blew his mind. Thrilled, he exclaimed, "This is amazing. Can I really eat this?" She nodded, placing another piece in his hand. Of course, now enjoy it. Lemaire, still baffled, exclaimed, Huh. Anastasia encouraged, Go on, eat more. He hesitated for a moment, then paused. Even though she was a saintess, time passed and she and Lemaire began to bond. After returning together, she slowly taught Lemaire the ropes and even invited Laurencia to hang out with them. She tried to recreate the love and care she got from her family. A couple of weeks passed, and sometimes she noticed a childlike playfulness in Lemaire. One time, he and the maid brought snacks for Anastasia. Malines. Anastasia smiled, her heart warmed, seeing Lemaire's shy expression as he nibbled away. Raising a kid was pretty fascinating, she thought. She kicked off the conversation, saying how nice it would be to quickly get to the Duke's mansion, where things would be more comfortable. He hesitated, then asked, Is this Anastasia's cat? Anastasia kept chatting, hoping Lemaire would warm up to it too. Lemaire shyly promised, If that's what Anastasia wants, I'll really try. No pressure, though. If you like it, cool. But if not, then maybe Anastasia won't be pleased. Seeing this, Anastasia spoke softly and kindly to him. Lemaire was way too caught up in his feelings for Lamar. He just needed to express what he likes or dislikes. When he heard this, Lemaire looked taken aback like a light bulb had gone off, and his heart fluttered with emotions. Slowly, he blushed and said, I will. With all the chaos of getting ready to head back to the Duke's mansion, the ominous memories of the Empire's 2 treacherous knights came flooding back. Just before making their way home, she wanted to meet the prince. The king had said he'd throw a farewell banquet as a thank you. He read each line of that letter, barely keeping his fear in check. I guess I have to go back, right? Lamb looked as pale as a ghost, like a guy sentenced to doom his mind spinning. How am I gonna handle this, Anastasia thought to herself. He'd been shaking like a leaf ever since that invite landed in his hands. Sitting next to him, she gave Lamar's shoulder a gentle touch, surprising him. What is up, Lamar? She asked softly. If you're not feeling it, you don't have to go. Lemaire shot up, shouting, No way, I have to go. She spotted his trembling hands and called his name softly. Lemaire, but he just clutched his clothes tighter, his whole body still shivering. Please, I have to go. If I don't, everyone's going to be in trouble. Even the saintly Anastasia could see how torn up he was, wondering how badly the Empire had messed with his head to make him this scared, yet too scared to say no. Thera spoke firmly. They wouldn't dare lay a finger on Lamar, nor would they ever touch me or my daughter. Anastasia was genuinely pissed off and saw this as a chance to teach them a lesson. She leaned closer to Lamar and offered, Come with me. I'll hold your hand tight. He hesitated at that. What? But Lamb lowered his head, gripping his worn-out coat and wrinkling it. If I'm with Lady Anastasia, I'll look too broken basic. But that law gently reassured him. You've got nothing to worry about. Lamb gave a questioning look. This is Enderbang, she continued as Lamer, after picking the right outfit, placed his hand on his chest, his voice buzzing with anticipation. I honestly don't know if this looks okay. Anastasia encouraged him. It's perfect. You look awesome. He blushed shyly. Huh? What do you mean? That's not me. Lamer stood out, decked out in a ridiculously fancy outfit, seeming like it was custom-made just for him. Anastasia thought to herself that she needed to get him used to hearing compliments like that as she extended her hand towards Lamar. Let's head in, he replied with a soft yes, carefully placing his hand in hers. Voices echoed from the doorway about how to patch things up with the Empire. Yup. His Majesty also said that Bassin, where he is, can be trusted, but his words got cut off when the door swung open. Everyone turned as the knight stepped in and announced, Our great saint and prince. He approached Anastasia and Lemaitre, who seemed to shrink in his massive shadow. The knight put a hand over his heart and said respectfully, I knew you two would show up, he said joyfully. His Majesty's got a sharp eye to see you two already so close. Anastasia felt annoyed, wondering why Luxius's name got tossed in. He's not going to start rambling again, is he? Luxius seemed to agree with the knight. Absolutely. I have an eye for talent. What a show. The knight quickly replied, As you say, Your Highness, we should speed up their marriage. Those words created a stir, and a voice from the corner of the room echoed, Marriage. His grip tightened around the wine glass, causing it to fissure. Those words came from Anastasia's parents, who were struggling to keep it together, especially with her mom's anger rising. Rogato held back his rage and warned, Your Highness, I thought we were over that topic. Laos, looking pale with fear, stammered that it was for the sake of peace on the continent. The knight inwardly questioned if the king was really that dumb. Lamb stuttered, I can't. Hearing this, he shot back, Can't what? So you're saying you don't like the cyst? Lamasar shuddered, unable to meet their eyes, and stammered. The knight continued to feign ignorance, saying stuff like that would only hurt the saints. Anastasia jumped in, defending him while gripping Lamazar's hand. Lamasar never said he hated me, and if engagements are so fantastic, why don't you and the king get hitched? The knight smirked, sneering. The saint is still too young. The king and I can't become engaged. Anastasia played innocent, asking, why not? That question clearly got under his skin. First of all, the king is already married. She then hit him with, so what, why? It's just common sense. Then why is it so obvious? Faced with all those questions, he couldn't even muster a smile. I said it's obvious because it is. Are you really a saint? Like the folks living in the backward country, Anastasia caught the word that slipped out of the knight's mouth, her eyes lighting up. Mom, Dad, what does backward mean? She asked sweetly. He stammered, this is the backward country. Realizing his mistake, he became a little flustered. What no? The sisters lied. Shill sternly questioned Anastasia. Did he say anything else? She sadly replied that she's not like the saints anymore, and that Sheila pressed further. What else did he say? Anastasia, looking troubled, confided that he had thrown some harsh words at Lamar. Lamer must be heartbroken. This made him stare at her with wide eyes. The knight tried to explain, saying she must have misheard him. We cherish you, your highness, don't we? He urged Lamser to say something for the saints. Anastasia turned to him, her small hand clutching his shaking one, and sincerely advised, it's cool, Lamar. Just do what you want. I told you Lamar's heart belongs to you. Hearing this, he lowered his head in thought. Then Lemur stepped up trembling and said, I won't do it. Lady Anastasia didn't lie, so please take responsibility for your words. The Dark Knight. Gova-san went pale, but it was too late. Roto interrupted him, not willing to hear more excuses. He condemned him, stating that a royal knight of the Empire could joke around so easily. So from the Empire's perspective, what I just heard totally clicks. Right, the knights who made it back ended up losing their titles and got sentenced to hard labor. They're lucky to be breathing. Plus, their big mouths while in the kingdom made the Empire scramble to deploy troops at the border. Choco picked up on all of it. As Anastasia Vet's folks drained the Empire, dry time flew by. It wasn't until winter that they finally returned to the duchy. Out in the white landscape, Laurentia shouted, It's snowing, everyone, our first snowfall of the year. Diamond called over to Anastasia and Lamar from a distance. Watch your step. Anastasia turned back, promising she would. Lamar stood behind her, lost deep in thought, before stuttering out, Anastasia, there's something I gotta say. He clenched his fist. Anastasia looked back confused. He kept going. You know, meeting the saints was the first time I actually stood my ground. Anastasia looked puzzled. She thought Lizer had been dragged along. He told Anastasia, originally it was actually supposed to be one of my younger siblings who came. I was stubborn because I was worried about them. But now I want to apologize. This made Anastasia wonder what was up. Lamar admitted he really liked this place, that everyone treated him well, and that he was happy to have met her. His little face turned red, his eyes shining like stars. Those genuine words really resonated with Anastasia. Her eyes widened as she looked at him. Lamar shyly turned away, saying flustered, It's freezing out here. Let's hurry inside. He spun around and left, making Anastasia's cheeks flush too. She smiled softly, watching him go, then followed him. It was at that moment, at the end of the year, she realized Lamar was a close friend, and the time spent at Duke Dean's estate felt like a peaceful lake. Anastasia knew Laurentia could now ride a horse like a pro, and he'd become the young Duke Enderblang on his 12th birthday, just like she had. The curtains were drawn, and the maid announced, The young lady is awake. Sunlight poured through the window, flooding the entire room. Everything sparkled in that light. Anastasia was now 8 years old. She turned her delicate face as lovely as a garden in full bloom, and kicked off her day. Good morning. I remember that spring when I was 8. I couldn't just chill and play like before. Still, it was just basic schooling. Anastasia rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought, while looking at the book on the table. Honestly, there's barely anything to learn. She glanced sideways at Lamar. Meanwhile, Lamar was soaking up knowledge. He said he hadn't received an education in the Empire because of his status, so he felt super thrilled. So after wrapping up the morning lessons, the rest of the day was hers. But Anastasia felt let down when she checked her phone. No news today either. The search for a connection to her past drags on, but no new clues. Even my dream connection is silent. The phone in her hand slowly slipped away. Anastasia walked over to the window, a small smile creeping onto her face. "Oh, what's this? Peace is nice and the weather's great, so I'll take a stroll in the garden." And with that, she wandered into the garden under the warm morning sun. Anastasia stretched, letting out a soft sigh to shake off her fatigue, relaxing her body in contentment. How lovely. Mai's teasing voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Who's got your heart? It's been a minute, darling." Anastasia jumped, looking up, thinking, "Is that Mikai? How long are you going to keep calling me baby?" She didn't hide her annoyance at all. "I'm not a kid anymore," he laughed. "Compared to me, you're still just a little kid." Anastasia shot back, annoyed. "I told you to stop calling me small or a kid." But Mikai kept teasing. "You're just so tiny and adorable, though." "I'm not lying." She crossed her arms, pouting. "But weren't you supposed to come the day after tomorrow? Did you finish your work to swing by here? You put off your meeting with the chairman to come here, didn't you?" He sighed, trying to explain. "Do they really think that I did everything I could? Anyway, are you free today?" Anastasia glanced back curiously, gasping. With a mischievous smile, Mikai purred, "There's a place I want to take you." Under the lush trees, she widened her eyes in surprise at where they were headed. "Is this the place you wanted to go?" Mikai grinned and nodded. Anastasia was stunned, overcome with emotion. This was the place she once visited with the Grand Duke. He was reading her mind. He walked over to her side and mentioned how the Duke would brag about climbing the mountain with his precious one. Anastasia worried he'd feel sad if those memories got taken away. But Mai thought it was a small issue that would be fine. Just a little talking to, and then help him out and hoist the baby up high. "I think I can handle that," he stated, but Miss Vuong was having none of it. "I don't need it." Anastasia thought helplessly. Like grandfather, like grandson, even after all this time. Moments later, Mikai spread out a mat and pulled out a basket of pastries. After a bit, Anastasia began to yawn, her eyelids drooping with sleep. Mikai caught on and suggested she take a snooze. She stubbornly said no, but Mikai kept coaxing her. "Didn't Damien say you gotta sleep well to grow big and strong?" He patted his lap, inviting her over. "Come on." Anastasia frowned quietly, judging the situation. Why drag his name into this, getting sneakier by the day? In the end, she couldn't resist and laid down on Mikai's lap, but still shot back, "You're so bad." He couldn't help but chuckle with affection, wishing for her love, but she stayed oblivious. Anastasia blinked, feeling drowsy, almost drifting off. She thought being alone wasn't so bad, but hanging out with someone was way better. But then she spotted a shady figure just laying there on the grass. "What's that over there?" Startled, she shot up. A body. Seeing her freak out, Mikai asked in surprise. "What's going on? Someone's passed out over there," Anastasia whimpered, pointing it out. "Come on, let's go," Mikai yelled, waiting for her to catch up. She'd worn herself out sprinting up the hill and finally arrived, breathless, to find him just chilling next to the unconscious dude. He got there faster than I did. Anxious, she asked, "How's he doing?" Mikai shook his head, saying, "He's all good, still breathing, and no injuries." "What's up with him?" Anastasia queried nervously. "What do you mean?" He glanced at the sleeping guy's drool-covered face and answered, "He's just napping." Still, she was worried about this guy, snoozing out here without even a blanket. Unsure of what was going on, she knew she had to wake him. Out of nowhere, the man suddenly lunged and grabbed Anastasia. Mikai jumped back and shouted, "Hey!" Anastasia gasped, "He's awake." Then he spoke in a low voice, "You kids have long lives ahead of you." Bion, with a soft gaze, smiled kindly after that weird comment, leaving her speechless. Mouth open in disbelief. Is this guy really saying, "I'll live a long life," coming from someone who seems to have already passed 20? Anastasia stammered, unable to find the right words, especially since he had just passed out and was now snoring and drooling all over the place, leaving the couple totally confused. Mikai mumbled, suggesting they take a carriage first. "I'll go get the village chief." Miss Young nodded, looking a bit scornful, while Anastasia felt uneasy, wondering what this person was really up to. Meanwhile, Pion woke up in the carriage, yawning and stretching. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and said, "Hey there, kids." Both she and Mikai rolled their eyes. Anastasia thought to herself that they were only together because they had to share one carriage. Pion, still half asleep, stared at them. He suddenly asked a question that sent chills down her spine. "Are you two married?" Anastasia shot him a glare, mentally cursing his cluelessness. He kept blabbering on, "Did I interrupt your honeymoon?" Anastasia sighed silently, agreeing he must be nuts. Not wanting Peon to say anything else, she decided to step in and clarify. Clears throat. Mihi and I are just kids, but he insists kids can get hitched. People really shouldn't judge. Anastasia silently questioned her own decisions. Beon leaned in, smiling as he asked, "So do you two know where you are?" Anastasia made it clear she was not impressed, saying, "My mom always told me not to chat with shady folks." As he went through his sleeve, he explained, "I'm not shady." "Hold on, where is it?" "Ah, here it is," Bion exclaimed, holding out a piece of paper to them. "Found it." Both she and Mikai stopped in their tracks as they stared at the paper he was holding. Anastasia was in shock, unable to believe it. No way. This weird, clueless dude is the master of the magic tower. Bion scratched his head, grinning kinda sheepishly. "I have no clue where this is, so I can't get home." A lightning bolt of realization hit her. The master of the magic tower. Anastasia couldn't help but look at Peon's bewildered expression. How can someone this careless be the master of the magic tower? Is that place even stable? Well, my parents have probably found out already, so I'll just roll with it. After a moment of thought, she spoke up, not giving Anastasia a chance to finish her question about where they were. Mikai whispered, "Hey, little princess, he's dozed off again." "You're annoyed, but can't yell at him." "Just who is this guy, anyway?" After a bit, as the two climbed out of the carriage, Tha asked with concern, "Hey, Anastasia and Mikai, did you have a blast?" "I heard everything." "Where is the master of the magic tower?" He answered blandly, "She's napping." She got it. "Oh, okay." Then she went over to the carriage, politely knocked on the door, and had to call out, "Master of the magic tower!" Bion jolted awake, hitting his head on the carriage ceiling in his rush. Bion awkwardly opened the door, scratching his head. "It's been a minute," she said sternly. "Call me whatever you want. I heard you can sleep anywhere," he stammered, trying to find the right words. She rebuked sharply. "I distinctly remember hearing you shouldn't do that in the magic tower." Bion quickly denied it. "You've got it wrong, Commander," she replied with a tone that felt both like praise and a threat. "Good. Then don't mess with my family." "Master of the magic tower." He straightened up awkwardly, raised his hand in a stiff wave, and said, "Got it. I'll keep that in mind." Anastasia never pictured Peon acting like this. "Can he even talk like that?" He set his teacup down on the table and announced, "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Pawn Master of the Beyond Centroia Magic Tower." Anastasia replied politely, "I'm Anastasia Anderbang." Upon hearing this, he lit up and started rambling. "So she's the youngest princess of Duke Anderlank. I'm a buddy of your dad. Regato is super nice, but the commander is a tad scary." From what Anastasia overheard from Peon, the three of them met on the battlefield over 10 years ago. Her mom was the commander, and Peon was a mage under her command. He shuddered at the memory of the law, recalling how the commander, unimpressed with his fitness, made him run 20 laps around the training ground on his days off. Mikai really wishes Riata would hurry up and come to save him from this messed up place, saying he could just teleport since he knows where she's at now. That thought just hit Peony like a light bulb. "Oh, right. Why didn't I think of that before? What a smart kid want to be my apprentice. What a shame. That boy's got some serious magical skills." This was all part of Anastasia's plan. As expected from the master of the magic tower, he spotted Mikai's talent right off the bat. He frowned and shot him down hard. "Magical talent, huh? I don't need that at all." The guy tried to convince him, staying cool about it. "What, seriously? You could even take my spot one day." Mai stood his ground. "Keep your nasty power. I don't want it." Then he stormed out, slamming the door behind him like it was no big deal. Beyond peeked out the door and forced a smile. He'd just been turned down. "I guess I'm not super popular. I wonder what this little one thinks about all this." Anastasia pondered. "What do I think? What a sad loser." Mikai suddenly spun around and flung the door wide open. This gave him a glimmer of hope. Did she change her mind about teaming up with me? He ignored Peony and headed straight for Anastasia, looking all apologetic. "Sorry, babe. I totally forgot about you." Anastasia looked at Mikai, secretly thinking, "I'm cool just vibing here." He shot her a look and insisted, "Let's go." Then he shot a glare at the guy and bolted out. Beyond just shuffled his cards, letting out a sigh. Leaving one little buddy behind wouldn't hurt, right? Or maybe I'll just play cards solo until Rogato shows up. In the hallway, she trailed behind Mikai, asking, "Mikai, do you hate magic?" He's not denying it. Anastasia wondered with curiosity why Mikai replied distantly, saying he was scared of being called a cursed child again. That's why he hated it and didn't want to be that weird guy's disciple. Her eyes showed a mix of sadness and thoughtfulness as she took in his story. He never showed he was bothered, so she figured he was fine. But how could he be? Childhood wounds are the toughest to heal. Anastasia suddenly grabbed Mikai's hand, pulling him down. Mikai. She went on her tippy toes and lightly patted his head. Under Mikai's surprised gaze, Anastasia just comforted him by stroking his hair. After a moment, she finally said, I checked. Mikai was kinda lost, checked what Anastasia declared confidently. I'm a saintist after all. I just proved that Mikai is a normal kid. Her words lightened his mood a bit, and a faint blush spread across his cheeks. Mikai shyly responded, I'm just messing with you. Anastasia let out a playful laugh. I'll mess with you now and then. At dinner, the table was absolutely loaded with food. With a fork in one hand and a napkin in the other, Mikai offered, Let me wipe your mouth for you. Anastasia shook her head, turning him down. No need. They always hog our Anastasia right. Laurencia pouted, making her feelings pretty clear. Exactly. Mikai is being so selfish. Mikai could only muster a polite smile and say, I'll ask for permission next time, promise. Demian was cool with it. Sure thing. Anastasia already said yes. I was just feeling a bit mopey. As night rolled in, darkness wrapped the ancient castle like a cloak. Mikai wandered through the garden alone, lost in his thoughts. As a brother, he could never measure up to Damian. I wonder if I'll even get to hang out with Gangi before you show up. If only. Suddenly, Bion pops up trying to chat Mikai up. Hey kid, I've been waiting for you. Mikai, all stone-faced, coldly brushed him off. Get lost. But Bion wasn't going to quit that easily. He aimed right for Mikai's heart. Don't ignore me. I got something important to say. It's about the youngest princess, the one you like. You're curious, right? I'll make it quick. I've got foresight. The youngest princess is destined for tragedy, and you're the only one who can change her fate. He dismissed it, calling it nonsense. Bion chuckled confidently, reminding him to think long and hard, since destiny is a done deal. Little one, I can see it. Soon you'll be coming to me begging to be my apprentice. Well then, catch you later, little one. With that, he floated away like it was nothing. Mikai watched Bion's retreating back, muttering, What a straight-up liar. He said Gangi would live a long life, but he still worried, his heart racing, even though it was near the forest. Even though I know it's nonsense, why do I feel so on edge? A new day dawns, and the sweet sound of Tylaw rings out the next morning. Hey, little one, can you do me a favor? Anastasia asked as she picked up a basket. What's up? She leaned down to give him instructions, asking Mikai, who skipped breakfast, for a favor. He looks like he needs our youngest's help. I wonder what went down last night. Why skip breakfast? Seeing the look on Anastasia's face, Tila revealed that Mikai must have been teased by the Tower Master again. Teased, she asked, surprised. Then she broke it down. Bion has the gift of precognition. He usually predicts the futures of people around him. But the catch is, he's right less than half the time. Anastasia clearly isn't a fan of Bion, so is it really precognition? Even if his predictions are off and off, they can sometimes help, so she can't totally disregard him, just in case he's onto something important. So that's the scoop. Anastasia, can you do me a solid? Finally convinced, she took the food basket to Mai, with Lamer following behind, grumbling about how the young duke always bugged the young lady. She responded earnestly, It's cool, we're pals. He still hesitated, but Anastasia paused and asked if Lamer were in the same situation. Wouldn't he feel sad if she didn't show up? Lamer stammered, not really sure what to say. How could I? Anastasia shot back with a serious look. How could you? What, Lamer and I are good buddies, so it makes sense. He looked down, realizing the situation, and quietly nodded in agreement. Anastasia wrapped up the chat, saying she had to bolt, and Lamer didn't bother to stop her. Up on the high balcony, Damian and Laurencia peered down as she commented, Isn't Mikai giving our dear dad way too much hassle? Seriously, it's over the top. After a bit, Anastasia made her way through the trees and found Mikai chilling in the middle of the woods. Watching him from behind, she thought, I found him, but why is he all alone? It's making me nervous. Mikai turned around, surprised by Anastasia's voice, a playful smile creeping onto his face. And the youngest princess always manages to find me, huh? Anastasia regained her cool. Thanks for showing up, Mikai said sincerely. Thank you. Seeing he was down, she tried to lift his spirits. Your mom shared a really intriguing story. You know the Tower Master rarely speaks the whole truth. Mikai looked up surprised, wanting to know more. Is that really true? He had never trusted Pai anyway. just as I figured the Tower Master is spouting nonsense once more. Anastasia flashed a bright, reassuring smile. So, no matter what the Tower Master says, don't stress too much. His mood brightened. Her nervous face turned crimson as she replied, "Thanks. I suddenly feel like munching." Hearing his stomach growl, she handed him a food basket, saying her mom figured he'd be hungry. He opened up the basket and couldn't help but shout out his thanks to both the Duchess and Anastasia. Suddenly, Anastasia's vibe flipped, her tone getting icy. "Then don't call me baby. It's super embarrassing." Mikhail wasn't backing down, asking what else he should call her instead. Anastasia fumed, thinking, he has to be doing this on purpose. Why do I have a feeling I'll still be hearing baby in 10 years? Cut to the arena where Laurencia popped up to welcome her with a bright smile and tidy outfit. "You're back already. My is such a pain, huh?" Anastasia happily hugged her, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Mikhail stood behind her, looking all grumpy. She just got home and is already running to Laurencia. How inconsiderate, princess. Anastasia ignored him, thinking, duh, a sister is way better than a brother. Laurencia shot back with a glare, saying, "Well, who told you to bug my house from a distance?" Mikhail fired back, claiming he hadn't bothered her at all. She snapped back, annoyed. "Yes, you did. You made Zach freak out." Then Laurencia confidently removed one of her gloves. With a swift throw, she tossed it at his chest, making the vibe thick with tension. Laurencia cleared her throat and asked him, "Do you even realize what you did? I challenge you, my Leventus." She strode into the arena like a total champ, and Mai was quick to accept the challenge, standing right across from Laurencia. Neither of them looked like they were going to back down, while Anastasia stood between them like a referee. She called out that since Mikhail was in the wrong, he could only use his left hand. Obviously, he wasn't having any of that, correcting her, "How sneaky. I'm right-handed," he protested. But Laurencia wouldn't yield. "So Mikhail has always been the shady one, hasn't he, Shasa?" She nodded, secretly rooting for Laurencia. "If you claim I'm shady, then I guess I'm shady." Mikhail shot back, raising his sword and saying, "What, I'm only a year older than Laurencia?" She raised her spear ready for a challenge, but their martial arts experience was totally different, so using both hands would be cheating. Plus, Lara had to win today to be Zach's dance partner for the birthday gig. He pointed his sword at Laurencia, replying, "A dance partner? That's a tough one to concede." As their wooden weapons clashed, Anastasia noticed how determined Laurencia was, realizing even with one hand, Mikhail still had the advantage. "There's not much to be done with our different training times. It must be spring. I feel the restlessness." As she sneezed, Mikhail instantly dropped his wooden sword. He rushed to Anastasia, worriedly asking, "Babe, are you okay?" Confused, she wondered what was up. Then Anastasia reminded him, "Dad said to keep your eyes on the match." Mikhail ignored her and asked, "Are you hurt anywhere? You've been outside since way early." Anastasia shook her head, replying, "No, I'm fine," thinking helplessly. Could the master of precognitive magic really care about catching a cold? He breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't anything serious. Her face went red with embarrassment as she thought, even during a competition, he was worried about her. It was just a sneeze. Then Anastasia dropped a line that completely blew Mikhail's mind, like a massive rock just slammed onto his head. After all, she won. Laurencia's eyes sparkled with joy, her heart racing with excitement. She dashed over, grabbed Anastasia's hand, and exclaimed, "Zaxa, you have to hang out with me on my birthday." "Okay." Anastasia beamed and replied, "Of course." Time zipped by, and on May 5th, her 11th birthday finally rolled around. Bright and early, Laurencia bounced in and chirped, "You awake." "Shasa, my Shasa, I'm so happy to have you as my sister." Anastasia wrapped her in a tight hug, returning the love. "I love you too." Laurencia nuzzled her head, chirping, "I know. My little darling likes me best." Then Anastasia noticed Laurencia was still in her pajamas and anxiously asked, "Sis, is it cool for me to be here like this? It's your birthday and you're still not dressed." Laurencia squeezed her hand and said, "No worries, I'm just here to grab Sasa." Anastasia was taken aback. "Grab me." She chuckled, her eyes shining with excitement, since today Sasa was going to be Lara's dance partner. In the dressing room, with her hands on her hips, Laurencia stated boldly, "Of course that'd fit our Sasa, but today I think a red ribbon would look way better." "Even the servants are on board. Lady Lara always knows what's good." Laurencia spun around to Anastasia triumphantly, thinking, "Of course I'm Sasa's big sister after all." "Style her hair like this, right?" Anastasia thought to herself. "It's been ages since I did my makeup like this." There was a time when I had to stress about makeup, hair, and outfits every single day. Suddenly, her expression darkened. When was that? She paused for a moment. Anastasia recalled her 45th life. Born into a notorious villain family with a twin brother who came into the world just minutes before her. But because he was frail, she ended up as this over-the-top doll, stunning, regal, and a force that no one dared challenge. And so, her twin was constantly compared to her. From his sick room, he cried out, "You think you can have it all just because your illness gets fixed?" Anastasia coldly shot back, "I know, so get better soon, bro." Looking back, she wondered if those were her last words before her demise. She even remarked that if he weren't sick, there wouldn't be room for her to shine. Those words were like a dagger to the heart. She questioned why she'd said such painful things, lost in her thoughts, when a voice broke her reverie. Snapping back to reality, Anastasia's focus returned. And with that, she was all set dressed in a stunning gown. She looked absolutely fabulous, but part of her wondered if going all out for her sister's birthday was really the right move. Laurencia gazed at her with admiration, exclaiming, "Our Sasa is just the cutest." She turned and called back, "Hold on, I'll change and be right out." Anastasia mused, "She'll never realize that her smile when she looks at me is the most precious thing ever." At the opulent party, laughter and chatter filled the air. Tetla turned, unable to resist gushing about her two daughters. "Oh my girls, you both look so stunning today." Anastasia and Laurencia stepped out looking absolutely adorable. Laurencia responded, "It's Lara's favorite color, like sauces and moms." The birthday bash radiated warmth and joy. Laurencia blew out the candles to a chorus of applause. True to her word, she spent the whole day with Anastasia, which made Mikhail green with envy. A gorgeous cake made by the chef, congratulatory letters from all the servants, and a giant cake showed up along with family gifts. Laurencia's eyes shone with excitement as she took in the mountain of presents in front of her. She couldn't contain her joy, and as she opened a gift, Laurencia beamed. "This offside black is so cute. Did you know I love the color of Sasa? So you got it for me. Thanks a bunch." Mikhail was thrilled even with the empty presents from the dudes of the Leventis Duchy. With the next gift, Mikhail announced, "This one's from Dad. I heard it's a fancy diadem." In Laurencia's hands was a necklace featuring a dazzling blue gem. She commented that the color was just like Lara's eyes. Anastasia observed, quietly realizing it's a gem worth an entire house in the capital. She couldn't quite keep up with his generosity. The long, silent dad finally spoke, catching Laurencia's attention. Rogato handed Laurencia a long gift decorated with delicate flowers, saying, "This is from your father." She stared at the gift, marveling, "Wow, it's so big." "Thanks." "Dad," Laurencia eagerly ripped open the special gift, exclaiming, "A legit sword, so Lara can swing a sword like a real knight now." Anastasia thought as she examined the sword, "Isn't this a tad too big, though?" "Seems like it." Laurencia struggled to lift the sword. Rogato panicked, calling her name. Tears brimmed in her eyes as she looked at her tiny hands. Her dad had given it to Lara. Lara must be way too weak to handle it. Seeing this, he grew even more anxious and quickly offered, "How about I hold it for you, sweetheart?" That interjected, "That's enough, dear?" She softly comforted her daughter. "Come here, sweetie." She crouched down, resting her hands on Laurencia's shoulders for reassurance. "When I was your age, I couldn't even lift a sword that big." Still emotional, she shyly asked if that was true. Theta smiled gently, telling her daughter, "Absolutely." She was a late bloomer. "Sweetheart, you're just growing up, that's all." Laurencia gazed at her, her eyes welling with sadness. "It's not that Lara is weak," the lady gently clarified. "Laurencia's strength isn't everything. If Mom's weaker than Dad does, that means Mom isn't as strong as Dad?" the little girl asked, raising her hands with determination. "No, sweetie, your mom is the strongest person in the world. Aunt Min, do you think Dad gave Lara a big sword because he thinks she'll grow up fast?" Laurencia inquired. "For real? Well, then I'm good. Thanks for the gift, Dad. And I'm sorry I almost cried." Anastasia regarded her little dragon sister with admiration. "Truly, my sister is the sweetest person ever." Dad gave his daughter a sword, which she joyfully accepted. And just like that, Laurencia's birthday fiesta wrapped up, and before they knew it, early summer was upon them. The Duke's estate stayed peaceful, though it buzzed a bit more as the summer festival neared. Anastasia wandered through the hallway, deep in thought, knowing her brother was in charge this year. "He's been super busy and harder to catch since he became the Grand Duke." Should I check out that book? He suggested. Anastasia quietly opened the library door and saw tons of neatly arranged books and a familiar face. Anastasia recognized Damien and wondered what brought him to the library at this hour. With that thought, she walked up to him and asked, "Aren't you swamped today?" Damon turned to her and said, "I was planning on taking a breather." Laurencia had mentioned that Anastasia usually hung out here in the afternoons. And yeah, that was true. Her eyes were sparkling with affection. "From this spot, I can totally see her practicing." Damien smiled, widely impressed. "Our little bro really has a soft spot for Laurencia, right?" Anastasia chimed in, "I like Big Brother too. If there was a place to watch you study, I'd be sprinting back and forth between here and there." Damon smiled gently, saying, "Honestly, it would definitely be way more boring than reading here." Just then, laughter from downstairs caught their attention. Laurencia and the maids were playing tag. As she dashed around, the girl shouted, "Come on, keep up!" Anastasia figured they were playing after practice. They're always so close. But then it hit her. Damien. She noticed the loneliness etched on his face. Damon looked down, his expression turning melancholic, making Anastasia ponder if he was feeling left out. Sometimes even his fam forgets he's just a kid. So Anastasia decided to take Damon's hand to show she cared. In moments like this, a little sis has to be a bit spoiled. Right. She dared to think and dared to act. She sweetly begged her brother, wanting to spend the whole day with him. "Won't you play with me?" Her innocent face was totally irresistible. Anastasia held onto Damon's hand, pleading for him to play with her instead of hitting the books. He looked at her, feeling hesitant, but she reassured him, promising to take the heat if the teacher or their parents said anything. Seeing this, Damon chuckled. "Is our little sis being my protector now?" The girl replied confidently, "Absolutely." In the end, he gave in to her wishes. "Well, since you put it that way, I guess I should play with you today." But then a voice interrupted them. "Young Master Damien." As soon as Anastasia heard it, she recognized the voice. From the hallway, two voices called out his name one after the other. "Young Master Damien, where are you? You need to go over the assigned documents." Anastasia guessed they were his guards, since most guards become his close aides. There was always fierce competition among them. Even who he calls first seemed to tick them off, and Damon's face stiffened. Anastasia realized they were what annoyed him. With that thought in mind, she turned and bolted, leaving Damon shouting after her. The girl opened the door and declared, "Hey, Mom said no," making a racket in the hallway. "Don't they realize?" One of the guards replied, "Yeah, we know. But since the young master is nowhere around, we have no choice." The guy with glasses next to him agreed. The youngest princess might not know. "But this is seriously important," Anastasia firmly questioned. "I've seen my dad's assistants looking for him way more times, but you guys are being way louder than they ever were. Is my brother's work more vital than my dad's?" They were taken aback and at a loss for words. "That's not what we meant," the girl continued. "Besides, you're too loud in front of the library. I can't even read." The guards quickly replied, "We'll fix it right away." The guards were pretty shaken up, and Lenslot added, "The young master has never been here before. Step aside." "Are they flustered?" But he was giving us the death stare. "You don't believe us?" The guards trembled and stammered. "It's not that. We'll leave immediately. Goodbye, young lady." The two guards hurried away. Only then did Anastasia feel a wave of relief, having chased off all the troublemakers. She told the two knights to chill. "I have a favor to ask," they cheerfully replied. "Anything for you, my lady." After a moment of planning, the two were all set. "Trust us, we'll get everything ready perfectly," Anastasia thought to herself. "Awesome. The plans are locked and loaded." She opened the library door and said, "Hey, Damien scratched his cheek as Anastasia suddenly grabbed his hand and made a surprising request. "Let's play hide and seek," she proposed, wanting to keep Damien away from the others. The gullible ones have all been lured to the arena, and the snacks she asked Lot to prep are here too. Now to Anastasia's secret hideout. Damien, clutching the basket, cautiously followed her. He realized it looked like a cave that went on forever. After taking a few more steps, he spotted something. Long was shocked. Above the cave was a crystal-clear sky. Damien couldn't help but stare in awe. "How did you even find this place?" Anastasia said that Hong X took her here the last time. "Do you like it?" Damien answered with excitement. "I love it. Looks like I've been invited to Anastasia's little hideout." She felt secretly thankful. Thanks to the knights bringing in the essentials, the place was decked out like a room. Damien checked out the spot. "But is it cool for you to show me this place? Who else can I tell besides you?" Anastasia questioned. There's no fun in keeping it a secret just to myself, he replied. What about Linnea? She placed her index finger to her lips, signaling for silence. I haven't told her yet, but maybe someday I will, though Mikai will never know. Damon mirrored the gesture, sealing their secret. Anastasia then hugged him, softly agreeing. Damon looked down at her sweet face, her eyes shut in relaxation. He gazed at her, lost in thought. Then Damon said, Anastasia, let me tell you a story. The two took a seat at the tea table and started chatting. Damon lowered his gaze and admitted he wasn't really great at making friends. Anastasia immediately disagreed. Why would you think that? She was genuinely surprised inside. Why would he say something so ridiculous? Are you even friends with my Leventus? He asked calmly. Laurencia and Anastasia got along with everyone, but it felt like something was off with him. Anastasia jumped up in a fluster. No, that's not true. You really are a great person. Damon softly apologized. I made you upset, didn't I? She thought, realizing he was still worried about her feelings. But who was worrying about him? Anastasia clenched her fist on the table, finally voicing what she was thinking. Everyone sees you as a good person, but the bad ones usually try to take advantage of that. So, what if sometimes we acted more assertively? She answered her own question. Then good people will easily accept that side of us and stick around. Hearing this, Damon froze, slowly calling out Anastasia's name. Her words were way too wise for someone her age. Recognizing this, Anastasia quickly backtracked, saying her mom had told her that. She reminded herself that she was suddenly talking like an adult. Damon, lost in thought, finally said, Thanks, I will. The scene changes to Damon's room, where the very next day, he jumped right into putting Anastasia's advice into action. Damon addressed his guards. I'm assigning both of you some homework. I'll check the results and decide who does what and who stays by my side. In the hallway, the two guards whispered to each other. Aren't guards supposed to be friends? That's what the young master said. Another guard chimed in. What's up? Suddenly he's treating us like underlings. Anastasia overheard everything, and only she understood. They suddenly declared that he had changed and showed their dissatisfaction. But when Damon got their results, he remarked sternly that they only needed to fix the parts he pointed out. The redhead reached his limit and spat out, You're out of line. I'm still learning. You don't have to be so tough. The guy with glasses next to him nodded in agreement, and Damon simply responded, You two always seemed unhappy because I didn't recognize your skills. He continued, explaining that no matter what he said, they were never satisfied. So he was done. Go home. There's nothing to worry about now because Damon has finally accepted he is his parents' son. The guards trembled at his serious words. Young Duke, we were short-sighted. You've treated us so well. Please forgive us this time. Cut to Anastasia's bedroom where she's lying in bed, snuggling a blanket. Anastasia thought happily that he must be feeling great too when a new system notification suddenly popped up in front of her. Anastasia gasped, secretly celebrating. After 3 long years of silence, she had finally found her target. A message appeared on her phone screen. Would you like to check the new announcement? Anastasia tapped to view it, and as the notification appeared, she questioned the address. Suddenly, Anastasia froze, her eyes widening as she read the message. West Forest Street 1, the Duke of Anderland's estate, Passan Kingdom. Status resting, desire to become true colleagues. The girl was mind-blown. The Ander blonde ducal family. Anastasia was stunned. After 3 years of silence, someone at the Duke's mansion actually longed for her. Has someone new joined the Duke's estate recently? Good thing I updated the app earlier. Let's see if there's any info. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through her mind as she stared at the screen. World information, World 13, the world of heroes and info on the Demon King. The Demon King is number 1. She analyzed it silently. The 13th world. This world has way too many sketchy people. She remembered the world where she first met her grimoire back when she was still the Demon King. Anastasia was born a dream demon of the succubus race, a species that feeds off the dreams of others. But that was too much of a hassle, so she preferred a more direct approach, throwing punches. She just straight up punches her foes. Thus, Anastasia knocked out every annoying opponent one by one. By the time she was 14, she had claimed the title of Demon Lord. But there was one issue. This world resembled the fairy tales her sister adored. A realm of heroes who slay demon lords and rescue princesses. She pondered if that's why, even though she hadn't interfered with the human kingdom, the princess the key in the fairy tale had run away all the way to the demon lord's castle. Anastasia snapped back to reality, reminding herself not to summon her as she despises everyone who played a part in her downfall. Then she scrolled to the next piece of info. The knight's dormitory. 2 people holding lingering feelings. All she could do was laugh. This is bad. There are way too many suspicious characters. She wondered if it would be one of the 4 heavenly kings or the 10 elders. The Demon King's crew isn't small, but ultimately she decided to just let it play out. She put her phone down, flopping back on her bed, thinking she'd tackle it tomorrow. 3 years of peace have passed, so one more day wouldn't hurt. But after what felt like forever, a loud noise jolted Anastasia awake. She sat up eyes wide, wondering what was that? Alert and on edge, she propped herself up. Is it an enemy attack? The maid beside her said, You're awake, miss. You must have been startled. The night training is a bit insane today. That's why it's so loud. Anastasia was taken aback. Training? What kind of training sounds like an explosion? I need to see this for myself. Anastasia quickly changed and bolted outside. Standing there were Laurentia and Ken, with Laurentia turning her way. There you are. I was just about to wake you up, she said cheerfully. Check this out. The Demon King just figured out how to use martial energy. Anastasia remembered that the Demon King was the knight who had cornered her. She asked if it was actually true. Using aura proves you've reached the top level of power. That's why most people only show their aura in battle, like her parents and the Grand Duke who fought on the front lines during the war. Images of her parents flashed in her mind, and she recalled the Demon King's silhouette. But he wasn't exactly the fighting type. He was barely in his 20s, yet he could unleash martial energy. A total prodigy. Suddenly, a loud shout jolted Anastasia. Geneve, I'm going to beat you today and make you admit I was right. Before her was Geneva, and she wondered why her knight was battling her sisters, especially against someone who could use martial arts. Shouldn't she step in? Anastasia felt horrified by the scene unfolding. Alcanor was a fierce dragon radiating martial arts aura, and she couldn't understand why those skills were being showcased here. Dust filled the air, and a voice broke through. Don't you dare cry! Geneve mentioned she hadn't forgotten him snatching away her master last year. Anastasia was amazed to see Geneve completely unharmed. She blocked that, whatever. You didn't think you were the only one using martial energy today, did you? A dazzling ball of fire materialized in her hand, shooting out like missiles that shredded through space, startling Anastasia. Wait, could that be the skill I used back when I was the Demon King? Her face flushed with shame. Why did I name it something so weird back then? The girl covered her blushing face, feeling embarrassed, just recalling the name. Ken, standing next to her, said, Those 2 train together every single day. They're seriously talented. Lalat chipped in, Totally. It's the first time I've seen martial arts used so skillfully. Anastasia suddenly realized, right, if they can use those moves, then it has to be them. She watched Geneva all fired up standing against Arthur, who was equally hyped. These 2 are the princess and the hero from the 13th world. Anastasia thought that if she had known this sooner, things could have been way more complicated. Even though they had once valued her, they were also the ones who had taken her life. Memories flooded back. A clumsy hero who could never find his sword freaking out and asking where it was, and a brave princess who had run away from home just to seek the Demon King's castle. She had once begged Demon King, Will you marry me? I genuinely love you. Anastasia, standing there, felt bored. I'm not looking to marry anyone. Chaco, get her out of here. You still gotta comfort Arthur. Stop crying and tell me what went down. I lost to the 10 great elders. He sobbed uncontrollably, managing to choke out a yeah when he should have won to fight the Demon King. But he fell short yet again. They were such strange individuals, always bringing energy to her once peaceful demon realm. But somehow she learned to care for them, teaching them swordsmanship and magic. But that peaceful time wasn't meant to last. Maybe because this is the 13th world, the world of G. Anastasia was fated to meet her end at the hands of the hero. This is the world where the hero is the star. She recalled the moment her 2 dearest friends turned against her. That day, Arthur raised his sword and yelled, wishing she had never been born. Even though Anastasia knew her fate, her heart still hurt. Like countless fairy tales, the hero vanquished the Demon King, leading to everyone living happily ever after. An ending that the 13th world craved. She snapped back to reality watching the 2 clash, and she thought, They miss me. Why didn't you just end me if you really needed to? She averted her gaze, pondering how to actually become friends again. How could that ever happen? Suddenly, someone gently patted her shoulder from behind, startling her. "My dear child, why do you seem so anxious?" Thea smiled warmly at her, that tender smile overflowing with love. Anastasia turned to Thea and whispered, "Mom." She hugged her tightly, replying, "It's nothing. I was just thinking about what I'm gonna eat for breakfast." Of course, that wasn't the whole story. Thea squeezed her tighter. "Oh, really? Well, let's go grab some food right away." "Yes, Mom." Even in her mother's warm embrace, Anastasia's mind drifted away. If they truly became allies again, would she ever be able to comprehend it? She couldn't grasp why, at the moment they ended her life, they wore those expressions. Anastasia recalled their faces. She wondered why, even after taking her life, they still yearned for her. The scene shifted to the garden by the porch, where Arthur appeared, seething with anger. He clutched a branch in his hand. "So, she wants to see who's the strongest now." Facing her was Jane, her expression tight with irritation. "All right, let's see who's tougher." Meanwhile, under the eaves, Anastasia was reading a book, Hong X, by her side. She issued the command, and Hong X, no longer lost in thought, got up ready to attack, baring their teeth, with drool dripping from their lips. The Genève panicked. "We're sorry. Young lady, we'll make it right." Anastasia was obviously not impressed. "I've heard that line 3 times already." She glanced up at the sky. If you were to ask where they were, it was a forest about a day's carriage ride from the duchy. Hong X stepped up as their supervisor, instilling fear in them. Flashback to a few days ago. They were punished for wrecking the training grounds, and had Hong X stepped in as their supervisor, sending chills down their spines. Flashback to a few days earlier. They were being punished for wrecking the training ground and had to tidy up the nearby woods that were wrecked by monsters. In that moment, Anastasia's dad shot a fierce look and told everyone to chill. I stepped up to oversee things to ease their minds, and even though my folks were still worried, Thala crouched down, full of concern. "Our little champ, this ain't a walk in the park. It's gonna be tough. You sure?" Anastasia's expression was serious. "Yeah, I want to help my parents just like my brother did." She reflected on the past. "It's already been 5 years since I arrived at the Enderbang Duke's place. I know just how to win my parents over." Hearing their youngest daughter say that her parents were profoundly touched, covering their mouths in disbelief. Anastasia thought since both of them used aura, they probably figured there wouldn't be any issues. Back to the present. So it had been 5 days since Anastasia got here, and she was feeling worn out. Long just didn't get what it really meant to be a team. They said they had his back and called him master, only to turn against him later on. Flashes of Arthur and Genevieve standing there with grim faces raced through her thoughts, and now they wanted to actually be friends. Anastasia sighed as she called up her phone with a spell. Scrolling through a map, she noticed they were at it again. Have centuries passed and nothing's changed? Resting her chin in her hand, Anastasia stared at the phone screen, tracing her fingers over the map, until a droplet fell onto the screen. Outside, the heavens had opened up. She sat there looking at herself, unsure of what to do next. Meanwhile, a hand slammed down on a rock. Atho stood there in the pouring rain, hands on her hips, absolutely soaked, but totally unfazed by the downpour. The path was finally clear. Genevieve, lugging firewood, turned around with a concerned look. "Let's head back. The master is worried." She shot back. "Hold on, let me finish this up first. Just give me a minute." She protected herself from the rain and murmured, "All right." Genevieve looked up at the sky as the rain picked up a chill of dread settling in. Meanwhile, Anastasia was nervously standing on the balcony inside. A servant crept up from behind, carrying a glass of warm milk, and gently insisted, "Miss, come inside. You'll catch a chill out there." She spun around anxiously, thinking, "They're still not back yet." "You look so excited. The milk's warm. Please step inside, my lady." After hearing this, she turned and went in, completely unaware that a thunderbolt had just hit the forest behind her. She jumped back in shock, her pupils wide as Janev in the woods glanced up while balancing a bundle of wood, having heard a loud crack above her. Her eyes widened with terror, her face losing color. Suddenly, Arthur shot in like a bolt of lightning, pushing Genevieve aside. Before she could react, Genevieve fell down, clutching her head in agony. "What the heck is going on?" In the heavy rain, her eyes widened as she noticed something, a bloodied, motionless hand lying on the ground, freezing her in her tracks. Her fear grew as cold sweat dripped down, mixing with the rain, as Genevieve screamed out in horror. Later, at Anastasia's mansion, there was a trail of blood stretching from the front door to the bedroom. Behind the closed door, agonizing cries could be heard. "Hey, Come on, open your eyes. Where's Khan? Don't fall asleep, Anastasia said slowly, coming down the stairs with worry etched on her face. Just then, a panicked servant rushed in with a basin of water. My lady, what's happening? She asked cautiously. Is the Demon King seriously hurt? The maid offered a reassuring smile. He'll be okay. A priest will arrive shortly. But Anastasia sensed the lie. How could a priest make it through this rain? They could have sent me the saint test, but they're worried because I'm just a kid. She clenched her fist, realizing the Demon King must be in really bad shape. I thought they'd be fine since they can use aura. No, don't dwell on it. Anastasia quickly ran back up the stairs, announcing she'd be hitting the hay early tonight as the maid watched her go. Sweet dreams, lady, she whispered, convincing herself she was doing everything she could. In the darkened room, the maid sunk into her chair, fast asleep. Anastasia shot up from bed, eyeing her closely. She watched intently as the magic enveloped the servant. The maid's out cold. Let's roll. Instantly, Anastasia vanished from the room, gliding across the wooden floor, startling Genevieve, who jumped up in shock. Anastasia shushed her softly. It's cool. The Demon King's sick and she's here to help. She moved closer to Arthur, gently placing her hand on him as her palm glowed brightly, claiming her touch was a divine remedy. Then she offered him comfort, saying it was just an accident and not to beat herself up about it too much. Suddenly, Anastasia's eyes went wide, locking onto something across from her. Genevieve's eyes had already turned bloodshot. She pressed her hands to her chest and softly called out, My lord. Going back to her 13th life, it felt like a bandage had been ripped away. So that's how it is. You don't hold a grudge against me at all. Tears streamed down both their faces, and Jane behind her was equally affected. Back in the present, Anastasia was dumbfounded. You've held back your resentment, grinding your teeth to hold in the tears. How could I have missed this? She then gently asked, Show me your smiling faces tomorrow with Athie. Sure thing. Genevieve stood there quietly, taking in Anastasia's words, her eyes reflecting a bit of panic. Overcome with emotion, Genevieve's eyes brimmed with tears as a voice filled with regret echoed almost like the Geneva from her 13th life had come back. She was devastated, not to blame herself too harshly. Suddenly, Anastasia's gaze froze, locking onto one spot. Across from her, Genevieve's eyes were already red. She pressed her hands to her chest and softly murmured, My lord. Jumping back into her 13th life, it felt like a hand had ripped off the bandage. So that's how it is. You don't hold anything against me. Tears flowed down both their faces, and Jane was equally touched behind her. Back in reality, Anastasia was suddenly taken aback. You hid your resentment, biting your tongue to hold back the tears. How did I miss that? Then she gently asked, Tomorrow, show me your smiling faces, okay? All right. Genevieve stood there quietly hanging on Anastasia's words, her eyes showing a flicker of panic. Genevieve was then flooded with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes as a voice of self-blame echoed like the Genevieve from her 13th life had come back. She was distraught, with her hands over her eyes, sobbing, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. Anastasia thought back to a fun day out, realizing she never even called Genevieve by her name. There was Geneva looking so joyful. In the distance, a kid waved. Anastasia wondered, Is that all there is, Princess Warrior? They played together in a field bursting with colorful flowers. But then one day, everything fell apart. Happiness turning into sadness as a gentle hand picked up the shattered pieces of lovely memories. He chuckled, grasping them and letting them slip away into nothingness. Who needs to see memories that hurt? Right. Anastasia sighed, feeling annoyed. I hate being interrupted when I'm just trying to keep track of time. Whether it's a good ending or a bad one, I have to see it for myself. Without a second thought, she said, So, can you make yourself move? The cloaked figure hung his head, sounding all moody. How rude, not even a hello after all this time, Anastasia shot back coldly. I'm not thrilled. He asked her, Are you really sure you won't regret this? Anastasia responded defiantly. Why would I? Actually, there's something I've been meaning to ask, a question that had been on her mind for ages. Are you a god? The cloaked figure raised a finger to his lips. Let's see. I'm not sure which god you mean. Are we even similar? Anastasia pressed on. You're not being straight up, so just say one more thing while you're here, then bounce. How many more people will I have to ease their longing? He sulked. Looks like it's just me doing the talking, so I guess I'll just stop. As soon as he finished, he vanished, leaving Anastasia completely stunned. Upset, she thought maybe he ran off because he didn't have answers either. Fine, I'll figure this out on my own. Anastasia figured the info would arrive with the app update. In the 13th timeline, unlike the chill demon realm, the human realm was on the brink of collapse. A priest shouted, "How long are you going to pretend you don't know night? And princess, are you going to let everyone die just to protect the demon king?" The priest begged Athos and Guinevere. Even so, they refused to take the demon king's life. At that moment, they leaned back in a long chair along the path, arms crossed. But the demon king isn't the one causing this chaos. Genevieve nodded in agreement. Exactly. The demon king we met didn't cause any harm to the human realm at all. But just then, a voice echoed, "My children, the one you hold dear carries the vibe of destruction. If this goes unchecked, they will meet their end along with this world." Genevieve panicked. "The demon king can't just fade away." "No way." Ao added, "How powerful is the demon king? There has to be a way for us to make it through this together. Even if you save him, he can't be saved. Even if you hold on to him, he can't find happiness. If he means something to you, make him despise you more than anyone else, then let him go. This way, he'll be reborn free from the curse and can finally find joy." Ether was stunned. "So ultimately, we have to kill the demon king." Gav tightened her fist. "You know what bugs me the most. Silly Knight. We can't kill the demon king." Yet he was ready to sacrifice himself. "I totally agree. It would have been easier if he was truly evil." Then in a flash, Anastasia, her body covered in blood, left this life forever. Gasping, she dropped the bloodied sword, the sound of it hitting the ground echoing painfully. Guinevere bitterly declared, "You have to hate us. Hate us with every fiber of your being and never forgive us." More than anyone, they felt heartbreak making this choice. "We won't say we did it for the demon king, because we couldn't keep you safe till the end. So the next time when everything collapses, we can still look in one direction wanting to be true allies." Seeing it all unfold, Anastasia clenched her fist. They didn't feel good about doing this either, so that when the times of extinction hit, we can still stand shoulder to shoulder wishing to be true comrades. Anastasia's face flushed, her eyes shimmering with tears. She scolded them for hiding everything, "You idiots." Back in reality, Arthur, teary-eyed, trembling, spoke up. "Yeah, I'm an idiot for getting hurt like this." Genevieve was also crying. "No, master, I couldn't protect this fool." Anastasia realized that perhaps the memories from the past were too overwhelming, and she seemed to faint. She turned to them, her voice filled with warmth. "Thank you." Seeing her like that, their tears finally stopped. Confused about what was happening, Dongqing just replied, "Yeah." Anastasia's sudden question took them by surprise. "Are you two at it again?" "Do I need to tell Mom again?" Kiev immediately denied it. "No, we weren't fighting." AOS chimed in, trying to clarify. "Yeah, we're just relieved that the youngest miss is safe. Honestly, Anastasia didn't live a life without love. She remembered Eos and Yanev from her 13th life, and then looked at the two in front of her, pleading with tears. Please don't tell the Duchess." She told herself, "The princess and the knight Janev and Eos showed so much love. How could that not be love?" Luckily, Anastasia managed to return to the Duke's residence before June wrapped up. And even though the priest came and bothered her, Arthur and Genevieve helped distract him. They whispered that the youngest miss was still feeling unwell and asked him to leave. Through this, Anastasia got a clue. Genevieve was 22. Arthur was 21 in the 13th world, the same ages as when they took her life one day in June. In other words, longing arises when Anastasia is with the Chile family. A soft smile crossed her face. Anastasia had no idea what kind of clue this would turn out to be, but she had gathered some information. The maid sitting across from her asked, "Thinking about returning to Duke Den makes you happy?" "Right," she said with a grin. "Yeah, I'm missing my fam and all the staff back at my place." The maid was clearly touched. "Our girl is saying such sweet stuff," Anastasia mused. "I'm serious," she thought to herself. "So, whether it's the top god or some loser, I don't care who wants to kick me to the curb, because I'm just going to get stronger and win." Everything seemed to be looking up with good times ahead. But Anastasia had gotten a bit too chill about that annoying name, the Pope. When Simon saw her, he was instantly stoked, saying, "Saintess, the ultimate servant of God, the greatest ally, Simon's come to meet the saints. It's been way too long, and you're still so virtuous." "Oh, come on, my eyes are hurting. Can I take a moment to worship you, saints?" "Let me guess." Anastasia sighed inside. He must be busy, so why swing by my place? Whatever. She pointed sharply and instructed the tiger. Hongs took a bite, and the tiger let out a massive roar, showing off its fearsome fangs. T screamed in panic, "Save me, saints!" After a moment, he wiped the blood off his head and thought, wow, the saints really know how to give a wild welcome. Proof of your insane growth. Anastasia got right to the point, and Simeon finally got serious, asking, "How's the 17th prince doing?" Anastasia said she came for Lamasar, which only made Simeon praise her more. So the saints have spotted the 17th prince's holy vibes. His image shone through Simeon's words. Early July had Anastasia basking in peaceful days, getting a ton of congrats for her 8th birthday. Duke Leventus and Mihi finally gave her something other than jewelry, and Anastasia's eyes lit up as she pointed forward. She also connected more with the other knights at the Duke's place, calling each of them by name, which totally made their day. Those were Kenlot and Hannah. Lenslot was so moved his eyes filled with tears. The master has called our names. Seeing their reactions, she thought she should have done this ages ago if she knew they'd dig it so much. They suddenly kneeled, swearing, "We promise our forever loyalty." Instead, it seems Anastasia accidentally stirred up a weird kind of loyalty. She filled Choco in on what went down. In the bedroom, it was just Anastasia and Choco chatting. After laying it all out, she asked, "You get it, Choco, so don't write them off just yet." Finally, it understood everything. So that's how it was. But Choco was still resistant, struggling. "But I don't like it. It's true they hurt the Demon King. I just can't accept that." Choco was not having it. Anastasia soothed her. Choco chilled out. Choco looked at her with puppy dog eyes as she slowly reached out for a hug, whispering, "But if the Demon King says it's cool, then I'll try to forgive them." Anastasia thought, "My sweet pup is so kind. Thank you, Choco." She curled up, acting all cute. Choco just needs the Demon King, you know, as long as the Demon King's happy. Just when everything seemed cool, Simon was in the tea room, arms raised to the sky. "Saintess," sighs, "you gotta hear me." Anastasia sipped her tea and told him, "Put your hands down, Simeon. You're getting punished." "I should be on the floor begging," Simon whined. "Does the Saintess know? Even with my looks, I'm the Pope. You don't care that he's the head honcho of the Holy State. So, what I am the Saints." After a moment of quiet, they finally started talking seriously. Simeon pointed out that having divine power is a major honor, while Anastasia thought deeply about Lamer, the Empire's prince. He's just an acolyte now, but someday he'll need to return. And not everyone with divine power wants to be a priest. "Simeon, you're misunderstanding. Even I'm not that naive. I was just trying to be a mentor." Anastasia stayed frosty. "Him?" She secretly snickered, wondering who she could teach when she skips out on work every day. "I'm just worried he'll get the wrong idea seeing you all emotional. That's pushing it too far. You know, even with my looks, I'm pretty respected in the Holy Kingdom." Anastasia was not impressed. She only said Lemaire was a good kid, yet you're totally obsessed. "It's exactly because he's a royal prince that I want to be his teacher." Anastasia questioned, "Why to boost the Holy Kingdom's grip on the Empire?" Simon calmly replied, "Definitely. It wouldn't be honest to say there's no hidden agenda. Maybe if you talked less, people would take you more seriously." Simon continued gently, "The battle for the Empire's throne is intense. But the Saints' power and their actions from 3 years ago keep everyone on edge. But how long will that last?" He placed his hand on his chest respectfully. "Great Saints, please decide for him. You know what needs to happen." Prince Lam looked just like the first emperor of the Empire, a renowned hero. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass interrupted their conversation, sending cake flying everywhere. At the door, Lamio stood frozen, shaking and totally speechless. He bent his head down, stuttering, cold sweat pouring down his face. "I'll fix it. I'm sorry, Lady Anastasia." And with that, he darted away, leaving Anastasia stunned as she called after him. Both she and Simeon were just as confused, and Simeon looked up at Anastasia, pleading, "Your Holiness, please give me a chance." Without a second thought, she turned him down. Anastasia gently explained, Lam is still scared of grown men. She remembered the past 3 years. He didn't stutter anymore, and he even had his favorite snacks. But still, it was way too short a time to heal all the scars little Lamasar had gone through. He hurried down the dark hallway with Anastasia quickly trailing behind. She went looking for Lemaire, and when she found him, Anastasia said, "I thought you were supposed to get my cake back." This made Lamar, who was chilling in the corner, flinch. He was still shaking and curled up tight. My lady, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to overhear. Anastasia comforted him and changed the subject. I don't think so. The chef mentioned he's whipping up lemon sugar cookies today. You want to bring them to me, right? She replied softly. Yeah, because Lady Anastasia is a fan of lemongrass. She flashed him a gentle smile. Exactly. I love those. That eased my nerves a bit. Lady Anastasia, you don't hate or resent me, do you? She asked softly. Why? Lamar stammered, explaining that this look of his had caused her so many issues in the Empire. She unexpectedly asked, then why? Lamar was confused, but she kept going. Lamar's silver hair shines like a lake under the moonlight, and your golden eyes are like the warm midday sun. That's what makes me like you so much. Anastasia seemed to glow in the stillness of the night. Lamar turned red, stammering. Really, I can be a pretty dangerous person, you know. The girl just tilted her head and said, Lamar doesn't seem dangerous at all right now. Lamar perked up again. My lady, you're too nice to me. It's just how I am. My sister and brother say the same thing. He hesitated since they were super gentle too. The next day, the whole castle burst into life under the sun. Anastasia, looking flawless, called out to Simeon, who was eagerly sitting across from her, chatting with excitement. So, Saints, have you finally made your decision? But she dashed Simeon's hopes, flatly turning him down. I'm going to count to 3. Spill your scheme. Anastasia's face was more serious than ever, and the vibe got heavy. Simeon kept his act-up eyes sparkling with what looked like a shady plan. You're misreading this, Saints. I'd never come at you with bad intentions. I mean, I'm the Pope after all. She counted 1, and he kept rambling. Seriously, you don't trust me, the first servant of God. I'm down to be your servant. Anastasia counted to 2 while he tried to win her over with his sparkling eyes. Saintess, who are you trying to charm with that tantrum? Then she counted to 3. Finally, Simeon had to give in to her pressure. I'll tell you everything. Please, holy maiden, don't make me raise my hands in punishment. Are you really not bluffing? She asked him. Simeon's eyes lit up, and he confidently gave a thumbs up. Totally, I swear to God. But Anastasia wasn't buying it. Yeah, here comes another fib, right? She reached behind her looking for something. So be it then. Anastasia held up the weird object, calling it a holy relic given to her by God. Simeon blurted out, a holy relic, it looks kinda suggestive. But he quickly ditched that train of thought. Why does it look like some kind of torture tool? He asked softly. What is this sacred artifact? Anastasia raised it high and introduced it. This holy relic is a lie detector. His infatuation faded into sheer terror. Could you say that again? She asked, her smile not wavering. The lie detector buzzed with excitement as she cheerfully said, your fingers are in for a rough time today. From my past 99 lives, I can summon 99 things. Among them, the lie detector from my first life was originally just a punishment toy. Simon swallowed nervously, but this was a legit lie detector blessed with godly power to tell truth from lie with 100% accuracy. Try saying lie detector. I swear to God I'll only speak the truth. But the machine buzzed and shocked him. A lie. The jolt made Simon jump. This can't be. You don't trust me that much. This genuinely saddened Simeon. Anastasia thought to herself, you're already lying, showing no guilt. Tilting her head, she asked innocently, if you're not lying, then why is that? You promised no lies. So I used this holy relic. Don't you like it? He confidently patted his chest, his eyes crinkling with laughter. No, not at all, as long as I don't lie. The saint had already pointed that out gently. Anastasia got straight to the main question. So you really want Lamar as your disciple out of concern for him? With a saintly expression, Simeon replied gently, definitely with a pure heart of concern for Prince Lamar. But the lie detector didn't show him mercy, shocking Simeon until he yelled out. Anastasia knew right away. It wasn't a pure heart after all. She scolded him firmly. Simeon, I'm disappointed. You claimed you'd tell the saints everything, yet you keep lying. Simeon suddenly flinched. Saints aren't usually like this. Anastasia, hearing this, moved closer, eyes wide. Then tell me the truth. Why did you want to take Lamar as a disciple? Cold sweat dripped down his face. Anastasia pressed for answers, and finally, he sighed. I received a divine revelation. Anastasia frowned, slightly echoing Simeon's words. A prophecy. He slowly admitted, yeah, but for some reason I didn't explain why. You told me to awaken the Blue Hour Prince's power for the future, but I genuinely asked the saints to choose for the prince. Even though the temple's influence is weak in the empire, your personal backing as the Pope is a whole different ballgame. Anastasia listened, her face showing deep suspicion, making Simeon sweat. "What? Why do you look at me like that?" The obsessed old dude started to ramble again. "Of course I want some influence, but I have no plans to control the prince. Isn't peace better than war? I'm good. Enderlank is good. Peace is everything. Laziness is key. I follow that like I follow my faith." Watching the lie detector show the truth and hearing that confirmation beep, Anastasia figured he just wanted to feel at ease. She rubbed her chin deep in thought. She was convinced that having a pope backing them would boost Lamar's safety. Across from her, Simeon softly pleaded, "Please just take this thing off me." Anastasia frowned, still lost in her own head. She was pretty bothered by God's prophecy regarding Lamar. Maybe seeing Genevieve and Ios's memories made it hard to trust the main deity. If things were all good, God wouldn't have said to do it for no good reason. In the end, Anastasia sighed. It was just a hunch anyway. Regardless, this was an opportunity for Lamar, and she looked up to remove Simeon's device. "I'll take that off for you." He gazed at his sore hand, tears of gratitude welling up. "Thank you." Finally, Anastasia got up and stood up from her seat. "I'll check in with Lamar, so you'll need to hang tight, or I'll really have to get the cardinals on you." Simeon's eyes lit up with hope. "I know this Simeon will wait patiently, just like Honga." But as the cute one called me, Uncle Anastasia turned and walked away. Simeon, with teary eyes, called after her, "Where are you off to? You gotta hear my story before you leave." She thought to herself, "No way. My dad told me not to mess with people who share nonsense." Striding down the corridor, Simeon sighed. "Dealing with Simeon always makes me feel dumb. The mercenary leader from my past life was like that too. He'd always say, 'What's the point of living if you're not satisfied?'" Anastasia even wondered if Simeon might be that guy reincarnated, a thought that lingered as she approached. "Now that I know reincarnation's a thing, I'm starting to see everyone as a potential past life. Whatever. Lamar's the priority now." She raised her hand to knock. Anastasia called out, "Lamar, are you in there?" Swift footsteps echoed from inside, and Lamar excitedly opened the door. "Lady Anastasia, welcome." Anastasia stepped in, taking a quick glance at the desk. Studying, "Am I interrupting you?" He quickly denied it, saying, "Not at all." "How could you ever disturb me, my lady? I'd happily do anything for you." Anastasia hesitated, realizing things were a bit off this time, and that made Lamar confused. "Why do you say that?" She clarified it was super important to Lamar. "Hey Lamar, are you scared of the Pope?" He was taken aback by the question, yet Lamar shook a bit, trying to play it cool, saying he was fine and could go to the holy state if Anastasia wanted. "If it helps you, Lady Anastasia." Anastasia glanced at his shaking arm, assessing him. "What do you mean, it's fine? Your hands are all shaky." She reassured him again. "Don't worry about me. I just want to know what your game plan is." Lamar replied hesitantly, disbelief in his tone. "Yeah." Anastasia went on to mention Simeon. "The saints are overstepping. The Pope is just a really odd old guy. Even though he's strange, he's still the Pope. If he hears this, he'd probably break down crying. The Pope said if Lamar became his disciple, he'd be healthier and steer clear of dangerous folks." That revelation left Lamar speechless. He lowered his head, biting his lips in thought for what felt like ages, before finally raising his head and asking, "If that's the deal, can I stick around you a little longer? I won't have to listen to the Crown Prince's orders anymore, right?" Anastasia looked at him seriously. "I can't say for sure," but she added, "Given the power Lamar has, you can definitely hold your own." She secretly thought it wasn't just Simeon. She found that power pretty impressive. But Anastasia still gave Lamar a way out, saying if he wasn't into it, he could crash at the Duke's mansion for as long as he wanted, since she preferred having friends around. His face turned slightly red as he sighed in relief. "Yeah, I really like Miss Anastasia a lot." Anastasia was taken aback by the sudden confession. Lamar, no longer anxious, locked eyes with her and said, "I thought you wanted to take me with you, but I guess that's not happening." Anastasia, confused, quickly assured him, "Of course, Lamar's my friend." Hearing this, he eagerly took Anastasia's hand. "So I'm going. If I put in my all to protect myself, I can keep Lady Anastasia safe too." She smiled, squinting her eyes, pretending to be polite. "I don't need you to protect me." But Lamar wouldn't have it. He wanted to be strong enough to look out for Lady Anastasia. "That way, I can be friends with you for way longer." He stuttered shyly. "So if I go to the Holy Kingdom, you'll write to me, right?" Anastasia leaned in with a tiny frown on her face and stated matter-of-factly, "For sure, I'll send you loads of letters." Lamar blushed speechless and took Anastasia's small hand, placing a warm kiss on it as he smiled and said, "Thank you, Miss Anastasia." These unexpected gestures left Anastasia stunned, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her eyelashes fluttering down with a hint of sadness. Lamar must be feeling so down right now. And yet, here he is, still able to smile like that, acting mature, while I'm the one acting all childish. The day Lamar was set to leave for the Holy Kingdom came sooner than she'd thought. As Lamar hopped into the carriage, he turned back and said, "Lady Anastasia, I'll write to you a lot." Anastasia approached him, promising and reminding him, "I'll definitely reply. If things get tough, you can always come back anytime." "Got it." Lamar smiled widely, nodding enthusiastically. Anastasia watched him go, lost in her thoughts. She was sadder than she'd anticipated. Meanwhile, Simeon nudged Lamar into the carriage. "Now, let's roll out. Prince Damon and Laurentia are also here to send Lamar off. Farewell, Lamar." It was a day in mid-August when the heat finally died down. The boy, it's such a change from when we first crossed paths. He grinned as he headed off to the Holy Kingdom, and I couldn't help but murmur, "See ya, Miss Lamer Emu."